The servant did not say anything and quietly brought Shen Wan towards the western courtyard. These two people however did not notice that there was a person standing far away that was staring at their figures from behind. That person was from Rong Jingtang, Zhang Mama, who was always beside old Shen Furen. Zhang Mama muttered to herself suspiciously, why is third master heading towards the western courtyard? The farce in the Shen residence in the early morning quickly reached into Shen Miao's ears. At the time during the separation from the Shen family, Shen Miao had picked a few maids in the second and third households and even Rong Jingtang. Chen Ruchu's ability to manage the family was inferior to Ren Wanyun. When Ren Wanyun was managing the entire household, every single courtyard was as sealed as a metal bucket, especially Kai Yun Yuan, making it very difficult to insert a snitch. Now that Chen Ruchu was managing Shen residence, it was like a sheet of loose sand. In addition, the Shen residence income and expenses were suddenly reduced, making the servant's life more difficult than previous times. Moreover, what she wanted to ask was not a secret or confidential matter. It was just some small and big matters that happened in the Shen residence, and it could be heard by asking only a little about it. After the second household of the Shen family declined, the third household was the one supporting the Shen family. Chen Ruchu would normally put up the mannerism of a matriarch in charge, and Shen Yu was the only branch in the thriving tree, as she had no other sisters to fight with. One did not know that if it was because one had lived too long in peaceful days that one's mind was not used. For this instance, this chess move of Shen Yu's was very terrible. After the incident, Shen Wan really went to the Minister of Land, the Wang family, personally to apologize the second day like he mentioned. One did not know what kind of rationale he had prepared, but it was most likely that he would be tactfully pushing all the blame onto Shen Dongling. Who knew that the Wang family would give Shen Wan a vicious slap back? The Wang family did not accept Shen Wan's apology and the people in the Wang family did not acknowledge Shen Yu. They absolutely said that Shen Dongling is the daughter of the third household and as for Shen Yu, they did not know her at all. Shen Wan was very embarrassed and could see that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. It was also very clear that the Wang family already knew that the matter of the exchanging of brides was brought up by Shen Yu, so they embarrassed him on purpose. Shen Wan thought that with the virtue of his friendship with the Wang family, he would be able to get through it, and at the end the Wang family would exchange Shen Yu with Shen Dongling. However, this time Shen Wan had guessed incorrectly. Finally, at the end, there were two solutions to resolve it. First was that Shen Dongling would be married in with Shen Yu's identity, and the real Shen Yu would no longer be seen in the world in the future. Naturally, Shen Wan was unable to accept this. Thus, there was only the second option. Shen Yu would also be married into the Wang family, with the status of a Pinchi equal wife. Because Shen Yu's and Wang Bai's marriage had involved everyone, thus this time the real marriage of Shen Yu would not be done big. Everyone would think it is a Shu daughter who gets married, thus it had to be done in a low-key manner. This solution almost made Shen Wan brush his sleeves then leave. It was not that there were not such incidents in the Mingqi where a D and a Shu daughter waited upon one husband. However, usually it would be the D daughter that would be the wife and the Shu daughter a concubine, but what the Wang family suggested was Pinchi. In order to pull the wool over people's eyes, Shen Yu had to marry in as a Shu daughter identity and Shen Dongling, who was a Shu daughter, had stolen the honor that Shen Yu had rightfully deserved. This was humiliation. Shen Wan had flatly refused but the Wang family was resolute in their attitude. It was after all the bride and not the Wang family at fault, and now Shen Dongling and Wang Bai were getting along well, thus they did not really care about Shen Yu. The Wang family could stretch it out but Shen Yu could not. The longer this took, the one who was in a disadvantage would be Shen Yu. Thus even though Shen Wan was somewhat hesitant, and quarreled a number of rounds with Chen Ruchu on the matter. When Bai Lu was relaying the matters of the Shen residence to Shen Miao had an overjoyed expression. Shen Miao had always been calm and one had rarely seen her laughing so much, as if she was really very happy. Young lady finds this interesting. Bai Lu said, this time second young lady really lifted a rock and smashed her foot, and had created so much trouble for nothing. It really caused third master to have a headache all day. If it was me to say, it really third young lady that had a bargain. Shuang Zhang said, not only third young lady has the status of a Furen of an official family, she also currently have the entire Wang family's care and she even brought Wan Yiniang over to stay. It is indeed impressive. This might not be accurate to say. Bai Lu shook her head, if at the end second young lady marry into the Wang family, both of them will be Pinchi equal wife but D and Shu are not equal. Third young lady only has a Yiniang but second young lady have third master as her maiden family, thus the Wang family would be biased towards second young lady a little. Third young lady is currently pleased with herself but the days are still long. Shen Miao laughed as she spoke, wrong. Third older sister is a very powerful person. Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang looked over at Shen Miao at the same time. Shen Miao said, even if Shen Yu really married into the Wang family, she will certainly be unable to compare to Shen Dongling. I think that the reason why the Wang family is so cold in their treatment to the third household is definitely because the Wang family knows that the matter of the exchanging of the marriage was masterminded by Shen Yu. One asked if any male in the world would like a wife who despised them. Even the male's dignity would not allow it to happen. Moreover, with Shen Yu's and Shen Dongling's personalities, once they were married into the residence and before they give birth, the only thing they can rely on is Wang Bai's love and favor. Unfortunately, Shen Yu has already lost. Shen Yu is unable to gain Wang Bai's love and favor, thus one fear that Wang Bai would not even let her give birth to a child easily. Even though there is a difference between D and Shu, but both are the same rank as Pin Qi. Whoever give birth first would naturally be the one who makes the call. Shen Miao said lightly, not to mention, with Shen Yu's brains, how would she be able to fight with Shen Dongling? Shen Dongling could currently collect all the dirty water that was thrown to her and completely return it back. How would such a powerful person like her be defeated under Shen Yu's hands? Bai Lu and Shuang Zhang were in a daze as they listened. After a moment Shuang Zhang spoke, it seems the third young lady is a powerful one. The only one that has a little prospect in the Shen residence is only her. Shen Miao said, help me to grind the ink. Bai Lu went up to look for the ink stab before grinding it as she saw Shen Miao spreading the paper out like she wants to write something. Bai Lu said, young lady want to write a letter. Shen Miao declined to comment. Naturally when Shen Yu created such a big wave herself, Shen Miao was very pleased that she had sowed the seeds she planted. But Shen Miao had not forgotten that the third household played a lot of parts in the extermination of the eldest household of the Shen family in her past lifetime. One day she would demand the big gift back and throw the stones when one was in the well. Not only did the second household would do it, she would also do it. She did not want to take action personally from the beginning to the end. But if the third household want to push themselves into the road of death, she would not mind to let the third household walk faster. Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu were quarreling all day and at this time, one would need a consolation of a confidant. It was time for Chang Zaiqing to go up the stage. The matter of Shen Yu and Shen Dongling exchanging marriage eventually had an unimaginable result. The latest update was that under the request of the Wang family, Shen Wan could only agree to let Shen Yu marry in with the status of a Pin Qi. One did not know what Shen Dongling said to the Wang family this time, so that the Wang family was not willing to listen to Shen Wan's explanation at all. A fine marriage could become an animosity at the end, thus Shen Wan had no way out. But this was not the result that Shen Yu hoped for. This time there was no one else for Shen Yu to exchange the marriage with, and Shen Yu had dropped all pretenses, and made a fuss all day indicating that she was not willing to marry to the Wang family, and could not tolerate Shen Dongling being on equal status as her. Not only was Shen Yu unwilling, Chen Ruchu was also very angry. Chen Ruchu was considered to be a person who knew about the bigger picture, but the matter of Shen Yu's marriage was a huge matter, thus she could not swallow this down and insisted to Shen Wan to go to the Wang family to talk to them. The previously loving couple of the third household had been in conflict these days, making all the servants in Chu Shui Yuan to dare not breath a little louder. Today it was the same. Chen Ruchu paced back and fro in the room, and suddenly turned before walking over to Shen Wan and said worriedly, "What is the Wang family thinking now? One cannot let it drag on with you Shen Dongling, that little slut has occupied our Yuer's reputation, and can it be that she also want to be an official young mistress? Master, you must go to the Wang family to talk sense." Her every uttering of little slut was like a different person from her usual good cultured and mannered self, making Shen Wan frown without helping. He resisted his temper. Now with the current situation, the only way is to let Yuer marry in as a pinchy first then plan later. With you being so noisy all day, Yuer will also be restless. There are just no other ways. Master, Chen Ruchu shrieked, Yuer is your daughter and the real daughter of our third household, and has been treated like pearl and jade while raising her up. How could you say to let her be a pinchy? Moreover, it is to be of equal status with that little slut. Even if this matter was Yuer's fault, there is also Shen Dongling's temptation. How could you be so emotionless? Seemingly being pierced by Chen Ruchu's voice, Shen Wan was somewhat angered. Then what do you say to do? The longer the matter is delayed, the only one at the disadvantage is Yuer. If it is exposed just like you say, Shen Dongling as a Shu daughter would not be affected much, but Yuer would be critiqued and joked by others, and the Shen residents would become a joke. What would you do? Chen Ruchu jumped in shock by Shen Wan's furious voice and somewhat trembled, but upon thinking of Shen Yu, she then said, "But one cannot let Yuer suffer like that, right? No, I am going to the Wang residence to talk sense." Enough, Shen Wan said in a fury. You stay in the residence, watch Shen Yu carefully and not give me any more trouble is the correct path. Chen Ruchu was stunned. After living for so many years with Shen Wan, even when he was extremely angry, Shen Wan would not say such things to her. It was as if he despised and was impatient, and her heart tightened and actually unconsciously said, "You and me have been husband and wife for so many years. At the beginning we were so harmonious and loving that we agreed not to bring in concubine. Currently you despise that my appearance has withered, and mother kept saying all day to bring in Ngui concubine. Your heart was moved, has it? You despise me." Chen Ruchu had always been somewhat small-minded. Although she was born in a scholarly family, but she liked to throw a little temper which Shen Wan would fall for it. After soaking in the honey days for far too long, it would be difficult to avoid being boring. When one did it correctly it would make men's heart weak. But unfortunately when it is done when one was young it would be interesting, but when done when one was older it would be rather irritating. Especially during the past few days, Chen Ruchu had been running around due to Shen Yu's matter, and she had become haggard and did not take care of herself. In addition the sloppy and unassuming way of kicking up a fuss looked somewhat ridiculous in Shen Wan's eyes. He looked at Chen Ruochu faintly. "If you think like this, then just think like this." He then turned around and left with a shake of his sleeves. Chen Ruchu was stunned and stood shakily rooted on the spot as the maids by her side, Shiqing and Hua Yi, quickly supported her. A fear gradually emerged in Chen Ruchu's heart. She suddenly felt that some things had slowly changed, and the scariest thing was that she did not know when did they started to change. The din in Chu Shui Yuan quickly spread to other courtyards, like the long-shelved western courtyard. The western courtyard was very spacious and neat, and after Chong Zai-Ching stayed there, she would often move some plants, making the western courtyard have a unique and elegant air. At this moment Chong Zai-Ching was sitting in the room and kept a letter on the table, and placed it casually on the desk. As Zhao Mama opened the window so that the room would not be stuffy, she spoke to Chong Zai-Ching, "Is it a letter from eldest Chen Furen?" Chong Zai-Ching nodded her head. Actually Chong Zai-Ching was unable to tell if the letter was actually from Luo Shuiyan or Shen Miao. When she thought about Shen Miao, a young female with a pair of clear eyes that seemed to see through everything came to her mind and made her unknowingly tremble. Luo Shuiyan indicated in the letter that Chong Zai-Ching had not gone to the Shen mansion for a long time, and if she was free, she could come over to the Shen mansion for a chat, and that Luo Shuiyan still had the heart to find a good family for Chong Zai-Ching. It said to find a good family, but Chong Zai-Ching thought about something else from this letter. Some time back she had changed targets from Shen Shen to Shen Wan, and it was much more relaxing for Chong Zai-Ching to deal with Shen Wan than she expected. There was no other reason other than Shen Wan was one who liked elegance, and Chong Zai-Ching was just his appetite. After the matter with Shen Yu and Shen Dongling, the contradiction between Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu got bigger and bigger, and he quite liked coming to the western courtyard. Chong Zai-Ching had become the beauty to speak comforting words, and in the course of time Shen Wan was used to coming here, and Chong Zai-Ching did not neglect that Shen Wan's eyes had more and more appreciation. The iron had to be struck when it was hot. Was not now that hot time? Just as she was thinking, the servant outside came in to report that Shen Wan had arrived. Zhao Mama quickly retreated, and when Shen Wan entered the room, he saw Chong Zai-Ching holding a letter in her hands, reading with relish. He then curiously asked, "Whose letter is it that made you read so intently?" Chong Zai-Ching then put down the letter in her hand with a smile like she had just saw Shen Wan coming in. "It is sent from eldest Chen Furen." The smile on Shen Wan's face lingered, and he pretending to ask without thoughts, "Why did eldest Cao send a letter?" Chong Zai-Ching smiled. "Shen family's eldest Furen is a good person and wants to matchmake for me. Most probably she sees that I do not have any support at such an age. It is of good intentions," she said candidly, and looking at Shen Wan, she continued, "If third master is free on some day, do help me to take a look. Perhaps one would know the good family that eldest Furen mentioned." She smiled happily and her features became more graceful and moving, but Shen Wan gradually could not smile. Things were not usually alone but found in pairs. This little matter in the Shen residence was also talked about in Rongjing Tang. Old Shen Furen sat on the couch and the maid behind her was gently massaging her shoulders as Wang Mama softly said, "Old Furen, third master had gone to the western courtyard again." Old Shen Furen's eyes that were closed opened slightly as if one was pondering over something, and after a moment they then slowly closed. "Go then go. Even though the identity is a little low, one will be a concubine, thus the identity is not a concern." Wang Mama also smiled. Now old Furen can rest assured. Previously one had let third master bring in concubines, but third master was not willing. Now with young lady Qing as the first one, in the future third master would accept others and spread out the branches. There will always be a son or daughter. Old Shen Furen sighed. If it was not that there is no grandson in the Shen residence, I would not have intervened in his courtyard. Originally he protected Chen Ruchu so tightly that he did not listen to me, his own mother. Thus Chen Ruchu could be so arrogant in front of me. At that time I had said that one fear that even if Chen Ruchu is favored, she cannot give birth to a son. Men are all greedy for fresh things and one day she would be thrown away. Now, was I not on target? Wang Mama quickly agreed with old Shen Furen's words and said, "Of course. Old Furen has eaten more salt than they had eaten rice, and can see things much further ahead." Old Shen Furen seemed to be enjoying Wang Mama's flattering and a trace of pride appeared on her face. If one knew earlier that number 3 likes this kind of females, I would have found more Shu daughters of scholarly families. Chen Ruchu had always seen herself as unrivaled under the heavens. She did not take a good look at herself and thought that one can be so arrogant just because she reads some books in her maiden family and cannot even manage a household well. Finishing, she continued, I see that Chong Zai Ching is not bad, obedient, well-mannered and is not pretentious. It is understandable that number 3 would like her. But currently this should not be disclosed at all. Wang Mama said, if this continue on, when third Furen finds out, one fear that there will be disputes. Dispute, she dare. Old Shen Furen said furiously but afterwards she thought carefully and waved her hand tiredly, however, things would be troublesome if there is a fuss. Since both of them are interested, you should go and help in a few days' time. When the wood has become a boat, let us see if Madame Chen dares to block it. If she dares, then the Shen family cannot afford to protect a matriarch with no son. Then just send her a divorce letter. Wang Mama could only agree cautiously. The chaos in the Shen residence because of the third household's matter finally spread to another master's, Shen Dongling's, ears. Xinghua was carefully brewing tea, high-graded Jun Mountain Tai Gen tea for Shen Dongling at the moment. Even though the Wang family did not have the wealth to rival a country, but it was particular with clothes and food. Compared to the treatment of Shu daughters, this was incomparable. Thus Shen Dongling was living very well. If the Shen family was present, they would be flabbergasted that this leisurely and joyous beauty was actually that weak Shu daughter of the second household. Shen Dongling picked up the teacup to take a sip and Xinghua said worriedly, this servant heard that someone came from the Shen residence again, saying that second young lady will be marrying over as a pinchi. If second young lady really comes in, what will young lady be? One feared that third Furen and third master would trip young lady up. Rest assured, she will not marry over. Shen Dongling smiled, it is not possible for the Wang family to let Shen Yu come in. Even if Shen Yu come, it is not possible for her to live well and will be destined to be watched out by others. It is better to pick a few good blots of good fabric to send to Yin Yang for her to make some new clothes. The Shen Dongling at this moment had the air of a matriarch just from lifting a hand. Xinghua thought for a while and smiled, young lady has always been smart. It is this servant that does not understand. One did not know what did young lady said to young master Wang, that now one did not even want to see the people from the third household. But the people of the third household really self-inflicted their wounds. It was clearly second young lady that brought up the exchanging of marriage, but they still wanted to pour all the dirty water onto young lady. This is really too malicious. Shen Yu said that everything about the matter of exchanging the bride was all Shen Dongling's scheme, and when it spread to the Wang family, Xinghua was so angry. At the beginning when Shen Yu begged Shen Dongling to marry on her behalf, she clearly said that she would not implicate Shen Dongling, but at the turn of a head she took herself out of it. This changing of face was just too fast that Xinghua scorned upon it. Not to say why Shen Wan, who was usually so clever, would be muddled this time. The reason why the Shen family did not treat third household well was because Shen Dongling told Wang by one sentence that Shen Yu adored Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, and the third household had the intention to stand on the side of him. Shen Wan wholeheartedly wanted to dispel Shen Yu's thoughts of marrying to Fu Shuyi, thus he picked the Wang family because in the fight for the heir apparent, the Wang family was not standing on Fu Shuyi's side. At the end Shen Yu still adored Prince Ding and the Shen family third household supported Prince Ding. If Wang Bai married Shen Yu, in the future it inevitably be troublesome. If the Wang family and Shen family's third household married, then there would be disagreement. Thus as long as the Wang family was not silly, they would not let Shen Yu come in. As for the change of marriage to Shen Dongling, it was fortunate for the Wang family. Was not it good to draw the line clearly with Prince Ding? The destiny between Shen Yu and the Wang family was doomed to be broken. However, Shen Dongling would not find it pitiful or be sympathetic to it. Whatever cause was planted would result in whatever fruits. Everything was Shen Yu deeds, naturally she had to swallow the bitter fruits. It was the Wang family's intention to make things difficult by letting Shen Yu marry in as a pinchi, and even though Shen Wan agreed to it, would Shen Yu obediently follow? Shen Donglin did not think so. Not only did Shen Dongling not think so, even Shen Miao also did not think so. Jing Jie said, the dispute in the Shen residence is big. This time the show really make one feel the bustle. Shen Miao smiled indifferently, perhaps, the bigger the dispute is, the better, and we will not be affected since we already have no relations. Jing Jie looked at Shen Miao and walked over to Gu Yu to whisper to her, what is with young lady these days? Why does one see that she did not seem to be happy? Gu Yu shrugged and looked over at Shen Miao's direction. She saw Shen Miao sitting in the courtyard and she did not even flip a page of the book. Her hand held her chin as she looked up into space somewhat lazily, thinking of what idea. It seems a little so. Gu Yu also nodded. Recent days, there is no spirit no matter what one says. No spirit. Jing Jie shook her head. If it was before, upon seeing the Shen residence fall into misfortune, young lady would always be somewhat happy. Now the Shen residence is in a mess, but young lady only waved her hands upon hearing about it, like it was not very interesting. Could it be that she is sick? Can eat and drink, can walk and jump. What kind of sickness can be like this? Gu Yu rolled her eyes. You think this is lovesickness? Who is suffering from lovesickness? A voice behind them came over, making both of them to jump in shock. They turned around and saw Luo Ling walking over. Jing Jie and Gu Yu quickly greeted. This servant greets Biao young master. Luo Ling waved his hand and walked over towards Shen Miao. When he reached Shen Miao's side and saw that Shen Miao was sitting there in a daze, he then asked, youngest Biao's sister. Shen Miao turned her head, and when she saw it was Luo Ling, she smiled, older brother Ling. Luo Ling sat down opposite of Shen Miao. His right hand still had not recovered, but Shen Chu had found a book of left-handed swordplay for Luo Ling, thus these days he had been seriously practicing swordplay with his left hand. His mind had been much more open and warmer. When he went out, almost all the females would shyly steal a look. Hearing from Luo Tan's teasing, it seemed that a number of young ladies from officials' families were interested in Lu Ling. Luo Ling said, what is youngest Biao's sister thinking to be this engrossed? Shen Miao gently smiled, nothing much, just sitting and daydreaming. Luo Ling thought about the lovesickness and such that Jing Jie and Gu Yu had spoken about and his heart sank. He looked at Shen Miao and said untraceably, one thought that youngest Biao's sister has reached the marriageable age and become a little naughty. Shen Miao did not seem to understand Luo Ling's words and said blandly, speaking of marriageable age, it should be older Biao's sister who is anxious first. Luo Ling laughed, also true. Shen Miao looked at Luo Ling, for what matter is older Biao brother looking for me? Luo Ling was startled for a moment before a trace of awkwardness rose on his elegant face. He came here to take a look at Shen Miao, and now Shen Miao asked him such a serious question, he did not know how to answer. However, he was quick-witted. Oh, a few days back some of the snacks that youngest Biao's sister gave me were too sweet, so one came over to tell youngest Biao's sister that. Gu Yu, who was standing behind, had a somewhat resentful expression on. Her young lady was not the pastry chef of the Shen residence and not the master who makes cakes. Luo Ling ate Shen Miao's cakes but still dared to blame Shen Miao. Jing Jie, however, was fighting back a laugh. Gu Yu had a lump of wood for a brain and could not see it, but she was smart. This young Biao master obviously wanted to get closer to Shen Miao, but was unable to find an excuse. However, Jing Jie saw her young lady having a lack of mood for small talk and shook her head, feeling that it was a pity. The falling flowers were yearning for love, but the heartless brook rippled on. One feared that her young lady would not appreciate young Biao master's earnest intentions. Shen Miao indeed frowned and asked, too sweet. I did not add a lot of sugar. Luo Ling scratched his head awkwardly and said when he thought of something, K. Tanner mentioned that youngest Biao's sister knows how to make cakes with fruit flavors. One asked if it is possible to make that for me the next time. Shen Miao was stunned. Luo Tan often come over to Shen Miao's courtyard to look for her to chat and she would just eat the snacks on the table without any fuss. Those cakes were those that Shen Miao herself attempted to make since she had not made them for a lifetime. It was very unfamiliar when she tried making them. However, Luo Tan found it delicious and ate clean the entire plate of snacks. That pastry had fruit juices mixed in it and it was just the taste that the great Liang Imperial family liked. Previously Xie Jingxing instructed Shen Miao to make 2 baskets of snacks so that he could allay his hunger when killing others. Afterwards Princess Ming'an was indeed eliminated by Xie Jingxing but the 2 baskets of snacks were not given to him. Even more, afterwards Xie Jingxing disappeared for a period of time and Shen Miao had been watching the chaos in the Shen residence, and was also making snacks at the same time, so as to return the other person's favor. Just as she was thinking, Shen Miao's gaze gradually hang down. Speaking of which, Xie Jingxing had left for a number of days, and there did not seem to be much talk in the Ding capital when the great Liang's Prince Rui left so casually. One was unsure if Xie Jingxing was safe or not. After all, he was still carrying the identity of the dead little Xie Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. It was difficult on the front and back for him. Luo Ling saw that Shen Miao started to be in a daze again, and he waved his hands in front of her, youngest Biao sister. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and smiled apologetically. Sorry older Biao brother, this recipe was made by me in a whim, and at that time one only made that one plate and it was all eaten by older Biao sister. If I have to make that again, I do not know if I make it. Jing Jie widened her eyes as she stood behind Shen Miao, as her young lady could actually light a young Biao master with a serious face. Jing Jie naturally knew whether Shen Miao knew how to make those snacks. Shen Miao had memorized the recipe and personally made it, looking like she was very familiar with it, so why was she not willing to make a plate for young Master Luo? Could it be that young Biao master had offended her young lady? Jing Jie was very puzzled. Luo Ling had totally not expected Shen Miao's rejection, and was embarrassed and somewhat in a loss. Shen Miao's appearance was leisurely and there was no trace of shame on her expression. Since it were the great Liang's imperial family's snacks, the process of making them was complicated. She had done it once but had no patience to keep doing it for others. It would be better for Luo Ling to get the pastry chef of the kitchens to make him something else. They conversed here but did not know that their cheerful and witty chatting appearance was seen by someone afar. That person was clad in white with a white fan. It was a picture of graceful nobleman. It was Gao Yang. Ever since Xie Jingxing left, Gao Yang had followed Xie Jingxing's instruction and stayed in the Shen mansion because of the injury on Luo Ling's hand. Thus it was convenient to see what kind of movements Shen Miao had. Not only that, he could actually see the lively appearance of Luo Ling and Shen Miao. Gao Yang's gaze on Luo Ling had some sympathy in it, and when he looked at Shen Miao again, he shook his head and sighed deeply. What are you sighing about? A head suddenly stretched out from behind Gao Yang's back, and nearly scared him so much that he took a step back. That person took a step from behind Gao Yang. With a moving brows and heroic spirits, who else could it be but Luo Tan? Dr. Gao, Luo Tan asked, what are you doing here? She followed along Gao Yang's gaze, and saw the scene of Shen Miao and Luo Ling chatting while sitting down, before looking back at Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt somewhat restless to receive Luo Tan's strange gaze when he heard Luo Tan said in understanding, I know. So you like youngest Biao's sister? Gao Yang hurriedly reached out to cover Luo Tan's mouth. What a joke. Xie Jingxing did not only send him one person to the Shen mansion, there were secret guards too. If any of the itchy-mouthed secret guards said these words to Xie Jingxing, then he would not be able to stay in the Mingqi. Gao Yang looked at Luo Tan, who was struggling in his hands, and helplessness frowned in his heart. This Luo Tan really knew how to find trouble for him. This already was not the first time. Luo Tan finally struggled out from Gao Yang's hands, and most probably knew that her voice was a little loud so she suppressed it. However her expression was still filled with pride, as if she had caught some leverage from Gao Yang, so you like youngest Biao's sister. So you are jealous. Do not be smart, Gao Yang said, this one dare not have feelings for fifth Shen young lady. Luo Tan pursed her lips, good that you know it yourself. My youngest Biao sister is a so smart and pretty young lady, that it would be hard to find one even if one held a lantern to look. You a doctor dare to think about it? Just go and look at a mirror. Her tone of voice deeply pierced Gao Yang's heart and made Gao Yang have the urge to immediately find a mirror to see if he had that kind of look that could not be seen outside like what Luo Tan mentioned. Thinking of his own highness, Gao Yang coldly laughed and pointed towards Luo Ling's direction with his chin, I am delusional and he is qualified. Luo Tan looked at Luo Ling and sighed, older brother Ling is very good but is not the person for youngest Biao's sister. These words were out surprisingly of the contrary for Gao Yang, as he thought that Luo Tan would wholeheartedly support her own Tang Xiong, thus he asked, oh. Why say that? Youngest Biao's sister is a person with a mind of her own, and older brother Ling's temper is too warm but unable to make any sparks. One thinks that youngest Biao's sister only treated older brother Ling as an older brother. Luo Tan felt that it was a pity. You still know about sparks? Gao Yang was surprised and continued asking, then what kind of person does your youngest Biao's sister will have sparks with? Gao Yang only casually teased Luo Tan, and never had thought that she would really think about it seriously and finally said, people like Prince Rui. Gao Yang was surprised. Prince Rui is good-looking and also mysterious and unpredictable. And what is more, he is a person who value relations and righteousness, thus he can be considered as an incomparably good man in this world. My youngest Biao's sister should match with this kind of husband. But this is probably only this one's wishful thinking. Luo Tan's voice was suppressed but she saw Gao Yang smiling at her when she lifted her head. She then realized that she had said too much to Gao Yang, and since she did not have such a good relationship with Gao Yang, Luo Tan's expression immediately changed and she said by Gao Yang's ears, hey, you got a hold of me because of the matter of me going to the residence of Prince Rui. Today I know that you admire my youngest Biao's sister in your heart and also got a hold of you. Since both of you got hold of each other's leverages, then it is considered even. In the future you better not think of using the matter of Prince Rui to threaten me. Be careful that I will tell my youngest Biao's sister about your cunningness, and let you be unable to lift your head up in front of her for the rest of your life. Luo Tan said with a hostile voice. Gao Yang really did not know whether to laugh or cry. In actual fact, he was more fearful of Xie Jingxing alright. But seeing Luo Tan's appearance of being smart and her brows arching in craftiness, suddenly he had interest. He got nearer and said, that is good. Then let us hold each other leverages. How about that? He was born with a playboy feel and when he spoke to Luo Tan, he was very handsome. Luo Tan was originally one who liked good-looking things, but one did not know why she felt a little guilty conscience. She violently shoved Gao Yang to a side. She was a person who practiced martial arts, and that one shove could almost take blood from Gao Yang. Luo Tan turned around and left, saying angrily, Lecher. Gao Yang touched his chin and slowly smiled. All the trivial things that happened in the Shen mansion did not attract Shen Miao's attention, as they were all irrelevant and boring matters to Shen Miao's eyes. It was until the second day when something happened in the Shen residence that was somewhat interesting. Shen Yu had ran away. Currently the Shen residence has exploded. Most likely because Shen Wan said to let Shen Yu married into the Wang family as a pinchi, and this finally made Shen Yu to panic. On the situation where Shen Yu had no other ideas, she actually made a bold move and escaped from the Shen residence. Before leaving, she also cleared off all the gold and silver in the room and left a big mess for Chen Ruchu. Shen Wan was naturally furious and shouted angrily at Chen Ruchu, "I told you to watch over her properly. How then could she escape?" Chen Ruchu was naturally scared in her heart. Her heart ached for her daughter and did not completely confine Shen Yu up, just like what Shen Wan said too. She did not expect that Shen Yu would make use of her love for her like this. Now that Shen Yu ran away, she also did not know what to do and could only say to Shen Wan, "One have already sent people out to search. Master, you did not intentionally do it. She is scared." Even at such a time, she still did not know what was wrong, and was still looking for excuses for Shen Yu. Shen Wan scoffed. She is scared. She was scared and still could exchange marriage with others. Scared and still could run away from home. Being properly betrothed makes one a wife, while those who run away would be a concubine. I, Shen Wan, do not have a daughter that is this shameless. How could you say that of her? Chen Ruchu's eyes widened. That is your daughter. Shen Wan had been a civil official for his life and would rarely say such serious words, moreover he was scolding his own daughter. Chen Ruchu dared not believe her own eyes. After Shen Wan said those words, he looked at Chen Ruchu and there was a trace of impatience and disgust in them, before he turned around and walked out of the room. Chen Ruchu's sensitive perception had felt that there was something wrong with Shen Wan, and almost fell to the ground weakly. She grabbed onto Shi Qing's hands and her nails deeply dived deep into them, making Shi Qing's face whiten in pain but she dared not move. The quarrel in Chu Shui Yuan quickly spread out to Rong Qing Tang. Old Shen Fern leisurely sipped tea and smiled indifferently when she heard it. Do it. Just do it. Chen Ruchu can just do it. She still thinks she is a newly wedded daughter-in-law. After pausing, she then spoke again. What kind of mother would have that kind of daughter? Each one of them caused all the trouble for me. Zhang Mama carefully massaged her shoulders. One did not know if the people searching for third young lady would have found her. Care for her for what? Old Shen Fern became angry. I do not know how capable she is, but after not too long she will come back with her tail between her legs. Throw away the Shen family reputation for nothing. Let number 3 handle it. I do not want to manage these trifle matters. She suddenly thought of something and frowned. Number 3 is still heading to the western courtyard. Zhang Mama nodded her head. These days third Fern and third master often squabble, thus third master headed towards the western courtyard more frequently. Each trip would be almost half a day. Old Shen Fern nodded her head and a trace of radiance appeared in her gaze. Since this is the case then it is time for the road to be brightened. Quickly birth a son for number 3. I still want to hold grandchildren. She laughed coldly. Chen Ruchu, that stupid thing, should also see carefully how much she is weighted. Zhang Mama, go and do it. Lately nothing goes right for the Shen family. It is time to hold a joyous occasion to wash away the bad luck. Zhang Mama nodded her head and complied. On this night, Shen Wan had not returned to the room and Chen Ruchu felt a whisper in her heart. Previously even if Shen Wan had social niceties outside, he would always send his servant over to pass an oral message, but one did not know where he went today. Thinking of the squabble this morning with Shen Wan, she could not help but be somewhat anxious in her heart. A female at her age was after all declining in her appearance, and was not as fresh as younger females that could give youth to men. Currently there was some disagreement between Shen Wan and her. It would be troublesome if one would bring in a woman from outside. Chen Ruchu was different from Ren Wanyan. With just those thoughts from Shen Gui, Ren Wanyan had long settled all the females that Shen Gui had brought in droves. As long as Ren Wanyan could sit securely on the position as the matriarch of the household, she did not care about others. Chen Ruchu had dominated Shen Wan's favor for so many years, and old Shen Fern was not wrong with her words. Chen Ruchu was the extremely jealous type as she did not allow Shen Wan to have other women. Thinking of this, Chen Ruchu was unable to sit or stand due to uneasiness. Wai Yi walked in from outside. Fern, old Fern had gotten a few bolts of fabric and instructed for you to send one over to young lady Chong. Old Shen Fern had always looked down on Chong Zaiqing and would usually act as though there was no such person in the residence, so why would she be thinking of Chong Zaiqing today? Chen Ruchu frowned. Old Fern can directly send someone over, why need me to go? Wai Yi also did not understand, most likely because you have good relations with young lady Chong. Just when Chen Ruchu was feeling ill at ease, old Shen Fern actually instructed her to do things which would distract her from her thoughts. Thus she did not say anything more and headed towards the western courtyard with Shi Qing and Wai Yi after putting on a cloak. At the moment the skies had turned dark but it was not yet for one to rest yet, thus Chen Ruchu reckoned that Chong Zaiqing had not slept yet and did not notify her. Upon reaching the western courtyard, unexpectedly the lights were actually extinguished early. Chen Ruchu felt that it was somewhat strange and she saw Zhao Mama startled when she saw her, seemingly panicking as she said, why has third Fern come over? Old Fern instructed me to give some fabric to younger sister Qing. Chen Ruchu said and pointed towards the bed chambers with her head. Has younger sister Qing fallen asleep? Yes. Yes, Zhao Mama said. Young lady's body is not feeling well these few days and thus slept early. Chen Ruchu felt somewhat strange as she felt that Zhao Mama's expression was not natural. She then looked at the surrounding maids and their heads were all lowered, seemingly afraid that something could be discovered. At the same time there was some faint ambiguous sound coming from the room. One was unable to hear clearly but when the sounds came out, Zhao Mama's expression became more tense. Although Chen Ruchu was curious, currently she did not wish to have conflicts with Chong Zaiqing. In her view, Chong Zaiqing was perhaps a very good knife, and it was good to use it to deal with the eldest household of the Shen family. Especially nothing went right for her today, she have a stomach full of anger with nowhere to vent, thus the more she want to see the eldest household of the Shen family down in luck. Chen Ruchu let the servants put the fabric down and just as she was about to leave, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Zhao Mama looked towards where Chen Ruchu's gaze was at, and saw that there was a small sachet leaning against the window. That dark red embroidered sachet was filled with fragrance and was very exquisite. Chen Ruchu walked over and picked the scent sachet up. When Zhao Mama wanted to stop her, it was too late. When Shi Qing and Wai Yi saw that scent sachet, they could not help but widen their mouths and became speechless due to shock. On the day that Shen Yu married, Chen Ruchu saw Chong Zaiqing wearing a very pretty scent sachet. The embroidery on the sachet was very exquisite that Chen Ruchu fondled admiringly. Chong Zaiqing was generous and gifted that sachet to Chen Ruchu. Afterwards due to Shen Yu's matter Chen Ruchu wanted Shen Wan to be happy, she then gave the exquisitely made sachet to Shen Wan. That embroidered egret on the sachet was not feminine and the scent was not cosmetic at all. Chen Ruchu remembered that because the sachet contains tea leaves, it has a light refreshing tea fragrance but Chen Ruchu felt that the tea fragrance was too light and added dried osmanthus that were picked during autumn. There were no two leaves that were exactly the same in the world, even if Chong Zaiqing was capable and able to make an exact same scent sachet, not every sachet was filled by Chen Ruchu with osmanthus. Chen Ruchu held the scent sachet and her hands were somewhat trembling. She finally brought it to her nose and took a whiff determinedly. The sweet scent of the osmanthus that was mixed with the tea leaves slowly entered Chen Ruchu's nose. Chen Ruchu closed her eyes abruptly. When she opened them again, her gaze made Xiqing and Huayi somewhat scared. She suddenly turned towards Zhao Mama. Zhao Mama did not pull back her increasingly panicked expression and this fell completely into Chen Ruchu's eyes. Chen Ruchu coldly scoffed, each one of you all really treat me like a fool. Finishing, she walked quickly towards Chang Ziqing's bed chambers and was about to break down the door. Furin cannot. Zhao Mama quickly stopped her in panic. Chen Ruchu asked, why not? Zhao Mama was unable to say anything. Chen Ruchu's heart could not help but sink and she only felt that she was almost ripped apart. The more upset and pained she was, the colder her expression was. She said to Xiqing and Huayi, smash. Go and smash it ruthlessly. I want to see which pair of adulterous couple they are that dare to do such a shameless matter in my Shen residence. Smash. Xiqing and Huayi dared not disobey the orders and immediately stepped forward to open the doors. Chen Ruchu took the lamp beside her and walked in without waiting for Zhao Mama to stop her. The brazier in the room was burning bright, and there were clothes and shoes scattered all over the floor and jewelry were broken and in disorder. There were two people on the bed intertwined, looking like they were sleeping soundly. That female's body was exposed and her posture was embarrassed and shy. That male however unhurriedly draped the clothes over to cover both of their bodies. When he turned over, it was Shen Wan. The room was filled with the taste of alcohol. It was obvious that they drank before sleeping together, but one could not use such a lapse to describe it as one had feelings and the other had intent. Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan had been husband and wife for so many years. If Shen Wan did not like her, then how would he let Chang Ziqing climb up the bed? Moreover, this was Chang Ziqing's bed and it was Shen Kan who came over actively. Chen Ruchu closed her eyes and quickly stopped the tears that were almost overflowing out before screaming, cheating couple. The wind began to raise at night and a few hundred li away from the Ding capital, there was an inn where the purple-clad youth was sitting in front of the table in the middle of it, reading the letter in his hand. In a jiffy, he raised his hand and threw the letter into the brazier at the side and the letter instantly turned into ashes. Master, there is a letter from the great Liang. The secret guard, Nan Qi, beside him said, Your Majesty urged you to hurry back. No need to care about him. Xie Jingxing said without any care, when the matters are finished, I will naturally return. His Majesty is afraid that you will delay matters. Nan Qi said, the people at that end has noticed the movements in the Mingqi. Previously His Majesty mentioned to choose a consort for you in the course of time, it is almost the time. If Master still do not return, one fear that things will be held up. Xie Jingxing shot a glance at Nan Qi immediately kept quiet but his heart had bitter words. Emperor Yongle had a personality of standing by one's word and his own master was one who disregarded the law and natural morality, making the subordinates sandwiched between them have problems. Moreover with regards to the matter of choosing a consort, others might not be clear but those secret guards that were beside Xie Jingxing could see clearly that Xie Jingxing obviously treated the young lady of the Shen family in a special way. Not mentioning how Emperor Yongle would view the matter, the secret guards felt that this matter was not feasible. Shen Miao was a Mingqi's people and how would the Shen family be willing to have relations with the great Liang? However one would never dare to say these words in front of master. If master was not happy and send one off to guard the pagoda prison, then that would not be worth it at all. Since Imperial older brother is bored, Xie Jingxing said, and incredibly suffocated, then go and tell him what kind of intentions the Qin country is planning. Do not worry about things that one should not worry about. Nanqi wiped the sweat off his head. One could not offend both people, one's heart was breaking a sweat. Just as he was thinking, he saw Tai Yi walking in from outside, and was holding a small box that one did not know what was it. When he entered the room, he placed the small box on the table and said, the jewelry that my prince has instructed to make is finished and the banknotes are sent over. Nanqi who was standing behind almost choked on his own saliva. What did Tai Yi said? Making jewelry. Nanqi secretly looked towards the table and indeed saw that the box was very exquisitely made. A small little box and there was a fine flower patterned on top of it. Upon closer look, it seemed to be a tiger's head. What thing was that? Xie Jingxing opened the box and took a glance. It was filled up with all kinds of jewelry. Cat's eye, a pair of jade bracelet, pearl head ornament, jasper hairpin, they were things that were extremely fine. It was not an exaggeration that this small little box had value of more than 1,000 gold. Nanqi thought secretly, could it be that this was something to be gifted to the young lady of the Shen family? But the young lady of the Shen family did not look like one who loves jewels and jade. Would master be able to gift these out? However, it was indeed very generous. Xie Jingxing closed the box and said, not bad. Suddenly he thought about something and asked, what is Fu Shuyi's recent movements? Tai Yi thought before saying, there is no movement at the moment and is just closer to the crown prince. The crown prince. Xie Jingxing raised his brows, watch him closely. Fu Shuyi is not a simple character. Tai Yi coupled and retreated. Wait, Xie Jingxing stopped him, pay attention to Shen Yu too. One did not know what kind of luck the Shen family was on these days as there was mayhem all day. Previously it was the matter of Shen Dongling and Shen Yu exchanging marriage, then it was the matter of the Wang family not accepting Shen Yu, then later it was Shen Yu rebelling and running away from home. It was even better now, Chen Ruchu caught the adultery of Chang Ziqing and Shen Wan in the act. Chang Ziqing is a guest in the Shen residence and the daughter of an old friend of old Shen generals, the relationship with the Shen residence should have been very polite. Apart from old Shen Furin, everyone would often speak a few words to Chang Ziqing when they meet her, thus the current matriarch of the family, Chen Ruchu, liked her a lot. Who knew that Chang Ziqing was so courteous that she climbed onto Shen Wan's bed? Chen Ruchu was not stabbed at the back by others, but by the cherished and attentive younger sister. Chen Ruchu kicked up a fuss on the spot, and disputed hotly all the way to Rong Jingtang. Within Rong Jingtang, old Shen Furin was sitting at the highest position. Chang Ziqing and Shen Wan were standing at the side. Shen Wan did not have any expression on, Shen Gui had the appearance of watching a good show, whereas Chang Ziqing's eyes were hung down as if she was ashamed. However Chen Ruchu forced herself to stop crying, and put up an appearance of unable to let the matter drop. Enough already, how does it look like when one cry like this? Old Shen Furin finally said after being bored with Chen Ruchu's appearance, what is the matter of one's husband bringing a young lady in, that you would cry like the heavens have collapsed? Mother. Chen Ruchu shouted, if it was master that bring young ladies in and lift them up as concubines, naturally this daughter-in-law will not say anything and would even take the initiative to do the preparation. But the both of them kept silent about it and did such a thing in front of my face in this courtyard. Everyone in the courtyard kept me in the dark and it is obvious it is deliberately not giving me face. Mother, I am also your daughter-in-law and you are also a female. If one's husband wants to bring in a concubine, can I stop it? Then why is there a need to use such an insulting method? Third Furin. Chang Ziqing could not help but spoke, today's matter is all a misunderstanding. It was me who drank too much and it has nothing to do with third master. Ziqing will not be a concubine so take it as this matter had never happened. Tomorrow I will pack up and leave the Shen residence. One hoped that older sister would not blame third master about it. Compared to Chen Ruchu's aggressiveness, Chang Ziqing had never denied being involved with Shen Wan but placed all the blame onto herself, making oneself look very fair and reasonable. Shen Wan's expression slightly changed. Why leave? The things I do, naturally one would give you a resolution. Originally Chen Ruchu felt that Chang Ziqing's words were somewhat piercing to her ears, and now listening to Shen Wan still urging Chang Ziqing to stay, it was adding fuel to fire and she immediately said, resolution. How would you want to resolve? It is to chase me away and give official wife position to her. After she spoke, she turned her head to Chang Ziqing and pointed to her while scolding, you sure are an ingrate. You came to the Shen residence and it was me who supported your food and clothes, but who knew that you would have such a depraved heart to even climb onto your Jifu's older sister's husband bed. Really very shameless. You cannot seduce Shen Shen so you come and seduce the husband of someone beside you. No wonder you are not married at such an old age. Which good son would dare to want such a woman who offend public morals? Not only Shen Wan was stunned with her words, even old Shen Furen was somewhat startled. The self-proclaimed scholarly Chen Ruchu was scolding just like a shrew on the streets. This scene was indeed somewhat ugly to see. Shen Wan was so angry that he could not speak, and Chang Ziqing bit her lips with a look of enduring silently. It was Shen Gui, who was standing at the side, who could not help but say something. D-mate younger brother's wife, you are at fault here. If a husband wants to bring in a concubine, it is you as a Furen who should naturally help to handle it. Initially there was no other people in third younger brother's courtyard, and this was already somewhat unreasonable. Now after much difficulty there is finally a sister who can help you to share tribulations, why are you still blocking it? Shen Gui was lecherous and naturally favored beauties like Chang Ziqing. It was just that Chang Ziqing was Shen Wan's people and he would not touch a brother's woman. However Shen Gui did not like seeing Chen Ruchu's shrewish manners. When Ren Wanyan was alive, she did not stop him from bringing in concubines. However, the current Chen Ruchu was already extremely sensitive at the moment, thus not only Shen Gui's remark did not appease her, instead it seemed that she was being stepped on the foot, and she immediately went on scolding indiscriminately at Shen Gui. Second older brother still have the free time to care about the matters of the third household. One fear that second older brother's matter had not taken care of. Currently one's lineage had been cut off, even if one bring in 8 or 10 concubines, so what? There is still no one to carry down the line. Shen Gui's pain was that he was unable to have any descendants in this lifetime, and who knew Chen Ruchu would jab Shen Gui's sore point. Shen Gui was so angry that his face became livid, and old Shen Furen's expression was not good at all. Madam Chen, then what do you want? Old Shen Furen said angrily. I have married into the Shen family for so many years and am not an unreasonable person. Cast Chang Ziqing out and I will treat it as though nothing had happened. Not possible, Shen Wan said angrily, since I have touched her, naturally one will take responsibility for her. It is all right for anyone but her. Chen Ruchu pointed at Chang Ziqing and shouted. She could not tolerate the fact that Chang Ziqing had betrayed her and climbed onto Shen Wan's bed. This made her feel a sense of humiliation and shame. The most important thing was that Chen Ruchu understood Chang Ziqing very clearly. Chang Ziqing was not inferior in any aspects than her and had a good temperament. Even Chen Ruchu herself felt difficult to feel malice towards Chang Ziqing. Especially with the matters now, Shen Wan's words intentional or otherwise were protecting Chang Ziqing, making Chen Ruchu feel a sense of crisis. As a woman, she understood Shen Wan's mind more than anyone else. One feared that once Chang Ziqing entered, not only she would share the favors with her, it was possible that only she alone was favored. She could not bring such a great rival in for herself. Why it cannot be her? The person saying it was none other than Shen Wan. Shen Wan was also furious at the moment, most probably because Chen Ruchu had been tender and graceful in front of him for so many years, but now was as irrational and ill-mannered like a shrew, making Shen Wan unbearable to look at her. Chen Ruchu said angrily, then you divorce me. If you want to bring her in then annul the marriage with me. This made Shen Wan so angry that he was in a complete mess. However Chen Ruchu seemed to have confidence and became more aggressive. After getting the annulment letter, I will naturally leave without a second word. Bring in whoever you want to bring in. It would be of no issue since we would be of no relations then, and each can do what one likes. Finishing, 2 streams of tears flowed down on her cheeks, looking very pitiful. Chen Ruchu's words were ones that were said in anger. She was husband and wife with Shen Wan for so many years, even if there were conflicting views lately, but they had many years of harmonious relations before. Chen Ruchu understood Shen Wan. Shen Wan still have some affection for her at the end, and was currently blinded by Chang Ziqing for the moment, thus it was absolutely not possible for Shen Wan to divorce her because of Chang Ziqing. It's a pity that Chen Ruchu that calculated thousands of ways, and who calculated that Shen Wan still had affections for her, did not calculate old Shen Furen's attitude. Old Shen Furen coldly laughed once, and looked at Chen Ruchu as if she was watching a clown performing annulment. You would wish but one fear that you had miscalculated. It is not possible for number 3 to give you an annulment letter. The very most, one would give you as a divorce letter. Chang Ziqing who wanted to speak at the moment, swallowed the words that were at her mouth. Chen Ruchu was not to be outdone and asked, on what basis I am given a divorce letter? On what basis? Old Shen Furen looked at her, ever since number 3 married you, there are no other young lady in the courtyard. Not to mention about a concubine, there are not any Tongfangs at all. As the matriarch of the family you failed to organize things for your husband, that is being jealous and lacking of virtue. Number 3's heart is magnanimous and I do not want to be involved in number 3's courtyard matters but for so many years, Chen Ruchu, you calculated. You have been close to 20 years in the Shen residence and have not given birth to a son for the third household. Let me ask you, in the whole of the Ding capital, who is like you, marry into the husband family and unable to give birth to a son, but do not let one's husband have a son with others. You want our Shen family to end the line is it? You do not have a son and is jealous. There are already 2 out of the 7 grounds of divorces, enough to give you a divorce letter. Even though old Shen Furen came from the marketplace and did not have much knowledge, but when she was arguing with others, she would not be at a disadvantage at all. Especially, she already had anger with Chen Ruchu and now that it was Chen Ruchu's fault, as tensions run high, she made Chen Ruchu speechless. That was right, just the one ground of being without son, the Shen family could push all the faults upon Chen Ruchu. Even if this was brought to court, Chen Ruchu would be the one that would be pointed at. Helplessness streaked across Chen Ruchu's heart as she always thought that she had firmly grasped Shen Wan's heart, and also though that Shen Wan and her would be in love for their entire lifetime. But now seeing Shen Wan's attitude of protecting Chang Ziqing was like a slap to her, which made Chen Ruchu's belief that she was infallible to shatter. Shen Wan was no different from other men who were greedy for freshness and love tenderness. There was no difference between ones or other women but as time passes and age caught up, one had to give way to younger females. But if one still had a son by one's side during those days, one could still sit on the position of a matriarch but she did not have a son at all, thus her position was also in jeopardy. Old Shen Furen looked at Chang Ziqing and said slowly, number 3, since you have touched others, our Shen family is not people who is unreasonable, naturally one must take responsibility. There is no one else in young lady Chang and if young lady Chang is willing then after tomorrow, one will give her a Gui concubine, higher ranked concubine. Lately there are a lot of bad luck and one should flush it out with joyous events. For old Shen Furen to raise her to a Gui concubine, it was obviously a deliberate move to go against Chen Ruchu, and to let Chen Ruchu see her face. Chen Ruchu looked at old Shen Furen. On old Shen Furen's ravine-filled face, there was a trace of a smile that quickly flashed past. That smile made Chen Ruchu suddenly understand something in her heart. How did one find out the matter of Chong Zai-Ching? It was old Shen Furen that instructed her to go to the western courtyard to give some bolts of cloth when she discovered it. She did not go earlier later but purposely at times, so could it be that old Shen Furen did it on purpose? These days she was worried about Shen Yu and did not care about anything else, thus she did not discover Chong Zai-Ching's and Shen Wan's secret, but that did not mean that old Shen Furen did not discover it. Old Shen Furen wholehearted wanted to bring in a concubine for Shen Wan, and upon discovering the exchanges between Chong Zai-Ching and Shen Wan, one feared that she was extremely happy. Or perhaps there were other things that contributed to this, so that such a situation would happen today. Forcing Chen Ruchu to such a situation and let Chong Zai-Ching enter the residence. Within Chen Ruchu's heart, an infinite hatred for old Shen Furen appeared and she said as she gritted her teeth, such humiliation is absolutely unreasonable. The residence of the general in the Ding capital was originally decorated with bright colors and from the outsider's view, it was admirable. Whenever the residence of the general was brought up, everyone would first recall about the sweat and blood contributions and the bravery of the formidable great general. However, ever since the separation of the eldest household and the Shen family, and being removed from the Shen's clan records, the general residence quickly declined. Even though Shen Gui and Shen Wan tried to support the formal glory of the general residence with their careers, unfortunately the root of civil and military officials were different. Civil officials depended on their brains and mouth, and if one wanted to achieve meritorious services, it would take a much longer time. It was however different with military officials. After fighting a battle and cutting off a few enemy heads, one would be admired by 10,000s of people. After the decline of the general residence, even though there was still a name, people do not pay as close attention as before. However, these days it easily caught others' attention, but good things did not get out of the door but instead bad things spread out to thousands of li. The matter that made others discuss the most was this matter. One did not know when, but there was a rumor that was spreading in the marketplace. It was that the master of the third household of the Shen family was planning to divorce his wife. Among the three sons of the Shen family, besides Shen Xin, even though Shen Gui was smooth and evasive, he was too lustful, thus he did things unclearly. Shen Wan was however different from his second older brother. He had a clean record and was not considered lustful towards females. Even though he would play along with his colleagues, he would not make a mess of things. He was one who very much cherished his feathers, thus in the eyes of the people, he was one who had reached a high level of emotional maturity and was capable. If one were to wait a couple of years, most likely his position would be even higher. The women of the official families had a good impression of Shen Wan. It was not because of anything else, but because Shen Wan was one that favored and dotted his wife and daughter, and that there was not a single female in the inner courtyard. Those ferns of official families would all have some frustrating matters in their courtyard, and would always be envious of Chen Ruchu since it was not easy to encounter a husband who would only treat one person well. Who knew that at this period, when Shen Yu was married, there would be a matter of divorcing between Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu? Those who spread out in the marketplace all had eyes and ears, is not it so? One heard that it was because the third Shen Furen do not have a son. You see, now there is no grandson in the Shen residence, and one cannot just let the family line be cut off. Not mentioning that the second Shen master had been bringing in concubines, after all he once had two sons. However, the third household had never had a son before, thus it is no wonder they got anxious. Speaking of that, the third Shen master is doing well in his career and with such a big family, it would be indeed a pity if there is no heir to inherit it. That Madame Chen's tummy failed to live up to expectations, and had not given birth to sons for so many years. She still do not let her husband bring in concubines. This is really ill-mannered. There would not be such thing in a commoner's family. If I am third Shen master, I will not be able to accept it too. To not even let one bring in concubine. Such a jealous woman with no virtue and still do not have a son, this can be one and only. Third Shen master is pitiful. The rumors in the entire Ding capital were all standing at Shen Wan's side. Chen Ruchu was originally a talented lady from the Ding capital, and was extremely popular among the noble female circle. But this time, no matter if it were the commoners or those women who once flattered or were close to her, they all inadvertently now accused her of wrongs. Perhaps because Chen Ruchu had been living too fortunately in the past that made people jealous, when the happiness was shattered, it would make other rejoice in her misfortune and throw stones. In the Shen residence, Chen Ruchu smashed the porcelain vase in front of her, and the vase became small debris and dregs that filled the entire floor. Chen Ruchu was unable to disperse the hate and smashed all the cups on the table onto the floor. Shi Qing and Wai Yi dared not even breathe loudly and let Chen Ruchu continue to make a fuss. Shameless, shameless, Chen Ruchu screamed, that pair of adulterous couple had forced me to such a situation and it is my fault. Ridiculous. Stupid. The rumors outside were all disadvantages for Chen Ruchu, and since she was one who cared about her face, so how would she be willing to let herself, a daughter of a scholarly family, be called a shrew by others? It must have been that slut who said these nonsenses outside. Chen Ruchu clenched her teeth and said. It was a moment of pique when she said to Shen Wan about the divorce letter, and it was only to scare him. Who knew that this information was now known and spread out in the marketplace, and had pushed her and Shen Wan to the point where things could not be mitigated. The thing that made one's heart chill the most was that Shen Wan had never taken a look at her till now. It must be that slut that urged master. Chen Ruchu's nails deeply dug into her palm. Old Shen Furen was currently deliberately promoting Chong Zai-Ching to go against her. Currently one did not know where Shen Yu went, and Shen Wan was confused by Chong Zai-Ching. The Shen residence was so big, but there was no one that stood by her. One feared that in the entire Ding capital, the person that was in the wrong was her. Chen Ruchu felt as though she was a lone general fighting a battle. Furen, currently old Furen had passed on the order, so what can we do next? Wai Yi finally asked. Either let Chong Zai-Ching come in like this or let Shen Wan write a divorce letter. No matter which one it was, Chen Ruchu would not be able to accept it. But she was indeed powerless in the Shen residence. The love that she had for Shen Wan had turned into hate at this moment. She suddenly stood up and laughed coldly. How would there be such an easy thing in the world? The Shen family is insulting me, then I would still need to take it. Pack up, I want to return to the Chen family. Chen Ruchu had returned to her maiden family. The old master of the Chen family was a document official of the administrative division, who was in charge of repairing all the big and small books in the Mingqi's palace. Because it was a civil role and one had to read widely, Chen Ruchu thus was able to grow up with books. Moreover, when old master Chen was young, he was then a Jia Yuan first-place candidate in the provincial imperial examinations and had some capabilities. There were some meaning of getting together the Chen and Shen families when Chen Ruchu married Shen Wan. Of course, in the beginning it was Shen Wan that selected Chen Ruchu. Even though old master Chen was not one who shielded his shortcomings, he paid great attention to family reputation, especially the putting of a lofty and arrogant appearance was the same with Chen Ruchu. Thus if Chen Ruchu was divorced, it would destroy their reputation, making old master Chen very unhappy. The Chen and Shen family were destined to have an unclear lawsuit. When Shen Miao heard all these from Jing Jie, she was reading under the lamp. Jing Jie said, currently third Furen had returned to her maiden family, and definitely will not let the matter rest. If they found out that the rumors were released by young lady, what will happen? The rumors that were flowing around the marketplace was not spread by Chong Ziqing, nor Shen Wan, and definitely not old Shen Furen. It was Shen Miao. Shen Miao had lived together with the third household for an entire life, and knew that even though Chen Ruchu was pretentious, arrogant and loved Shen Wan deeply, she was not stupid. Upon discovering Shen Wan's and Chong Ziqing's adulterous affair, she would definitely be furious and difficult to calm down, and would do impulsive things, but afterwards, after much thought, she would put up a grievance appearance in front of Shen Wan. Shen Wan would think about the long relationship with Chen Ruchu and would soften. At that time when Chong Ziqing entered the household, it would not be known if Chen Ruchu or Chong Ziqing would die in the fight. After all, Chen Ruchu would not be defeated that easily. It would be better to let some rumors out and cause the anger in Chen Ruchu's heart grow, and it would add more fuel to the fire with regards to Shen Wan's relationship, and it would then reach to an irreconcilable stage. A female's heart of vengeance was scary, and it would be much more interesting when events were provoked. Chen Ruchu indeed became so anxious that she returned to her maiden family. To take this step, it would be very difficult to go back. There would be a rift in the other person's heart, and only a novel would only be able to put back a shattered mirror. Shen Miao felt that during her past life she was unable to see things clearly when she was in the inner palace, but now after changing a perspective and watching as an outsider, it was very clear in a glance. To play with other on the palm of your hands, even if the person was one's enemy, her mood was not that good. Perhaps it was because she would have thought that when Mei Furen looked at her, was it the same as the way she was looking at Chen Ruchu? Do not worry, she then responded after pausing for a while, it is not that easy to detect. She handed the matter over to Feng Xian pawnshop to do it, and since money was accepted, Ji Yushu would definitely organize things properly. The Feng Xian pawnshop had done so many years of business in the Ding capital, thus they would understand this small thing. Thus Jing Jie did not speak more. Seeing that the windows were not closed, she stood up to close them and said as she walked over, "Why does Gu Yu keep forgetting to close the windows all day? The weather is so cold and the cold wind will blow in. What if young lady catch a cold?" Wait, Shen Miao stopped her and glanced at the window. "Let the air ventilate first since the room is stuffy. I will close them myself a while later." The room was bright, so how was it stuffy? Even though Jing Jie was a little suspicious in her heart when she saw Shen Miao's resolute appearance, she did not speak. She then helped Shen Miao cut the wick of the lamp before saying, "May young lady rest early." Jing Jie retreated out. Shen Miao was staring at the slightly wavering candlelight and was about to get up and walk towards the couch. Halfway there, the candlelight flickered violently. A familiar voice sounded, and it had the indolent banter that one had not heard for a long time. "Deliberately opened the door for me, so why go to sleep?" Shen Miao turned back, and the youth propped himself against the window as one hand was supporting his chin, and the pair of peach blossoms' eyes looked over inattentively. It was indolent yet charming that even the dark night was unable to let others ignore his brilliance. He saw Shen Miao being slightly startled and in a flash, entered the room and naturally took the lamp from Shen Miao's hands and walked over to the stools to sit down. Such smooth actions, as if one had entered one's own room. "You returned?" Shen Miao asked. "Oh," Xie Jingxing stared at her and said with a smile but not a smile, "Why? Miss me?" Shen Miao was already accustomed to his contemptuous words, thus she simply ignored him. Xie Jingxing went to sit down on the stool by himself and raised his eyebrows. "You did well on Chen Ruchu's matter." Shen Miao rolled her eyes, "And you know it again." Xie Jingxing's informant spreads throughout the Ding capital. Moreover, Ji Shuyu of the Feng Xian pawnshop have some relations with Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao instruct Ji Yushu to spread rumors at this end, and one feared that at the other end Ji Yushu would have told Xie Jingxing. Now Shen Miao did not even care about it. No wonder when Chong Ziqing came to Ding capital initially, you put up such an attitude. Xie Jingxing spoke to himself before glancing at Shen Miao again. It was unclear if his voice was in admiration or sighing as he said in half-truths, "Truly vicious." Shen Miao declined to comment. Xie Jingxing seemed to have thought of something and took out a box from somewhere one did not know of and threw it onto Shen Miao's arms. Shen Miao was almost crushed by the little box. She only felt that the little box was rather heavy and took a good look at it. She saw that there was a large tiger carving on the surface of the box. The tiger head looked alive and was somewhat charmingly naive, however the bearing of fangs and brandishing of claws were rather fierce. She remembered the white tiger, Zhao Zhao, that Xie Jingxing was raising, and she endured the anger in her heart and opened the little box. As soon as it was opened, one was almost blinded by the brilliant colors of the things inside the box. The heavy box was filled to the brim with exquisite and luxurious jewelry. Not to mention that it was a full box of jewelry, just one of it was worth a lot of money. Why was Xie Jingxing gifting her jewelry without any rhyme or reason? Shen Miao then looked at him and shook her head. "I do not need jewelry." Xie Jingxing said, "These are all valuable and hard to come by. You are in any case a lady, what is wrong in buying jewelry?" Shen Miao thought about it, perhaps one can pawn them at the Feng Xian pawnshop. Xie Jingxing choked on her words and raised his brows and asked, "You are short on money." It is always a good thing to have more money. There are so many places where money is required to put things in order. As time passes, it would be difficult to be tight with it. Shen Miao said frankly. Now in front of Xie Jingxing, she was not as vigilant as before, thus she said it as it was. Anyways, Xie Jingxing's means and methods extend across heavens, and even if she did not tell him some matter, he would be able to find it out, so why the trouble of hiding and concealing? When Xie Jingxing heard this, he took out a square rounded jade tally from his sleeves. "This is the tally for Jinyu Private Bank. With this, one can withdraw however much money one wants." He casually threw it to Shen Miao and said with some displeasure, "Do not keep being so bad in foresight." Shen Miao, in any case, she was a person who had been an empress and seen a lot of gold and treasures. Even when she was young, she had cultivated that vulgar taste for shiny things by the second and third households to afterwards in the palace or in the Qin country. She after all had a lot of insights, but now Xie Jingxing said that she had no foresight. This was really somewhat uncomfortable. However, she held the jade tally up. One did not know what kind of jade was used for this jade tally that is so translucent, and upon touching, the coldness seeps into one's bones. Shen Miao knew that Xie Jingxing would not lie, and that this jade tally really could withdraw money from Jinyu Private Bank. It was just that Jinyu Private Bank was the biggest bank in the Mingqi, that even the imperial family would even have some dealings there. Currently Xie Jingxing was a person of the great Liang and could even have such a thing in his possession. He was really too deep. Shen Miao returned the jade tally to Xie Jingxing. "No reward if it is not deserved." Xie Jingxing stared at her interested. "Really has a backbone." He nodded his head as a gesture to Shen Miao to look at that small box. "That is not an ordinary jewelry. Take a look again." Shen Miao was somewhat skeptical and picked up a pair of rings. The jade used was of a good grade that would be one of a good item if placed in a jewelry shop. Shen Miao took a look and seemed to felt the pair of rings was somewhat strange and touched it. There was actually a hidden button. She lifted her head and looked towards Xie Jingxing. "What is this?" Xie Jingxing smiled. "Concealed weapon." Concealed weapon. Shen Miao fiddled with the hidden button and unconsciously wanted to press it, but she was suddenly stopped by Xie Jingxing. Immediately afterwards, Xie Jingxing stood up and stood behind her. His arms went around her shoulders as he taught her how to use the pair of jade rings. There are needles placed here, and one fear that poison needles would harm one's own people, thus when normal people are shot, they will only be unconscious for a while. It is only effective within 3 inch, so do not release it arbitrarily. There is powdered poison in the hairpin which would blind when the hairpin is pulled out. This can be used when one encounter a bandit. A blade is hidden in the bracelet, pull it apart and it is a small knife. If others tie you up in ropes, this knife can be used to cut the ropes. The treasure's earrings are a whistle. In case of an emergency, use it to whistle. My people are all over in the Ding capital, thus if there is danger, they will rush over to save you. He elaborated and explained each one to Shen Miao, and there was not the usually indolent or frivolous manner of speaking. His gaze was especially serious and his long lashes were enough to make others moved. His hands were long and fair and with his peach blossoms eyes that looked at Shen Miao, as if they were as invigorating as spring water. Shen Miao felt somewhat warm. The windows were clearly open but there was some stuffiness in the room. When he leaned and looked over with his head lowered, Shen Miao was almost leaning against his chest and there was a fine layer of sweat on her back. She looked over to the side and her eyes met with Xie Jingxing's slightly upturned beautiful lips that seemed to be always smiling. Shen Miao seemed to have become scalded by them and turned away. Xie Jingxing discovered that she was slightly distracted and he became somewhat dissatisfied. He knocked her head, concentrate. Shen Miao moved a little forward in her seat, slightly further away from him and pretended to be calm, had already seen it and I remembered. I will just practice in the future. The corner of Xie Jingxing's lips curved up, did not you say you do not want? Shen Miao turned her head, you remembered wrongly. This turn of head almost made her bump onto Xie Jingxing because he was initially looking down at her. Shen Miao was slightly startled and her cheeks became red instantly. This youth's brows were so handsome that it was ridiculous. Usually there was some frivolous air, but when he used that part of beautiful eyes to look at you, the entire world had become springtime and blooming red flowers filled the entire city, making it unbelievably romantic. Xie Jingxing chuckled, his voice was as mellow as wine and made one feel a little intoxicated. He reached his hands out and pushed aside some loose hair on Shen Miao's face, as he carefully stared into Shen Miao's eyes before half innocently and half curiously asked, why are you blushing? Shen Miao stood up suddenly and took 2 steps before speaking with her back towards Xie Jingxing, the room is too stuffy. Because one feel there should be no reward if it is not deserved. Xie Jingxing said without a care, easy. Then make some pastries. After finishing he remembered something, I have done so much but cannot exchange for it and someone did not do anything but could get it. This is really frustrating. What? Shen Miao did not understand what Xie Jingxing's words meant but she saw that Xie Jingxing had already stood up, never mind. Today one only came to gift you concealed weapons. These things are all suitable for killing people and one think that it is suitable for your liking. Shen Miao really wanted to object but afterwards felt that Xie Jingxing's words were indeed right. She was living on the pointed side of the blade, and everything that she did was extremely dangerous. If there was a day where the Shen family could not protect her, she could only protect herself. This entire box of concealed weapons that looked like jewelry was considered precious to her. Xie Jingxing was indeed one who knew her well. Thinking that one had treated Xie Jingxing as an adversary before, what Pei Lang said in the previous lifetime was correct, the opponent was the one that understood oneself the most. Xie Jingxing suddenly thought about something and said, do you know the whereabouts of Shen Yu? Shen Yu. Shen Miao shook her head. She had informants in the Shen residence, and knew that Shen Yu had ran away and her whereabouts were currently unknown. Chen Ruchu's people were unable to find Shen Yu till now, and Shen Miao herself also sent people out to look for the whereabouts of Shen Yu, but all of them returned without any achievements. Shen Miao was also suspicious. Even though the Ding capital is big, how could one be unable to find a person? Moreover Shen Yu was a delicate female, so how could she survive outside for a few days? You know where Shen Yi is? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing said, she is in the residence of the Qin's prince. After Xie Jingxing left, Shen Miao pressed her forehead before sitting back on the couch. The few candles were almost burned out. Shen Yu actually went to the residence of the Qin's prince and had now a connection to Huang Fu Hao. In this lifetime, in the unseen world, she had changed the direction of a lot of things. For example Shen Yu's fate, now that Shen Yu had entered the residence of the Qin's prince, no one was able to expect what kind of changes there would be in the future. Shen Miao rubbed her chest and caught sight of that small box. When she stretched her hand out to bring it over and picked a pair of jade rings out. The greenness of the rings made her wrist look so fair like a painting. It was originally an ice-cold jewelry but Shen Miao felt that it was somewhat hot, just like the youth's gaze. She frantically kneaded her hair and closed the little box but inadvertently saw that there laid a jade tally beside the box. Tally for Jin Yu Private Bank. She had returned it to Xie Jingxing, but one did not know when he threw it there. It seemed that he deliberately did it. One had not seen anyone just hand over such a large amount of money to others, and Shen Miao felt sympathetic for Emperor Yongle of the Great Liang. After keeping the jade tally properly, Shen Miao shook her head and thought that it was better for her to return this thing to Xie Jingxing when she encountered him. In the residence of the Qin's prince, it was late in the evening and there was a female sitting in front of the mirror. That female was at her most wondrous age and was considered a delicate beauty, especially the air of a scholar that oozed out of her body. At the moment she was wearing a snow-white mid-clothes and facing the mirror. She was clearly a flower-like beauty, but her expression was somewhat hidden and dark. This person was not someone else but Shen Yu, who was missing from the Shen residence for many days. Shen Yu had never thought that there would be a day where she would have some relationship with the crown prince of the Qin country. Initially she had planned to run away and go to the residence of Prince Ding. Fu Shuyi was warm and a gentleman, and she was the daughter of the third household of the Shen family, thus because of a colleague's relations, Fu Shuyi would not sit back and ignore her. Moreover she was beautiful and naturally friendly with talents in poetry and painting, even if one was made of stone, they would also be moved. At that time she only need to speak about her grievances in front of Prince Ding and gain his love and pity, she would be able to win over Prince Ding's heart. However she had never go out of the residence alone, and did not know the location of the residence of Prince Ding. She asked others for the location but because she feared that the servants of the Shen family would catch up, she had no choice but to run and hide as she moved along. There were always such people like this in the Ding capital. They were either escaping from marriage or running away from home due to some mistakes they committed, but it was easy to be targeted when a female was alone. Shen Yu was also targeted. The person that was onto her was a local gangster. Before she could find the residence of Prince Ding, something happened in a remote alley nearby. Those gangsters snatched her baggage and still wanted to dishonor her innocence. In desperation she could only shout out that she was the niece of the formidable great general. Even though she was not resigned, Shen Yu knew it clearly in her heart. Her father's name was not as resounding as Shen Qin's. Especially after Shen Qin's return to the Ding capital and that he gained a heavy responsibility from Emperor Wenwei, that did not fall short from those previous. Comparing to shouting Shen Wan, it would be more deterring to shout out Shen Qin's name. As a result, someone walked by and heard her shouting that and took action to save her. It was only later when Shen Wan then knew that that person was from the residence of the Qin's prince. Afterwards Shen Yu saw Huang Fu Hao. Shen Yu only saw Huang Fu Hao once during the tribute banquet, and as the other person's identity was much higher ranked in the nobility, she did not dare to overstep the bounds of what was proper. This time she thought that Huang Fu Hao helped out while passing, but so Shen Yu went over to say her thanks. Who knew that Huang Fu Hao was not the least interested in her? To be exact, he was interested in Shen Miao and asked Shen Yu a lot of things of Shen Miao. Shen Yu thought that Huang Fuhao probably took a liking to Shen Miao and her heart was very jealous. No matter what, Huang Fuhao was a crown prince of the Qin country and would be the emperor one day. If Shen Miao and Huang Fuhao were together and if Shen Miao became the crown prince's consort, then she would be the empress of the Qin country. Even if Shen Miao was a Sefei, she would become a Guifei. No matter the case, she would be noble and there would be endless wealth. Therefore Shen Yu said a lot of bad things of Shen Miao. She slowly and faintly discernibly revealed how talentless and scheming Shen Miao was. Indeed, after Shen Yu finished speaking, she then saw that Huang Fuhao's expression was not good. This made Shen Yu delighted. Huang Fuhao had intended to send Shen Yu back, but she heard about the fact that Shen Wan wanted to divorce Chen Ruchu and in a rage, Chen Ruchu returned to her maiden family. When Shen Yu first heard this, she was unable to restrain her anger for a moment and intended to return to the residence to seek justice for her mother. However, when she was about to leave, she thought about it again. If she were to return like this, she would definitely be married to Wang Bai as a Pin Chi by Shen Wan. Currently Shen Wan and old Shen Furen were still angry about the matter of the exchanging of brides between Shen Yu and Shen Dongling, she would definitely suffer. No matter how Shen Yu thought, she was unable to find a better idea, and was also not willing to just watch as Chen Ruchu was at a disadvantage. One had to know that once Chen Ruchu was divorced, even her position as a D-daughter would be implicated and one feared that there would not be a foothold for her in the Shen residence. Shen Yu has lots of resentment with Shen Wan and old Shen Furen, so now she was not reconcilable. At the very end, she thought of a method. Huang Fuhao was the crown prince of the Qin country and held great powers, thus if Huang Fuhao took action, perhaps everything would be much simpler. And she just needed to fawn over Huang Fuhao. She must stay in the residence of the Qin's prince to avoid being found and made use by the Shen family. After a few days of snow in the Ding capital, the weather finally cleared up. Shen Miao was in the courtyard airing some books. They were all the military books that Shen Chu brought over, and one feared that mold would grow after being placed in the room for a long period of time, thus they were being exposed to the sun. Jing Jie and Gu Yu were sun-drying the beddings as Jing Jie spoke. One heard that the Chen and Shen family's lawsuit is very lively and many people are watching it. Now that it has dragged on for so long, one does not know what the final result would be. What other result can there be? It is strenuous and unrewarding for both sides. Gu Yu said in disdain, to bring matters of the family up in court is a ridicule. Fortunately Master and Furen had separated earlier on from them, else one fears that it would be them implicated in it. Chen Ruchu's maiden family and the Shen family were fighting in a lawsuit. The Chen master was an old man that was very stubborn and one who cared about his face a lot, hence he was unwilling to lose. He would contend to get out of the predicament and would not let himself be the losing side. Only when ghost filled the air, could the spiritual master come in. Even though Chen Ruchu was married, Chen master had to protect Chen Ruchu's reputation, not because he doted on her, but because he would not allow the Shen family to belittle the Chen family like this. Chen Ruchu's mother however was a powerful one. As she doted on Chen Ruchu, she convinced the Chen master with a few words, and wanted to fight with the Shen family in a lawsuit. The Chen family believed that Chen Ruchu was conscientious after marrying into the Shen family, and helped Shen Wan to manage the family. She even brought in a concubine for Shen Wan but he himself declined. Chen Ruchu had married into the Shen residence for so many years and everyone outside knew that she was educated, reasonable, gentle and graceful. Now with the sudden appearance of a female of dubious background, Shen Wan then wanted to divorce his wife. This was just spoiling the concubine too much and neglecting one's wife. The Shen family's theory was that even though Chen Ruchu was the matriarch of the family, she was unable to give birth to sons and did not think of bringing in a few concubines to spread out the branches. Now that the husband had brought someone in, she still blocked it. She was really very jealous. One said the mother-in-law was merciless, the other said that the daughter-in-law was not filial. This was just a huge stage of farce that made everyone in the Ding capital watch and relish. In the end, the lawsuit was brought to the government offices, but they rarely handled such types of lawsuits. Moreover, this lawsuit was not a big deal, but the master of the Chen family was a document official of the administrative division and Shen Wan's rank was not low either, thus one could not offend either side and the matter could only be dragged on. For Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu to be in court, the husband and wife relationship could be regarded as having ended. First it was because Shen Wan was after all an official and to be in a lawsuit due to family matters, those censors who did not have much to do would definitely not let it off, thus Shen Wan's career would be affected by this. Second was because Chong Zai-Chin was currently pregnant. It was timely that Chong Zai-Ching was pregnant at this time, because for her to be pregnant at this juncture, it was as good as pushing Chen Ruchu out. Even though Shen Wan had been affectionate with Chen Ruchu for so many years, it did not mean that he really did not have expectations for a son. If Chong Zai-Ching was really carrying a son then he would have an heir to carry down the ancestral line. Because of that whenever he would see Chong Zai-Ching, he would feel that it was good, and did not even take a look at the thrown away rotten cloth. Shen Miao smiled gently, better not forget to bribe the Darrens with money. Gu Yu complied but was somewhat in doubt as she asked, does young lady want to help third master or third Furen? The money is used for which side? Shen Miao let Gu Yu bring money to bribe the people in the government offices, but she did not know who the money was for, as Shen Miao did not let her read the letter. Gu Yu said softly, it is better to not be mixed in this matter. There is not a good person in that family. Although her voice was soft, it was heard by Shen Miao. Shen Miao then said, neither side is. The case of lawsuit was something that burned money the most. When the poor pursued a lawsuit, it would be judged very quickly as they had nothing. But if one had a little family fortune, then one can last for a few more days. The people in the government offices would need to fish money out so the longer the lawsuit was, the more the government offices could fish. When Shen Miao was in the palace in the last lifetime, she had seen Fu Shuyi dealing with an official. That official was previously Prince Zhou's people so when Fu Shuyi wanted to deal with him, he could not openly do it, thus he schemed for that official to be embroiled in a lawsuit, which caused him to become bankrupt. The places that required the most amount of money were the government offices and medical halls. With regards to the Shen and Chen families, Shen Miao only needed to think about how both Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu poured in all their energy and framed the eldest household of the Shen family, thus she became very eager to shred these two pretentious people. Was this not the same as slipping down from heavens, when the originally gentle and refined husband and wife now wanted to oppose one another in court? Moreover Shen Miao forked out some money herself to remind the people in the government to drag the case much longer. Not to make one bankrupt, but let both the Shen and Chen families be greatly undermined. Moreover Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu were two people who wanted face, so this time it would be impossible for both of them to reconcile. There was nothing more satisfying than this. Shen Miao's gaze gradually became cold. She had not expected that Chong Zai-Ching would be pregnant this time. Thinking of the role Chong Zai-Ching played in Luo Shuiyan's death, Shen Miao could not help but sneer. She said, call Mo Qing over. Let him go and find some people to receive someone in the Lu province. There was not only Chong Zai-Ching in Lu province. Naturally there was still Chong Zai-Ching's husband and son there. In the previous lifetime, Chong Zai-Ching destroyed Luo Shuiyan and lived a number of days with no worries of food and clothes before her background was torn off, but now she would be the one tearing it off this background. Inevitably one had to make some jokes of the farce in the third household. When Shen Miao was thinking about the third household, Shen Wan was in the residence of Prince Ding. In the turmoil of the fight between the princes for the heir apparent, Shen Wan was a smart person and did not pick his position. The crown prince was legitimate but was sickly and weak. Prince Zhou had his consort mother's favor but was rampant in his actions, and then there was Prince Li who had a network of relations but was unable to gain Emperor Wen Hui's favor. It was only Prince Ding's clique that looked like he was uninterested with the imperial throne. However, Shen Wan had the intuition that Fu Shuyi was not as uninterested with the imperial throne as he appeared to be. And this made Shen Wan concerned instead, but now that the Shen residence had fallen into misfortune continuously after Shen Shen's return, even Shen Wan felt there was some calamitous air. His career path looked more difficult and one feared that no one wanted him among the other princes. At such a time, he thought about Fu Shuyi. In the early years where Shen Shen had not separated from the family, Fu Shuyi treated Shen Wan rather well and his words, be it hidden or not, would have the intention of drawing him over. Shen Wan of course understood that Fu Shuyi was targeting Shen Shen's military power, but at that time he had a selection of choices and thus had put it off. Afterwards Fu Shuyi understood his intentions and was no longer that enthusiastic. Now that the Shen family had fallen and was no longer like before, if Shen Wan still wanted to protect his career and flourish on. In addition, Chang Ziqing might be able to give birth to a son for him. Shen Wan's previous thoughts had become an intention to try it out. Riches and honor came with risk, and the greatest wealth would come with the greatest risk. However, he still wanted to try. Thus Shen Wan finally went to the residence of Prince Ding. He had finally made his choice. Shen Wan felt that it was somewhat funny. If he had made this choice a little earlier, perhaps Shen Yu would not have needed to marry to the Wang family, and there would have been no need to exchange marriages or running away from home. Shen Yu could even win over Fu Shuyi's heart. But if Shen Yu did not exchange her marriage, perhaps he and Chen Ruchu would not have come to this stage and Chang Ziqing would not be pregnant, thus he would not seek out Prince Ding. The events of the world arise from many causes, and fate was fond of making fun of people. Fu Shuyi sat on the main position and instructed people to pour tea for Shen Wan. There was no need of courtesy words as one knew the main purpose of this visit. Fu Shuyi smiled mildly. Shen Darren is busy with domestic affairs of the family, so what is with the sudden visit? Shen Wan was at a loss. Currently Chen Ruchu and his matter was such a ruckus that the entire court knew about it. His colleagues looked at him with an expression of watching a joke, and this was a painful torment for Shen Wan who cared for his image a lot. Shen Wan said, "This official is willing to serve your highness wholeheartedly." When Fu Shuyi heard this, he only smiled but did not continue the topic. One was not sure if he had believed Shen Wan's words or not. There were only the two of them and some servants in the hall, and as such a silence gradually strained the atmosphere, and beads of cold sweat started forming on Shen Wan's forehead. One did not know how long the silence went on until, and Shen Wan felt that his entire body was soaked with sweat. Then he heard Fu Shuyi's voice, "But now Shen Shen has moved away from the residence, so what can you do?" Shen Wan's heart thumped. Fu Shuyi was indeed targeting Shen Shen. Initially when the second household had not declined, Shen Wan had guessed that Shen Yuan was helping Fu Shuyi on secret matters. But what could Fu Shuyi let Shen Yuan do? Fu Shuyi had recruited Shen Yuan when he was young and it was inadequate for it to be only talent. Afterwards Shen Wan had thought it out. It is most likely because it was convenient for Shen Yuan to monitor Shen Shen, or it was to do some tricks in Shen Shen's official matters. But afterwards Shen Yuan died and Fu Shuyi was short of someone like Shen Yuan. Much afterwards, Shen Shen simply went to the Shaochun city and this person was not needed. Who knew that 2 years later Shen Shen would return to the capital with more power and he definitely became a thorn in Fu Shuyi's eyes. Shen Wan said cautiously, "Even though the residences are different, after all we are still brothers. If your highness has instructions, this official will definitely do one's best." "Good," Fu Shuyi said, "this prince appreciates people of talent and also believes in Darren's abilities. Lately there is just this one matter. Since Shen Darren coincidentally met with me today, then one would not bother others and as this matter is all about one's family, thus one believed that Shen Darren will do it well." Shen Wan felt somewhat uneasy. Fu Shuyi's words clearly meant that he would be giving him a difficult problem and if it was done well, naturally he would be Fu Shuyi's people but if he could not do well, he would not be able to prove that he was a person of talent and would be ruthlessly abandoned by Fu Shuyi. And all the consequences that this difficult problem would have, Shen Wan must bear all of it. This was a transaction. Shen Wan's heart dropped. "May your highness instruct." Fu Shuyi looked at him satisfied. The matter is not difficult. This prince knows that General Shen has a daughter, 5th Shen young lady, that he loves like precious jewels. Currently the 5th Shen young lady should have reached the age of marriage. Shen Wan violently raised his head up. Initially when Shen Miao was chasing Fu Shuyi and indicated that she wanted to marry him, he did not even look at Shen Miao seriously. Occasionally when the other princes or officials brought it out, he would have an annoyed look on. After all, it was a rather shameful matter for a prince to be admired by such a fool and idiot. But now, Shen Wan's heart started thumping. Shen Miao had grown pretty and her temperament had gradually become calmer, losing the previous appearance of an idiot, becoming one of the ideal noble young ladies in the Ding capital. If Fu Shuyi were to have the intention to marry Shen Miao, with the current ill relations between the eldest and third household of the Shen family, once Shen Miao had power, she would definitely suppress him. Be it official or private matters, the better Shen Miao was, and the better the eldest household of the Shen family was, the more in danger Shen Wan would be. He did not want Shen Miao to go higher, and hoped that Shen Miao would sink as low as dust. Shen Wan suppressed those harsh thoughts and said, "Your highness, want to marry 5th lady?" Shen Wan suppressed the harsh thoughts and said, "Your highness, want to marry 5th lady?" This prince. Fu Shuyi laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. He shook his head and said, "Not this prince, it is this prince's older brother." Shen Wan was startled. Fu Shuyi's voice slowly drifted to his ears. "Let the 5th Shen young lady marry this prince's 4th older brother, Prince Zhou." Shen Wan was shocked incessantly but after thinking immediately, he suddenly felt a slight chill in his heart. Who was Shen Miao? She was the daughter of Shen Shen. Southern Xie, Northern Shen. The Xie family had truly declined and the Shen family was the biggest in Mingqi. Whoever married Shen Miao would have the greatest military power in Mingqi. Shen Miao's identity had made her destined to be unable to marry to influence and power, as this would cause Emperor Wen Wei to become more suspicious. It would be best for Shen Miao to marry to one who do not hold any government post or is incompetent but definitely not a military official. Most likely because of such things, Shen Miao had not settled her engagement even at a marriageable age, and if she were to really marry a male without any government post, Shen Shen would definitely feel that he had wronged his daughter. The nobles were like this and the princes dared not even think about taking advantage of Shen Miao. It was still alright for the crown prince since it was orthodox, but if other princes wanted to marry Shen Miao, it was almost like directly flaunting their ambition to be the heir apparent. This kind of weight looked like a blessing, but was actually a curse. Currently in the fight for the heir apparent, the wind was blowing in the direction of Prince Zhou. Prince Zhou's and Prince Jing's consort mother was favored and also had some abilities herself. Seeing that their forces were getting bigger, followers started to increase a lot. If they were to be related to Shen Miao, then Prince Zhou would be pushed to where the wind and waves were the fiercest, and Emperor Wen Wei would be displeased while the rest of the princes would be infuriated with jealousy, thus Prince Zhou would be suppressed. As for the Shen family, one need not continue to stand as a team so openly. One feared that once the people of the Qin country and the Great Liang left, the Shen family would die miserably. Killing two birds with one stone, it would be the point of perfection. Shen Wan's heart suddenly became timid towards Fu Shuyi. This person's thoughts were too deep and vicious that it was rather scary. Fu Shuyi seemed to have not seen Shen Wan's expression and smiled gently. This matter will be handled over to Shen Darren. Unexpectedly, he did not mention how to do it or to what extent. Prince Zhou already had a consort, and if Shen Miao were to marry over, she could only be a side consort. There was no bottom in Shen Wan's heart at all, but he could not portray that. Thus he cupped his hands towards Fu Shuyi. This official will do one's best. Afterwards the two persons said some mutually courteous words. Fu Shuyi's attitude towards Shen Wan was not warm and yet not cold. If it was 2 years ago, Fu Shuyi would most probably have treated Shen Wan better, but the past and present could not be compared. The Shen family was not like how they were in the past, and Shen Wan was just a civil official, thus Fu Shuyi naturally did not need to value him as before. After Shen Wan left the residence of Prince Ding, Pei Lang then walked out from behind the screen. Pei Lang walked over to a position lower than Fu Shuyi and looked at the teacup that Shen Wan drank from before and had left behind. Your Highness is planning to use Shen Wan. Fu Shuyi looked towards Pei Lang. What does gentleman thinks about Shen Wan? Pei Lang shook his head. Even though he can endure silently and has the means, but he is lacking in strength and had a messy household. If he were to be used, then one fears that there would inevitably be trouble in the future. It is all right to use for minor thing but not major stuff. Fu Shuyi smiled and looked at Pei Lang with eyes of admiration. Gentleman's thinking is the same as me. He then sighed before saying, ever since the Xie brothers died, there are a few things that one cannot instruct the people beside me to do. Keeping the Xie brothers was a good chess piece that is now completely destroyed. Even though it was not an important piece, it could have saved me a lot of trouble. Pei Lang frowned. Your Highness does not plan to use Shen Wan. Grass on top of the wall that sways with the wind. Fu Shuyi's laugh was a bit empty, previously, kept wavering, and now due to the current situation one is forced to defect to me. I do not dare to use such indecisive people. One only want to use him to handle small matters. Pei Lang added, does your Highness think it is feasible to let Shen Wan think of ways to match make the fourth prince and Shen Miao? One did not know if it is feasible. It is just that this matter is Shen Wan's only opportunity, thus he would facilitate it at all costs. The Shen family has invaluable achievements, and Prince Zhou is powerful and it has reached the point where it is enough. If one does not take action now, one fears that it will really be too late. Pei Lang no longer spoke. However, Fu Shuyi suddenly asked, if I were to marry Shen Miao, what does gentleman think? Pei Lang's heart jumped, but on the surface he still had a light expression on his face as he said analytically, one fears that it would not be good as it would attract the emperor's suspicion and jealousy from the other princes. Fu Shuyi nodded his head and he had some regret in his expression. One was unable to tell the tone of voice when he said, it is a pity. Pei Lang did not understand what pity Fu Shuyi was referring to. With regards to emotions, Fu Shuyi had never had other feelings for Shen Miao. If there were any feelings, then in the beginning when Shen Miao was chasing him all over the Ding capital, he would not have been so cold. If at that time Fu Shuyi had half an intention to protect Shen Miao, the rumors would not have been that unrestrained. Then what was Fu Shuyi feeling pity about? That the Shen family's military power did not fall into his hands. Pei Lang did not know what the answer was. After Fu Shuyi left, he also returned to his room and seeing that there was no one around, he started to write a letter. Tonight it was rather somber and desolate in the residence of Prince Rui. The servants all had a solemn expression and dared not even breathe loudly. Today when His Highness Prince Rui returned, he had an extremely cold expression. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu who were following beside him were in a rarely seen solemn expression too, and Tai Yi and Nanqi brought a person dressed like a guard back, and went into the room with Prince Rui. Even if it was a personal study room, it was renovated to be spacious and with the splendorous and majestic furnishing, it did not look like a study room but had some feeling of a palace. Only one person was sitting down and was currently playing with the thumb ring on his hand. He was wearing a dark purple lined with gold embroidered robes, and the clothes slowly plastered themselves to the large chair, as if it was a purple cloud flowing down from the skies. The person kneeling on the floor was leaning over and could only see the boots in front of him. The green-black deer hide boots had straight running seams, which were so fine that the hide did not move at all, were only boots, but it seemed to provide a glimpse of the magnanimity and nobility of this master. Xie Jingxing had one leg on the soft couch, as he leant against the seat and looked down towards the prisoner. His brows were unbelievably handsome and when he smiled gently, the romantic feelings overflowed, that even the gardens at springtime would not be able to compete, but when his face was cold, it made others have feelings of chills. Those beautiful peach blossoms' eyes were like the water in spring, that instantly became the icy spring on the top of the mountain. He spoke blandly and one was unable to hear joy or anger in his voice. Speak. Who is your master? That person clenched his teeth and did not speak. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu frowned. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily. It is all right if you do not speak. Throw him into the tower prison. He suddenly stooped down and approached the guard and said in a low voice, anyway I know who is it. That guard's expression did not change. There were a number of bruises on his body, seemingly he had endured a good amount of torture before. Xie Jingxing smiled gently but that smile did not reach his eyes. Retrieve his order token. Ji Yushu and Gao Yang were startled at the same time, and could not help but look at that guard. The guard was startled and a trace of struggle appeared on his face. The words order token meant that Xie Jingxing apparently knew his identity. Who knew that Prince Rui of Great Liang would be this ruthless and unbridled? That tower prison was said to be an even more daunting place, thus his heart was trembling. The guard simply knelt down and kowtowed to Xie Jingxing a few times. May your highness show mercy. Xie Jingxing swept his eyes across the other person and sneered, the people that Imperial older brother sends over are of such conduct. His words had hidden sarcasm, one thought that the bones will be thicker. Not interesting. Ji Yushu could not help but say, what does his majesty want you to do to fifth Shen young lady? This person was caught at the Shen mansion's doors. This was all thanks to the people that Xie Jingxing sent to keep watch on the Shen mansion to avoid accidents from happening. This person's martial arts skills were high, and had a high sense of alertness that Xie Jingxing's people had taken several days before they could catch him. Now thinking about it, it was no longer strange, after all he was Emperor Yongli's secret agent. If one did not have this level of ability, then the Imperial family of Great Liang would be in jeopardy. That guard wanted to say something but upon meeting Xie Jingxing's half-smiling gaze, he could not help but feel chills running down his back. One had to know that in the entire Imperial family of the Liang dynasty, this person, who always had an indifferent smile, indolent and handsome Prince Rui was the one that could not be provoked. 2 years ago when he returned to Great Liang there were a number of undercurrent forces that were moving, but were settled by Xie Jingxing individually. Those high-ranking officials that went against him were all eradicated so thoroughly that even a stock was not left behind. His means were vicious, his schemes ran deep and no one was able to have any leverage when he took action. Other than handling the fighting in court, he also did a number of tasks beautifully, and made those old guarding officials speechless. This made one both love and hate him. Now that he was under the sharp gaze, the guard did not dare to conceal anymore and blurted everything out. His Majesty knows about the matter of 5th Shen young lady, and feared that your highness has remained in Mingqi because of 5th Shen young lady, thus instructed this subordinate to investigate. In no way did he want this subordinate to harm 5th Shen young lady, it is all investigation. Without aligning with one another, Gao Yang's and Ji Yushu's facial expression were somewhat bad. Even though Emperor Yongla was situated in Great Liang, he still had many informants in Mingqi's Ding capital. It was not possible to say what would happen after discovering Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing's relationship. But with Emperor Yongli's character, he would never allow things to happen outside of his plans. Shen Miao was after all Mingqi's people, and this identity would bring along a lot of variables. From Ji Yushu's and Gao Yang's view, it was unlikely that Emperor Yongla would agree with Xie Jingxing's thoughts. The thing that made everyone have a headache was that these two brothers were both equally stubborn and would never change anything that they set their mind to. Even if Emperor Yongla obstructs, how would Xie Jingxing submit obediently? In addition, compared to Emperor Yongla, Xie Jingxing had encountered numerous assassination attempts since he was in Mingqi for so many years, and his temperament was even more unreasonable and unyielding. If the brothers really started to fight, one feared that there would be foul winds, bloody rain, nightfall during the day and the earth darken. Sure enough, when Xie Jingxing heard this, he then laughed. Oh. Since it is only to investigate for information, then there is no need to be locked in the tower prison. I'll send you back to Great Liang. The guard was slightly stunned, and before he could speak, he heard Xie Jingxing's voice coming from above. Do you know what to say? The guard hesitated. Prince Rui and Emperor Yongla were both equally fearful. There was a bit of desperation in his heart as he asked tentatively, there is no relations between your highness and 5th Shen young lady. Xie Jingxing looked at him with interest, and there was some kind of profound meaning in that pair of beautiful eyes as he said slowly, how can imperial older brothers people lie? Gao Yang tightened his hand around the fan and Ji Yushu swallowed his saliva. Go back and tell imperial older brother that he did not think incorrectly. This prince stayed behind because of Shen Miao. The youth's lips were smiling softly, but his brows were unyielding as he said, do not have unrealistic thoughts of changing anything because this prince will not allow it. Yes, remember to remind imperial older brother. He yawned, do not forget the agreement with this prince. The tranquil night concealed everything. It concealed the undercurrents in the residence of Prince Rui, concealed the schemes and calculations in the residence of Prince Ding, and also covered up the whispers of the Shen residence. Someone had entered the inner chambers from the main hall in Chushui Yuan. The original mistress had returned to her maiden family in a fit of anger and started a lawsuit with her husband's family. With such incompatibility, everyone knew that it was not possible for Chen Ruchu to regain her former glory. Moreover, this new Yin Yang was gentle and magnanimous. She also has a child in her womb, and one feared that she would climb to the skies in the future. There were a lot of servants who stepped on the lowly and flattered the lofty, thus they immediately turned their heads to flatter this new mistress. Kang Ziqing sat in the room and touched her stomach with a trace of a gentle smile on her face. Since the western courtyard was too far away and was too desolate on normal days, old Shen Furen, who had found someone to do a calculation and discovered that it was a son in Kang Ziqing's womb, raised Kang Ziqing up, and Shen Wan moved her to Chushui Yuan to take better care. 151 to 156. Kang Ziqing had become the new female master in Chushui Yuan, and she was also very satisfied with the current situation. Although Chen Ruchu had strong abilities, but she was old and did not have any sons, thus had less of an advantage in this battle. Shen Wan entered the room and placed the tonic in his hands on a table, before walking over to Kang Ziqing and touching her abdomen with a smile. This is good. Kang Ziqing smiled back and suddenly said softly, does master have some troublesome matters? Shen Wan was startled and laughed bitterly. There is really a troublesome matter. There is really a troublesome matter. Shen Wan laughed bitterly as he replied. Kang Ziqing patted Shen Wan's hand and smiled. If there is anything annoying, master, why not tell me about it? Perhaps I could still help you with something. Shen Wan looked at Kang Ziqing's abdomen. Even though one was unable to see anything at the moment, he still said, never mind. The most important thing for you is to take care of one's health in the residence. There is no need to handle such complicated things, moreover it is a court matter. However, Kang Ziqing was not discouraged. She smiled. When one had not entered into the household, master treated me as a confidant and would always talk to me about bothersome matters, no matter if it was trivial courtyard matters or important court matters, but now we are segregated by status. How is it that upon entering the household, it is no longer like in the past? She shook her head. I do not necessarily only know about things that unmarried females know, like picking flowers and sewing clothes. Even though one is not intelligent, it is much easier for two people to think of ideas rather than one. There is no harm for master to tell me about it. Her gentle words touched the core of Shen Wan's heart. The difference between Kang Ziqing and Chen Ruchu was that Chen Ruchu was really a pampered wife. In the past, even though she was gentle and graceful, she had never intervened in Shen Wan's career. When Shen Wan's career was flushed with success, it was good to have this kind of pampered wife that kept to her duties. However, once there was something wrong, career-wise, Chen Ruchu was unable to help one bit at all. Kang Ziqing was however different. Before, Shen Wan had opened himself up to Kang Ziqing, he would call her a friend. Both of them would talk about everything under heavens and there was nothing that they did not talk about. Kang Ziqing's wealth of knowledge was not shallow and could even make some points on matters of court, and Shen Wan appreciated that aspect of her a lot. For Kang Ziqing to say that now, Shen Wan's heart moved slightly. Not only could Kang Ziqing have her own opinions about court matters, the most important thing was that Kang Ziqing was a female. There were lots of winding matters to let Shen Miao marry Prince Zhou. If it was 2 years ago, before Shen Miao's personality drastically changed, that would have been much easier. One only needed to say some words to move her, but now it was not doable at all. Due to the tense relationship with the eldest household, it was impossible to do anything from Shen Shen's end. Perhaps one would be able to reap benefits from Kang Ziqing about this marriage. After thinking about that, Shen Wan looked at Kang Ziqing and asked probingly, if say, I want 5th lady to marry to His Highness Prince Zhou, what would you do? His Highness Prince Zhou. Kang Ziqing was startled and asked surprisingly, why let 5th young lady marry to Prince Zhou? Shen Wan chuckled, just saying casually. Even though he had treated Kang Ziqing as his woman, but his mouth had to be tighter when handling matters for Prince Ding, thus he dared not talk about such confidential things. He did not speak about it, but Kang Ziqing was a smart person and quickly understood. She did not linger on that matter. 5th Shen young lady is the beloved daughter of General Shen and one that he holds on the palm of his hands. Currently His Highness Prince Zhou already has a Wang Fei, so if 5th Shen young lady marries over, the highest she can go is a Sefei, and General Shen and Shen Furen will definitely not be agreeable. Shen Wan frowned and nodded his head with a difficult expression. When Kang Ziqing saw this, her heart slightly moved. In any case, it was not anything good for Shen Miao to be a Sefei when marrying to Prince Zhou. Even though Kang Ziqing did not know what Shen Wan's intention was behind it, once this was successful, Shen Miao would be in difficulty. Thinking of that delicate young female's bright eyes that could see through one's heart, Kang Ziqing felt restless in her heart. She did not know why, but Kang Ziqing had an instinct of fear and unease, as if Shen Miao's presence would cause some unpredictable consequences for her. Kang Ziqing was one who seeks security, so if one could settle Shen Miao, then it would be a good thing for her. Particularly, she looked at her lower abdomen. Currently she was already with child, and the position of the matriarch of the third household was hers. Not only did she want to sit on it, she wanted to do it well, thus no matter who or what threatens it, she would remove it. However, it is not one that is without a solution. Kang Ziqing said with an engaging smile. Shen Wan's eyes brightened as he asked, what ideas do you have? It would depend on what kind of attitude Master wants Prince Zhou to have. Kang Ziqing said, does Prince Zhou want to have this marriage or not? Shen Wan's heart moved. Prince Zhou would definitely not want this marriage. The princes of Mingqi were not fools. Whoever married Shen Miao now would undoubtedly be making a target of oneself. Prince Zhou was not willing to be related to Shen Miao, but Fu Shuyi's goal was to make it look like Prince Zhou was eager to marry her. He then said, Prince Zhou is definitely unwilling, but one must make others believe that Prince Zhou is willing. Kang Ziqing thought of something. This is a little difficult. However, females cherish their reputation as when one loses it, there would not be any dependence for the rest of one's life. I would think that if Master want to be a matchmaker, one may wish to start from fifth young lady. Shen Wan saw Kang Ziqing's appearance of having a card up her sleeves and asked, there is no harm in saying what one thinks. Shen Furen and General Shen are not willing to let fifth young lady be a Cefe, but there would only be a situation worse than another in the world. If there is something that is worse than being a Cefe, Shen Furen and General Shen would step back and beseech to let fifth young lady marry Prince Zhou. Shen Wan's heart moved. He heard Kang Ziqing continue speaking, as for being a Cefe, there are so many worse things in life. For example, being kidnapped by bandits, being robbed of one's innocence by ruffians, or not knowing who the adulterer is. So while Shen Shen is suppressing this information, if suddenly new information came out that the person might be Prince Zhou, no matter if it is Prince Zhou or not, General Shen and Shen Furen would still choose Prince Zhou because this is their best option and could also save fifth Shen young lady. Kang Ziqing did not make things clear, but smart people would only say 7th or 8th tens, so Shen Wan understood most of it in a turn of a head and found that there was an option in front of him. Kang Ziqing smiled gently and touched her lower abdomen. It is just that all these are shady ideas, and if one did not see Master frowning, one would not have said such things. Once Shen Wan had gotten hold of such excellent plans, how would he felt that Kang Ziqing ideas were poisonous? Currently he only felt that he had picked up a treasure. Kang Ziqing was not only able to get pregnant at once, she was also smart and was able to provide an intelligent solution that she had solved his current difficult problems. He kissed her cheeks and smiled. How would I dare frown when I have such a beauty? Finishing, he then stood up, seemingly in a hurry to do something. I have some important things to do and will come and see you later. Kang Ziqing naturally complied gently. After Shen Wan left, Zhao Mama walked over to Kang Ziqing's side and said worriedly, third master is going to deal with fifth Shen young lady. Perhaps so. Kang Ziqing smiled. It is not the first time one heard about the eldest and third household of the Shen family clashing. Young lady plans to help third master to deal with fifth young lady. Zhao Mama asked. Fifth young lady has General Shen behind her. Will something happen to young lady? This matter is not done by me, so how can this be on my head? Kang Ziqing did not change her smile. Shen Wan is not a fool and naturally would not be caught easily. Even if the thing really happened, the Shen family would be busy dealing with Shen Miao's rumors. How would they still think about other stuff? Zhao Mama still did not feel rest assured. Why does young lady help third master to deal with fifth young lady? Providing solutions and advice to one's husband is what a matriarch of a family does, and one also has to let him feel that I am different from Chen Ruchu. One has to let him know that I can do what Chen Ruchu can do and what Chen Ruchu cannot do. I can also do, then he would not leave me. Kang Ziqing stroked her lower abdomen and narrowed her eyes. Moreover, with regards to Shen Miao, I have a kind of premonition that if she is not removed, one fears that she will cause a big calamity. When Zhao Mama heard her words, she jumped in shock and no longer spoke. Kang Ziqing changed the topic of conversation. Speaking of which, there are no news from Lu province's side. Zhao Mama said, the people sent are on the way. Even if one was quick, a few more days are required. They should return in a couple of days' time. Tell them to settle things properly. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. I do not want anyone to know about my past. At that night, Shen Miao received the letter that Pei Lang sent over. The letter had indicated that Fu Shuyi unexpectedly let Shen Wan think of a method so that she would be married to Prince Zhou. When Jing Jie and Gu Yu saw that Shen Miao's expression was not good, they thought that something had happened. Did young lady encounter something not good? Shen Miao shook her head, but the vigilance in her heart was up. Be it in this lifetime or the past lifetime, Fu Shuyi was as usual, good at scheming. No matter if she was or was not able to marry Prince Zhou, as long as she was implicated with Prince Zhou, it would not be good for both the Shen family and Prince Zhou. The Shen family would have provoked Emperor Wenwei and made him feel that the Shen family was supporting Prince Zhou, and secretly stood at one side in the fight of the heir apparent. As for Prince Zhou, he would become the target of a multitude of arrows. Without wasting a single pawn or servant, Fu Shuyi would be able to remove two potential dangers. Fu Shuyi really calculated everything well. As for her somewhat hard-working third shoe, in order to tie her to Prince Zhou, it was needless to say that he would definitely use methods that could not be seen in public. As Shen Miao thought about it, she could not help but sneer in her heart. No matter how much time has passed, the people of third household of the Shen family would harm the eldest household's people without any scruples. If it was possible, they would use the entire eldest household as a stepping stone for glory, splendor, wealth and rank. Such hearts should be punished. She said, let Mo Qing enter. Jing Jie went out to call Mo Qing over. Shen Miao asked Mo Qing, the people that one asked you to go to Lu province for, have they been found? Mo Qing cupped his hands, replying, young lady, the people sent to Lu province have already returned with information that they have already located them. However, there was another group of people inquiring about the whereabouts of the father and son. Also heard that an order was given to disregard life or death. Shen Miao laughed out abruptly, but the laughter was somewhat cold. Kang Ziqing's heart is really vicious. Life or death was not regarded. The people that Shen Miao instructed Mo Qing to look for were Kang Ziqing's husband and son, but now who else other than Kang Ziqing would send down orders to hunt down and kill the father and son? Now that Kang Ziqing had clung on to Shen Wan, she even rushed to kill the husband and son to spare all later trouble. No wonder she would have such a fate in the past life. This kind of viciousness was something that normal people could not do. Go and send someone to tell the people in Lu province to protect the father and son, and bring them to the Ding capital as soon as possible. Shen Miao said. Mo Qing nodded his head in compliance. Shen Miao suddenly thought about something. Wait. She then continued, help me to bring a letter to manager Ji of Fengxian pawn shop. The lawsuit between the Shen and Chen families was really very long and drawn out. Many people had thought that the lawsuit was settled, but upon asking, it was still not over. After 2 entire months, the case finally came to an end. Chen Ruchu indeed had no son, and in addition, old Shen Furen mentioned that Chen Ruchu did not respect her. Thus at the end Shen Wan gave Chen Ruchu a divorce letter. This pair was praised by everyone as a perfect pair, an immortal marriage, but it turned out as such a farce. The most important thing for Shen Wan was that after divorcing Chen Ruchu, he swiftly brought Chang Ziqing in as a Gui Qi. However, in spite of that, it was a lawsuit with a lose-lose situation for both sides. Shen Wan's career was obstructed because of this, and a lot of money was spent. Yet the Chen family was worst off in comparison. The Chen family had somewhat of a reputation, but because they were a scholarly family, they were not well off in terms of money. The Chen master originally fought this lawsuit because he did not want others to look down on the Chen family, but he had not expected that the lawsuit would drag that long. After fighting the lawsuit for 2 months, it was not too far off if one were to mention that the Chen family was becoming bankrupt. Because of this matter, the Chen master was greatly affected and blamed everything on Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu's mother also had some complaints. Chen Ruchu's heart was hurt by Shen Wan, and she was very upset that Shen Wan disregarded the many years of relationship, and angry that Chang Ziqing was two-faced, but she was most upset that there was no news of Shen Yu till now. Now with her parents turning their backs on her, she felt as if all her hopes turned to dust, and that she had reached the end of the road. And what she did not know was that her daughter, who had not been found, was currently in the residence of the Qin Prince, on Yanqing Lane. In the residence of the Qin Prince, Shen Yu was dressing up in front of the mirror. The clothes that she wore were of the highest grade. Even though the Shen family was a wealthy official family, it was still incomparable with the fabric that the Imperial Palace of the Qin country used, which was extremely luxurious. She looked like an entirely different person when she wore it. Shen Yu followed Chen Ruchu's instructions and would dress in a refined way without having gold or silver on her, but currently her appearance looked much more luxurious. Naturally, it was so since Shen Yu had become Huang Fu Hao's concubine. The maid beside was carefully passing a cup of hot tea to Shen Yu, but there was impatience in Shen Yu's expression. She had a face that looked like flowers fluttering against the moon, and under Chen Ruchu's daily training, it was considered as gentle and could speak comforting words, but she could still see that Huang Fu Hao still had some interest in Shen Miao and would pick topics about her. One day Huang Fu Hao asked her frivolously if she was willing to become his concubine, and Shen Yu thought about it the entire night before agreeing to it on the next day. She had no route of retreat at all. The news was spreading all around in a buzz, and the Shen and Chen family's lawsuit had almost became a joke. Chang Ziqing was currently pregnant, and if she gave birth to a son, then she feared that she, being a daughter, would be thrown at the back of the Shen family's mind. Even if it was not a son, because Chen Ruchu had caused Shen Wan to be pointed at, Shen Wan and old Shen Furen would also hate her. Shen Dongling had occupied her name, and these days there were rumors that the Wang family's Wang Bai doted on and favored Shen Yu a lot, and the more it was said as such, the more regret that filled Shen Yu's heart. No matter if she really liked Wang Bai or not, as long as she thought of Shen Dongling's comfortable life that should have belonged to her, the more Shen Yu became even more resentful. She hated Shen Wan's ruthlessness and also hated that Chen Ruchu was disappointing. At this moment she also understood that with her current self, it was not possible to approach Fu Shuyi, and if she were to return to the Shen family, Shen Wan might arrange a crappy marriage for her due to the anger he had for Chen Ruchu. Shen Yu also had the unique characteristics of the Shen family of being cold towards relationship. Shen Wan and her had been father and daughter for so many years, and it was happy and loving, but now, Shen Yu looked at Shen Wan with more vigilance than when looking at a stranger. Shen Yu thought that instead of being married to some unknown family, it would be better to be Huang Fu Hao's concubine. Huang Fu Hao was handsome and young, the most of all was that he was the Qin country's crown prince. If in the future she was able to have Huang Fu Hao's favor, perhaps she would be able to rise up the ranks. The most important part was that currently she was able to borrow Huang Fu Hao's help, and she could protect herself as well as Chen Ruchu. Thus Shen Yu became Huang Fu Hao's concubine. In all fairness, Huang Fu Hao treated Shen Yu rather well, and there was also a reason to deliberately win Shen Yu's favor. However, currently in Mingqi, among the concubines that Huang Fu Hao brought along, Shen Yu was the most favored one. Perhaps Huang Fu Hao enjoyed the taste of having a daughter of an official being his concubine, and was currently coveting this freshness. Shen Yu asked the maid beside her, "The letter for the Chen family has been sent already?" The servant said, "It is en route and most probably has already reached." Shen Yu drank a sip of tea in response. Chen Ruchu received a letter. One did not know who was it that sent the letter into her room. Currently the master and Furen did not want to see Chen Ruchu, as it was her who greatly undermined the Chen family. The public fund had been reduced by a lot, thus her older brothers and Sao Sao see her like a spirit that stirs up trouble in the family. Chen Ruchu was not living well and would simply stay in her room and not go out. She looked around and did not see anyone, thus she opened it up curiously and a letter fell out. When she opened it up, she was shocked after a look. Chen Ruchu could not be clearer of the words on the front of the letter, as it was Shen Yu's handwriting. Shen Yu's soft handwriting was learned from the only book written from the calligraphy master Wang Furen, and this was searched by Chen Ruchu specifically for her. As Shen Yu's strength was weak, she could only learn 7th to 8th tens of Wang Furen's calligraphy, thus Chen Ruchu was able to recognize Shen Yu's handwriting with one look. She very quickly looked around and saw that there was no one else in the room, before she felt assured enough to open it up. It had indicated for her to go to a rather isolated inn to meet up, but there was no signature at the bottom. However, Chen Ruchu understood in her heart that it was definitely Shen Yu who wanted to secretly meet up with her. The stone in Chen Ruchu's heart was finally put down. For Shen Yu to write to her and seeing that steady handwriting, she should be safe now. The worries that she previously had were all swept away, and Chen Ruchu gradually calmed down. These days each event came continuously that it made her feel shocked and unable to normalize. The worst of it was that she felt that life was hopeless. However, Shen Yu's letter seemed to have lit up her hope as she still had a daughter. Chen Ruchu's heart was suddenly full of fighting spirit. At least she was not alone. How could Chang Ziqing, that kind of woman, be able to enter and steal her belongings? Chang Ziqing still wanted to give birth to Shen Wan's son. She wanted to see if she had that ability. Having a pillar in her heart, Chen Ruchu gradually calmed down. Later in the day, the servants by Chen Ruchu's side also discovered that Chen Ruchu's mood had changed a lot and seemed to be that gentle and graceful third Shen Furen. Even when a servant bumped into her, Chen Ruchu would only just smile. If a more observant and smart person saw it, one would discover that the fighting spirit in her eyes had rekindled and burned brightly. On the morning the next day, Chen Ruchu went out. No one in the Chen family stopped her. Chen Furen was somewhat worried, but after being glared by the Chen master, she then did not speak. Chen Ruchu's older brothers and Sao Sao's were even more dismissive. If it was in the past, Chen Ruchu would have quarreled with the few Sao Sao's no matter what, but she did not have the mood to do so today. She wore an inconspicuous brown dress which had a style that was a few years old, one that Chen Furen had worn before. She had not brought any money when she left the Shen residence as she was acting rashly. She only took some jewelry and only brought a few pieces of clothes. Afterwards she was so busy with the lawsuit that she did not have time to purchase, and now the Chen family was unable to afford it. Chen Ruchu could only press down the humiliation in her heart of wearing unsuitable and outdated clothes. She brought along a bamboo hat to wear so that others would not be able to see her, but even if they were to see her, one feared that they would not be able to link this shabby dressed woman with the talented female that was previously applauded by the entire Ding capital. In order to save money, Chen Ruchu only hired an old horse carriage. When the horse carriage reached the eastern city, Chen Ruchu paid for it before heading to the inn as indicated in the letter. Upon entering the inn, Chen Ruchu sized the surrounding up and did not see Shen Yu's presence at all. Just when her heart was doubtful, a waiter walked towards her and took a glance before asking, "Is Furen looking for a young lady?" Chen Ruchu was startled before nodding her head. With her and Shen Wan's lawsuit, everyone in Ding Capital was aware of it and she felt a little conscious and feared to be recognized and pointed out, and even more afraid that Shen Yu would be pointed out. That waiter then said, "Mei Furen, come with me." The waiter brought Chen Ruchu to a room up the stairs of the inn and stopped right in front of the doors before speaking with a smile. "The person Furen is waiting for is inside." Then he left. Chen Ruchu pushed the door open to enter and saw that there was a young female sitting in front of the table in the room. Chen Ruchu could recognize that back no matter what. If it was not Shen Yu, who else could it be? Chen Ruchu closed the door before crying out, "You are." Shen Yu turned her head and could not help but was startled when she saw Chen Ruchu's appearance. It was only when Chen Ruchu came forward and held her hands that Shen Yu saw Chen Ruchu's face and shouted, "Mother." But then she frowned. How did you become like this? If she did not see herself, Shen Yu would not believe that this simply dressed female was her noble and gentle mother. When Chen Ruchu heard it, a flash of resentment appeared on her face as she said with gritted teeth, "If it were not that slut, Chong Zai-Ching, and your heartless father, how would I be like this?" After finishing, she that looked at Shen Yu eagerly, "Where have you been these days? Do you know mother's heart is so worried about you? Are you all right? Did something happen?" Chen Ruchu only had Shen Yu as a daughter and would dote and love her on normal days, so this concern for her was not fake. When Shen Yu heard it, her heart felt sour but there was still a smile on her face. "Mother does not need to be scared. I am currently living well. I have found a backer that is even richer than the Wang family. With this backer, the Shen family will not dare to bully us in the future." Chen Ruchu asked in doubt, "Who are you talking about?" Shen Yu hesitated a bit before saying, "His Highness the Crown Prince of Qin Country." Chen Ruchu cried out in surprise but heard Shen Yu quickly explaining, "His Highness the Crown Prince treated me very well. Initially when I left the Shen residence, one had encountered some gangsters and it was His Highness the Crown Prince that saved me. Afterwards one wanted to send me back but due to the matters of the Shen residence, I stayed in the residence of the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince is a good person. Mother, do not think that it is not good. It is really better for me to follow His Highness the Crown Prince than those impudent people of the Wang family. One cannot just let me be on equal status as Shen Dongling, right? If I return to the Shen residence, grandmother and father would be even more unhappy with me. Who knows how they would arrange my marriage? Mother, just go along with me once, all right." Chen Ruchu's initial instinct was that it was not good but her expression became slightly better upon hearing that Huang Fu Hao saved Shen Yu. However, as the other person was not from Mingqi and even though Chen Ruchu did not understand the matters of court, she was influenced by what she seen and heard from Shen Wan after so many years, thus she was still vigilant. He is after all from Qin country and moreover a crown prince. Seeing that Chen Ruchu was still disagreeable, Shen Yu's heart hardened a little and she told a lie. His Highness the Crown Prince said that in the future, upon returning to Qin country, he would bestow a new identity for me and let me be his Sefe. These words are genuine. Chen Ruchu was in a daze. If Shen Yu left Mingqi and upon arriving Qin country, became the Sefe then in the future there would be endless glory and splendor. After experiencing the matter with Shen Wan, Chen Ruchu's thoughts were different from before. What was the use of sentiments? Sentiments were just illusions. When flowers were lovely and the moon was round, naturally relationships were close but in a blink of an eye, one could be treated coldly. And those stink of money that the book said were the things that one could truly relied on. Without money, even the Chen family could mock and ridicule. If a crown princess Sefe came from their family, Chen Ruchu's heart started to slowly warm up. Absolutely true, Shen Yu said. Chen Ruchu hesitated for a moment before speaking. The matter can be discussed later. There is still one matter at the moment. Shen Yu asked, "What matter?" "That slut Chong Zai-Ching had schemed behind my back, behaved one way in front of me and another behind my back and I fell for it. Now I have become a scurrying mouse but the person I hate the most is not Chong Zai-Ching but your father. If one had your father's protection, how would I become like this? He did not even take into consideration the husband and wife relationship of over 10 years. I am not willing to let him live with a clear conscience. I hate it. I cannot reconcile with it. I hate it." Chen Ruchu's voice was filled with deep hatred. With her current wan and sallow appearance and her sinister expression when she said those words, even Shen Yu jumped in shock. Shen Yu said, "Mother, what are you talking about? You have seen this matter too." Chen Ruchu gritted her teeth. "Your father and I were considered congenial to one another originally and had gone through so many things together. I had treated him with all my heart and soul and, even though one did not think that he could spend the rest of the days with me alone, he should not have found such a person to insult me like this. To even chase me out of the house and fight a lawsuit with the Chen family, it has made the Chen family suffer a blow and the Chen family people view me with all kinds of ridicule. It is your father and Chong Zai-Ching who have forced me to such a situation and my reputation in the Ding capital is as an old hen who cannot lay eggs. This is the thing that your father pays me back with." As Chen Ruchu spoke, she sneered, "And that old undying one, ever since I married into the Shen family, she had been picking on my faults. This is all because she had a background of a third-rated songstress and could not see others better than her. This time it is her behind pushing the waves between Chong Zai-Ching and you father. Those people in the Shen family, none of them are of any good." Shen Yu could not help but frown as she felt that Chen Ruchu's remarks were somewhat like a shrew on the street scolding. However, speaking of the Shen family, Shen Yu did not have any emotions now. Sure enough, Chen Ruchu looked at her and said, "In the beginning when your father wanted you to marry to the Wang family, I was thinking that it was obvious that you had another person that you liked but your father coaxed me saying that only the Wang family could protect you thus I agreed to it. Who knew that the Wang family were this kind of people? After they had Shen Dongling, they did not acknowledge you, making you lose your identity. This is bullying intolerably. If your father thought about the ties of a father and daughter, he would have stood up for you, but just look at what your father did. He actually wanted you to apologize to the Wang family and also sit in the same position as Shen Dongling. You, an official D young lady of the Shen family, have to sit on an equal position with a Shu daughter. This is just simply going against the entire land under heavens. Does he ever thought of you as his own daughter?" Chen Ruchu's words were all of provocation. Currently Chen Ruchu had nothing and no one stood by her side. Now that her daughter was found after much difficulty, she feared that Shen Yu would be coaxed by Shen Wan with a couple of words and she would really be all alone. If Shen Yu still stood by her side, Chen Ruchu would have a hope. When Shen Yu heard it, her expression became serious. Speaking of which, it was not that there was no father and daughter ties between her and Shen Wan, but she deeply hated the Shen family as they had used her marriage as a raft and at the end made her unable to return home. It was said that it was for her own good but Shen Yu felt that now she had suffered and not benefited. Even though Huang Fu Hao treated her well, she was after all a concubine and even if one was the crown prince's concubine, it was still the lowest rank of a key that could be thrown away after playing. Moreover, the other person in her heart that Chen Ruchu mentioned, now there would no longer be any chance with him. She sighed dimly, "Mother, do not speak of these things that have passed. There is no possibility with His Highness Prince Ding. One will no longer think of him in this lifetime. It is likely that one did not have any fate with him." After speaking she laughed bitterly. "Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince treats me very well and I like him too." Chen Ruchu understood her daughter the most so how could she not see the loss that Shen Yu's heart felt? She was so angry and upset that she even hated Fu Shuyi. Her daughter was so good so how could she not get what she loved? She took a deep breath. The Shen family harmed us, daughter and mother, till this date, and one cannot just let it go simply. Do not worry. Mother will definitely take it out for the both of us, and not one of the Shen family can escape. Since I have been divorced and returned to my maiden family, then one did not have half a relationship with the Shen family, thus even if the Shen family fell into trouble, it would not be counted on me. You also do not have the identity of Shen Yu, so you are safe. Mother, what do you want to do? Shen Yu heard something wrong in Chen Ruchu's words and asked worriedly. Chen Ruchu laughed coldly and answered, just wait and see. I am only here to give you a heads up. Seeing that you are all right, mother feels relieved. Shen Yu was unable to find anything out from Chen Ruchu and could only drop the topic, however she had missed the flash of hatred in Chen Ruchu's eyes. After a few more days, it seemed that Ding capital had calmed down a little. There was nothing new happening, but the new year was quickly approaching, thus the streets gradually started to be busy due to people rushing to get New Year's stuff. Naturally everyone in the Shen mansion was preparing for the new year and Luo Tan was very happy about it. Ever since the last incident, Shen did not let Shen Miao and Luo Tan out of the house easily, and if they were to go out, they had to bring a bunch of guards which would make it uninteresting. In addition, Feng and Ning felt guilty due to the last incident, and after coming over personally to apologize, she did not invite both of them out again. One did not know if it was like one feared ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. Luo Tan was very bored in the residence and afterwards felt so suffocated that she followed Luo Ling and Shen Chu to the training grounds to look at those soldiers train. She was dressed as a male and with Shen Chu and Luo Ling by her side, one did not have any fear. Shen Miao however stayed in the room quietly. She did not like noise and did not like to visit shops, thus she was the most reassuring one for others. On this day, Mo Qing came back and informed that Chang Zai-Qing's husband and son had reached Ding capital. In order to hide from others' ears and eyes, he did not dare to casually bring them to Shen mansion and instead safely housed them in a commoner house at the eastern part of the city. Shen Miao said, you have done a good job. She remembered that Chang Zai-Qing's husband was a gambler and would be rough when drunk. Once this kind of people entered the Shen mansion, it would be like a sticky taffy in the future. When one had other thoughts, one would spend a lot of energy to clean it up. Moreover, the Shen residence was not monitored every day, thus one feared that there would be gossip when one encountered the father and son. Mo Qing declined the praise and asked Shen Miao, when does young lady plan to visit the father and son? Shen Miao had brought both father and son to Ding capital, thus she would definitely have use for them. However, before using them, she should also definitely have a talk with them face to face. Just as Shen Miao was about to reply, she thought about something and suddenly paused. In Pei Lang's letter, Fu Shuyi had already gave a difficult problem to Shen Wan, which was to marry her to Prince Zhou. Even though Shen Miao did not know what kind of methods Shen Wan would be using, she could more or less guess that it would be some cheap and dirty means. Thus if she were to step out of the doors of the Shen mansion, perhaps there would be dangers everywhere. It was peaceful these days, perhaps it was because she had not gone out. If she went out, perhaps the other party would not give up the opportunity. She did not have such a big heart to jump into the fire pit, knowing it is there. Moreover, it was not a matter of a few words when resolving a relationship with the Heavens family. Shen Miao asked, how many people are there in the residence that have good martial arts skills like you? Mo Qing was startled and frowned as he said, there should be some under-eldest young master and some under-master. In total there should not more than 30 people. Mo Qing was considered the top ones, thus it was really only a few at his level. Most likely no one would dare to have any other thoughts when 30 of such people was protecting, but this would be way too conspicuous when walking on the streets and it would be strange if one did not attract attention. Moreover, to suddenly need so many guards to protect, Shen and Shen Chu would not be fooled. Shen Miao shook her head, understood. As young lady worried about the safety of the journey. Mo Qing asked, one can transfer more people over. Mo Qing also felt that it was rather strange as Shen Miao was never a timid person and it was someone abnormal today. No need, I know what to do. You can withdraw first, Shen Miao said. Mo Qing no longer spoke and silently retreated. Shen Miao looked around and her eyes landed on the half-opened window before her heart suddenly moved. She instructed Gu Yu, open the windows wider. Gu Yu was surprised. Young lady, it is windy outside and one would catch a cold. She really felt strange. Shen Miao was one who was scared of the cold when young, but one did not know why she rather liked to sleep at night with the windows opened. However, it was still daytime and she still wanted the windows to be opened. I am not cold, Shen Miao said calmly, go open it. Gu Yu took a glance at Shen Miao's thick cloak, but she dared not refute and went over to open the windows up. For the entire day, Shen Miao stayed in the room and often looked towards the windows that even Jing Jie and Gu Yu also followed her and looked over, thinking that there would be some flowers blooming, but there was nothing at the windows at all. Shen Miao read a book for a while before walking over to the window and standing there for a while. One did not know what she was looking at. Unknowingly the skies turned dark. After having dinner and washing up, both Jing Jie and Gu Yu withdrew. Shen Miao trimmed the wick in the lamp. One did not know how many times the wick was trimmed, but one only felt it was rather quiet outside, as if the entire Ding capital was sleeping, but the area by the window was still empty. There was a trace of disappointment in Shen Miao's eyes as she knocked the lamp with the chess piece in her hand in boredom, and the little sparks fell onto the table and quickly disappeared. Shen Miao gradually became sleepy and her eyes closed as she lay on the table. When Xie Jingxing entered the room, the first thing he saw was Shen Miao laying on the table fast asleep. The windows were not closed as they were specifically open for him, and the light from the lamp slightly shook due to the cold wind brought in from outside. Shen Miao's hands were folded as she buried her head in her arms, sleeping quietly. He walked over to Shen Miao's side and looked at Shen Miao before pausing and taking off his cloak to cover Shen Miao gently. Shen Miao was a vigilant person and his movements made her body slightly twitch as she lifted her head up without opening her eyes and mumbled, Shao Li Zi, message Ben Gong's shoulders. Xie Jingxing. He simply leaned against the cupboard and looked at Shen Miao as he said with a laugh, hey. You are dreaming of being an empress again. This abrupt statement made Shen Miao sober up in an instant, and at the same time a cold wind blew into the room. She sneezed and was no longer sleepy. Xie Jingxing walked to the windows and closed them, warming the room up. He folded his arms and leaned against the windows asking, why sleep here? Shen Miao looked at the purple-clad youth and rubbed her eyes, why only come now? There was actually some grievances in her voice when she said that. Most likely it was because she just woke up and her brain had yet to clear up and did not realize anything wrong with her words. However, Xie Jingxing noticed it. In an instant, silence fell in the room. He walked forward step by step till he reached in front of the table where Shen Miao was sitting and placed both of his hands on the table before leaning over to ask, you were waiting for me? Shen Miao immediately recovered to her senses and answered swiftly, no. Xie Jingxing's lips lifted up and his tone of voice had some traces of pity, oh. One heard that you have been waiting for me for a day in front of the window, but it was not true. Since that is not the case, then I will leave. Finishing, he turned around to leave. Wait, Shen Miao shouted at him. Xie Jingxing said, what? Why ask if you already know? Shen Miao said with gritted teeth. When facing Xie Jingxing, she was unable to present a calm and magnanimous appearance because this person was just too weird. Thinking about it, her action by the window was rather deliberate and most likely Xie Jingxing had arranged people in the Shen mansion, thus it would not be strange for them to inform him about her actions today. It is just that Xie Jingxing clearly knew about it, but it was just too evil of him to deliberately point it out. I was waiting for you and there is something that requires your help. She took a deep breath before speaking. Speak, then. Xie Jingxing pulled out a chair and sat opposite of Shen Miao. He seemed to be in a good mood that his pair of bright and beautiful peach blossoms eyes were more intoxicating than usual. You should have a lot of talented subordinates and definitely have a large number of high-level martial skill master like Guard Mo. Shen Miao probed. That can also be considered as high level. Xie Jingxing laughed. Why not I gift you a few real masters? Loan a few to me, for my use. Shen Miao said, I will pay money. Xie Jingxing swept her a look and frowned slightly before asking, what do you want to do? Shen Miao thought that since Xie Jingxing already knew about the matter of Chong Ziqing's husband and son, there was no need to hide matters from him. The husband and son that Chong Ziqing had in Zhou province have been received in Ding capital and arranged to stay in the eastern part of the city. One fear that there is not enough people at my side to use. You want to use my people? Shen Miao said, I will pay money. Xie Jingxing asked, do I look like I am short of money? Shen Miao was silent. It was indeed that Xie Jingxing did not look like he was short of money and instead seemed to have too much money that one cannot spend it all and could even save everyone under the heavens. Even the richest in Mingqi would not spend like him. She simply asked, then what do you want before you agree? Xie Jingxing's eyes narrowed. You have such attitude when you were requesting help. Shen Miao was finally annoyed. Fine. Treat it as though I have never asked about the matter. The skies are already dark. May your highness Prince Rui please leave. Once she was angry she would call Xie Jingxing as your highness Prince Rui and it sounded very distant. Sure enough, Xie Jingxing raised his brows and did not look very happy about it. I did not say that I will not let you use. Xie Jingxing stopped her. What is the rush? Shen Miao returned back to sit as Xie Jingxing's beautiful eyes stared at her. His eyes flashed and he said, when one call you stupid, you are really stupid. Why is there a need to request from far when there is one near? What does that mean? This prince is in a good mood today. Xie Jingxing said slowly, one will personally accompany you. In the middle of the night, the moon had disappeared and only a few stars were still hanging in the skies. Before it was winter, the weather was especially cold and the floors had a thin layer of ice that when one stepped on it, there would be a rustling sound. Due to the need of welcoming the new year, every household was hanging red lanterns and the red lanterns with the white snow painted an interesting painting. At this moment, there were two persons standing under the roof. The tall youth was bending slightly at the moment to tie a mask for the other person. Both people were very close with one another and if one got closer, one was able to hear the shorter young lady complaining, why do I need to wear this? Oh, the youth whispered by her ear, you can just take it as one fear that your peerless face would cause trouble if someone sees it. Do not ask any more. Shen Miao laughed coldly, peerless face. Then you should cover yourself first. I do not need. The youth was handsome and beautiful and it seemed that he did not notice the sarcastic words of the other person, my power covers heavens, no one dares to give me trouble. Shen Miao. Shen Miao had never thought that after telling Xie Jingxing about the father and son of Lu province, Xie Jingxing would personally accompany her, which was what was happening now. In the middle of the night, one feared that the father and son would have already gone to bed but Xie Jingxing insisted on this timing. Xie Jingxing's logic was that there were lesser people at night and even if there were people accompanying during the day, what would happen when others discover it? This logic was too reasonable that Shen Miao was unable to find any rebuttal. However, she also did not expect that the going out that Xie Jingxing spoke of was walking directly on the streets. Although there seemed not to be anyone on the streets, one would inevitably feel uneasy. Scared of what? My people will be following and will warn if there is anything. Xie Jingxing said it directly. In the time that Shen Miao's mind wandered, Xie Jingxing had already fastened the mask on her face and only a pair of eyes were revealed. Her eyes were round, clear and glistening. The black and white contrast was very clear and looked adorable when the dim light from the lantern shone. Xie Jingxing helped her to put on the hat and raised his brows, not bad. To avoid new problems from arising and complicating the matter, Shen Miao found a set of footboy clothes to wear and that hat was inappropriate as it would often cover her eyes. It was only when she came out she realized that she had forgotten to bring along a cloak. Xie Jingxing scrutinized her before putting his cloak over Shen Miao and said, let us go. Just walk like that. Shen Miao was amazed. The east of the city is not far away. Xie Jingxing did not object, it is good to walk a bit. You also have not seen the Ding capital at night. Shen Miao was silent. The night view that she had seen the most were all the four-cornered skies within the palace. There were times when she sat in the spacious Kunning Palace, thinking about the annoying trouble of the inner palace for the entire night. There was also times where she sometimes strolled around the imperial gardens and would see Fu Shuyi chatting and laughing with different beauties. As the head of the 6 palaces, her view of the night was like 10 years every night. It was lonely, without freedom, desolate and unnoticeable. She had also regretted and envied the carefree life outside the palace. Xie Jingxing said, no one will see you or recognize you here. Just do what you want to do. Shen Miao looked at the other party's handsome brows and her heart gave birth to some envy. Speaking about it, Xie Jingxing had lived till now, no matter if he was the little Marquis of Linan's residence or the younger blood brother of Emperor Yongle, Prince Rui, everyone could only see the glory on the surface but the number of things he had to bear was not lesser than Shen Miao. However, his arrogance and proud temper had never changed. No matter what happened, nothing could change his powers, as if even though the days and moons passed and the stars circled, he still stood here irresistibly. Other could only look up upon. Shen Miao admires people who have a formidable heart. She felt that she was not as strong as Xie Jingxing because she occasionally thought of Wan Yu and Fu Ming when she thought about the things that happened in her past life, she would be fatigued. Xie Jingxing's gaze was sharp as he held her chin and asked, what is wrong with you? Shen Miao struggled free from his hands and said upon turning her head, nothing. She did not want others to discover her emotions and walked 2 steps away. However, she was not used to wearing male shoes and because the road were slippery due to the ice, she almost fell down. Fortunately, Xie Jingxing held her arm and frowned, be careful. His hands under his sleeves however seized the opportunity to slide down and held Shen Miao's hand. His slender hands were ice cold but it wrapped Shen Miao's hands in his palm. Shen Miao's heart moved and at the next moment she wanted to struggle free from it, but did not expect that Xie Jingxing would grasp so tightly that she actually could not break away. Xie Jingxing said unenthusiastically, I'll hold you so that you will not slip. I will be careful not to slip, Shen Miao said. Then I fear that I will slip so you hold me. He continued speaking without even furrowing his brows. Shen Miao. The snow had covered the entire streets, as if the streets were all silvery white and when the lanterns reflected its light, it was lovely. Shen Miao constantly raised her head and looked towards the skies. The weather was good and skies was spacious, it was much better than looking at the four-cornered skies. The streets were very quiet and no one would discover her. The unfulfilled wishes of her previous lifetime were satisfied in this lifetime at this moment. The palm of her hands that was covered by the youth was slightly damp but a smile gradually appeared on her face. Shen Miao felt that the view of the night was good. She however did not see that in the eyes of the handsome youth there was a flash of a smile that was more moving than fireworks. In a commoner house in the eastern part of the city, there was a loud buzzing sound in a room at the moment. The entire room was filled with a pungent alcohol smell that pierced one's nose. There were a number of wine jars that were lying on the ground and a male was sleeping soundly on the bed. In the room opposite, there was a young child lying on the bed. This room was much smaller than the previous room. He lay for a while before getting up. Seemingly unable to sleep due to the buzzing sound, he got up and walked out of the house and into the courtyard that was surrounded by bamboo fences with his blanket wrapped around him. This child was going to the toilet and was about to head back when he finished, but in a blink of an eye he saw two people standing in the courtyard. He was so shocked that he wanted to scream, but the taller person of the other party took a stone and threw it at him. In an instant the child stood on the spot, unable to speak at all. The two people then approached. With the dimmed lanterns hanging, the two individuals' features gradually became clearer. One was petite in size, wearing a page boy uniform, but one was able to tell that it was a female who was wearing an oversized mismatched cloak. There was a mask on her face covering all her facial features below the eyes. However, the pair of eyes were so extremely clear that it made others want to take off the mask to see the beauty. As for the male beside the petite person, the little boy was stunned as he looked at him. This person had an extremely tall and straight stature, clad in a purple brocade robe with gold clouds embroidery. The robes were somewhat large and the belt was black in color and his facial features were beautifully handsome. When one see that pair of peach blossoms' eyes at night, one would only feel as if the snow in the winter night was blossoming like spring flowers. Could it be that he was a fairy that descended from heavens? Else how could each movement be so elegant that made one unable to tear one's eyes away? That petite person rolled her eyes at the purple-clad male before softly asking, "What is your name?" The child felt his throat relax and coughed twice before suddenly finding that he could speak. That person speaking had a female voice and it was very gentle, thus the child's heart was not so fearful. He said nervously, "I am called Wei Shang." Wei Shang. The female asked, "Your mother's name is Chong Zai Ching." Wei Shang was startled before his eyes became red. He looked at the female carefully and asked, "You know my mother? Do you know where my mother is? I did not see my mother for a long time. They all say that mother will not come back. Some people brought me back here and said that I could see my mother here, but mother is not here." Shen Miao sighed in her heart. This child was around the same age as Su Minglang 2 years ago, but at that time Su Minglang was innocent and what somewhat a foolish glutinous rice dumpling, whereas this child was much more pitiful. When Chong Zai Ching abandoned her husband and son, it was because her husband would gamble and drink all day and she could not go on living like that. But before she left, she did not think of her young son and his well-being, when he left with such an irresponsible father. Thus Chong Zai Ching did not deserve any pity or forgiveness. To become such a vicious mother, one was no longer worthy of being a mother. Do not be afraid. Shen Miao pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the child's tears. Wei Shen had felt somewhat surprised with the doting. This female's eyes was very beautiful and her appearance was not bad. Even though she was dressed in the clothes of a page boy, her hands were fair and tender. Wei Shen knew that this kind of hands were different from hands that did rough work and one could tell from a glance that she was from a rich and noble family. This female should be very wealthy and noble, and for such people to wipe off a poor person like him so gently, when his own mother never had, Wei Shen was somewhat dazed. A soft cough sounded from the purple-robed man standing beside Shen Miao. He glared at Wei Shang before saying coldly, "Go in." Wei Shang's entire body had gotten cold with that glare. He did not know why but felt that even when the extremely beautiful man did not do anything but with just one look, he could make one feel fear. When he recovered his senses, he saw the female in front keeping her handkerchief with a gentle gaze in her eyes. Shen Miao was thinking about her Fu Ming and Wan Yun. Fu Ming and Wan Yun had Fu Shuyi as a father, so how could there not be difficulties? Even though she did not run away, she was not able to save her children's end and was no better off than Chong Zai Ching. Suppressing the complex emotions in her heart she said, "Wei Shang, take us to meet with your father." Wei Shang opened the door and once one entered, there was a strong alcohol scent that wafted over. Even though Shen Miao had a mask on, she could not help but frown. Seeing Shen Miao frown, Wei Shang seemed to blush with shame. He ran to the other side to take an oil lamp and lit it up. The flame was ignited and swayed around, making everything in the room slightly lighten up. One then saw that there was a middle-aged man lying on the bed. This male was very thin and his complexion was of a glazed yellow in color as he snored in his sleep. Wei Shang looked at the two people in front uneasily. The female said, "Wake him up." Wei Shang nodded his head and walked over to the man's side and gently shook the man's arms as he said softly, "Father. Father, someone has come." Initially there was no response from that man at first. Afterwards he seemed to be annoyed by Wei Shang's shaking and unconsciously slapped before yelling, "It's in the middle of the night. What are you crying about?" On instincts, Wei Shang closed his eyes but the slap did not came down. He carefully opened his eyes and saw his father's fearful gaze and followed the direction. That beautiful male who had been looking on coldly and indifferently had reached in front of him at some point and the slender long hand was holding onto the man's throat. Immortal, immortal, Wei Shang got anxious. He was scared and worried but at the end he still resisted his fear and said, "My father did not deliberately offend you. I beg of you to spare his life." Shen Miao swept a glance at that male who was so scared that there was no more traces of sleepiness before quietly saying, "Let go of him." Xie Jingxing only then released his hand. Huang Shen was somewhat afraid. His father knelt on the floor and as he stared at the two people in front, his body trembled uncontrollably. He most probably felt that the dangerous air that the other person had, especially the seeming beautiful male. Shen Miao said, "You are Tian Li." Tian Li nodded his head. "This lowly one is." Shen Miao swept a look at Tian Li. From the rumors, at the beginning in Lu province, Tian Li was also a handsome and suave scholar. He was talented and thus was able to win Chong Zai Ching's heart and marry her. It was only afterwards when he had failed in repeated examinations that gradually self-deprecation grew and he started to drink and gamble. Chong Zai Ching hated this kind of lifestyle thus she ran away. Seeing Tian Li's current appearance, she could slightly understand why Chong Zai Ching left. There was not even a little grace that Tian Li once had left now, and the man in front was obviously a disappointment and in dire straits. "Is Chong Zai Ching your wife?" Shen Miao asked. Hearing that, Tian Li's entire body trembled as he raised his head to look at Shen Miao. Even though he had tried his best to cover up, Shen Miao could see the anger and humiliation in his eyes. "Do not worry, I am not Chong Zai Ching's friend. It is all right to speak your mind," Shen Miao said. Tian Li looked at Shen Miao seriously and seemingly trying to confirm if what Shen Miao said was true or not. Shen Miao looked at him openly and broad-leveled. After half a moment Tian Li spat and said, "That slut of a wife ran away with my money. Shameless." Wei Shang shuddered for a moment and his gaze was somewhat laden with grief. Shen Miao's gaze fell onto Wei Shang and she said, "Wei Shang, go to the courtyard. I have some things to discuss with your father." Wei Shang looked at Shen Miao and then looked at Tian Li but he did not say anything before he quietly walked out with the blanket. After Wei Shen left, Shen Miao then let Tian Li elaborate of the ins and outs. It was similar to what was found out by the people that Shen Miao sent. Chong Zai Ching's husband was Tian Li. In the beginning when Tian Li and Chong Zai Ching got married, it was an anecdote that spread far and wide. Chong Zai Ching was a talented female in Lu province and Tian Li was also a talented scholar. Tian Li's family also had several shop houses. Even though they were not considered as a wealthy family, they could be considered as a slightly rich family. It was just that later on, others picked a fight with the Tian family business and the shop houses were mortgaged. The husband and wife of the Tian family was unable to withstand the blow and passed on, and thus Tian Li was affected by it and failed to pass the examinations that year, and subsequently every year was worse than the previous. At that time Chang Ziqing was already pregnant and gave birth to Wei Shang, thus there were more areas that required money. As the saying went, poverty couches a marriage, and both of them kept on quarreling. Tian Li fell in love with alcohol and gambling, and Chang Ziqing despised these kind of days as it was not how she wanted to live. Thus on one fine day, she sold the last remaining land deed and took the money to run away. Tian Li also sent people to search but was unable to find Chang Ziqing's whereabouts. It was likely that Tian Li did not know that Chang Hu and old Shen general had some relations, thus he did not know that Chang Ziqing came to Ding capital. When Tian Li was speaking of Chang Ziqing, he was still clenching his teeth. That poisonous woman took the land deed that was supposed to be left for Wei Shang to marry when he grows up. She actually took that and sold it. She does not even have Wei Shang in her heart. She is a slut. Shen Miao sighed as Xie Jingxing folded his arms and stood at the other side, looking outside the window, as if he was not interested in Tian Li's words in the room. However, even if he just casually stood there, no one could ignore the chilling atmosphere. At the end Tian Li asked, someone brought both of us here and said that we can see that woman. Young lady, are the people that brought us over to Ding capital you? Tian Li could see that the two individuals had an unusual identity, especially that male. How would normal people able help to have the guts to budge into a commoner's residence in the middle of the night? Such an arrogance like this was not what a normal person had. It is me, Shen Miao said, I know where Chang Ziqing is at. Tian Li was stunned, and when he spoke again, his voice shook as he asked, where is she? Shen Miao frowned slightly. In Tian Li's voice, other than anger, there was a trace of longing. Perhaps it was because he had been husband and wife with Chang Ziqing for a number of years, or perhaps it was because Chang Ziqing was in the end Wei Shang's mother. One feared that this Tian Li was not as good as he said and was soft-hearted towards Chang Ziqing. This was not what Shen Miao wanted to see. She said, Chang Ziqing is currently in the former Shen residence of the formidable great general and has become the concubine of the Shen residence's third master, Shen Wan. Currently she is pregnant and Shen Wan treats her very well. She has all of Shen Wan's favor, and one thinks that soon she would be able to give birth to Shen Wan's son. There are no other heirs in Shen Wan's residence, thus once the child is born, perhaps Chang Ziqing could be raised to the official position. Even if she was not raised, that child would be brought up with brocade and jaded food for its entire life. Tian Li's expression changed. First it was being angry due to the green hat he was wearing, then it was humiliation, and it became complicated. That little trace of softening of his heart disappeared after hearing Shen Miao's remarks. The child that Chang Ziqing gave birth to could be brought up with brocade and jaded food for the entire life, but in retrospect, Wei Shen in the future would not have anything since the land deed for him to marry a wife was also sold. Many years later, the two children who both crawled out of Chang Ziqing's stomach would be so far apart, like dirt and clouds. One was most afraid of comparison, thus Tian Li's heart was irreconcilable. Shen Miao smiled gently. Not only that, third Shen master even divorced his wife for Chang Ziqing and went to court with his wife. One thinks that he truly loved Chang Ziqing. Now the former third Shen Furen has become a street rat that is scolded by everyone. She is rather pitiful. Tian Li sneered. This third Shen master is also one without a brain. Towards Shen Wan, Tian Qing had no good feeling as he hated that his wife was shared with others, and moreover as a poor person, one would always be hostile to the rich. Especially so since Chang Ziqing would often express her direction to head towards the wealthy, therefore Tian Li was very resentful of Shen Wan. To be honest with each other, third Shen Furen entrusted this to me. Shen Miao said. Third Shen Furen was forced by third Shen master and currently felt that she had no way out. Third Shen Furen planned to make it so that either the fish dies or the net splits, and to make third Shen master and Chang Ziqing not live well, thus she found you. Tian Li looked at Shen Miao and gradually realized what she was going towards and said, your noble one meant. At the most appropriate timing, clarify to third Shen master that Chang Ziqing is your wife. Let third Shen master stop this mistake as early as possible. Tian Li said, Shen Miao did not give Tian Li time to hesitate and said, could it be that you are willing to watch your own wife growing old with others? Your feeling for her has not ended and you want to give her a route to live. She however did not even consider you for one little bit. If she still had a conscience in her heart, do not mention yourself, she would be reluctant to part with Wei Shang. But in actual fact, she even left with the last land deed that was for Wei Shang's future. Chang Ziqing's heart only had herself and had never put you both father and son in it. To even requite evil with good, Tian Li, could it be that your Tian family are all disciples of Buddha and all do not discriminate right and wrong? These remarks were really impolite that even Xie Jingxing who was listening at the side also lifted his lips and looked at Shen Miao meaningfully. Tian Li's face turned red upon listening, but he did not dare to refute Shen Miao's words. The most important thing is that on what basis does Wei Shang have to live through such hardships while Chang Ziqing's and Shen Wan's son could live freely? If there was one day that Wei Shang encountered this younger brother of a different father but the same mother, the younger brother would be a person above others, whereas Wei Shang could only serve him like a subordinate. Chang Ziqing would only acknowledge the younger brother and not acknowledge him, so what would Wei Shen think? Tian Li, just think carefully if you are truly reconciled to this. Shen Miao's words always had a faint enchantment that would make others unconsciously follow her words to think. Moreover, what she said was obviously what Tian Li was most concerned of. No matter how bad Tian Li was, even if he treated Wei Shang crudely, he had more conscience than Chang Ziqing. Otherwise, even though he was a gambler, he still kept the last land deed for Wei Shang to marry a wife. Tian Li said, noble person. I understood. I am unreconciled, but she is after all Wei Shang's mother. I only want her to come back, and if she was beaten to death by others, Wei Shang would be upset. Just do not let Wei Shang know of the matter. Shen Miao said, after the matter is successful, third Shen Furen will give you father and son a large sum of money. This amount would be much more than the value of the land deed you had before. With this sum of money, both of you can go as far as you want, to a place where no one knows of you and start anew. In this world, there are two things that cannot be detained. One is water that was splashed and the other is people who leave. Chang Ziqing took the initiative to walk out of your lives and is now living in brocade and jaded food, so how would you be able to get her back? With your sincere heart or the mother and son care for Wei Shang? Do you think it is possible? Tian Li closed his eyes in pain. Shen Miao said correctly. Chang Ziqing was living so well and one could not think of any reason to go back to the previous lifestyle. If she really thought of him and Wei Shang, she would not have sold the land deed and run away. The female wearing a mask stood in front and said calmly, one looked out for oneself, else heavens and earth would destroy you. It was her who was heartless first, so why do you still speak of righteousness? Now that there is an opportunity for you to change your life. If you miss this one, there would not be a second time. Even if it is to step on Chang Ziqing's life to walk forward, you are not wrong. Because this is what Chang Ziqing owes to both father and son. Will you do it or not? Following Shen Miao's words, a lot of things flashed in front of Tian Li. Chang Ziqing's looks of disgust and disdainful eyes, the pointing and talks about him by the neighbors after she ran away, Wei Sheng always sitting alone in a corner thinking of what he did not know, and also thinking that they could only wear worn-out clothes. If there was a day that he could change his life and could be like those wealthy and noble family and give a good life for Wei Sheng, Tian Li lifted his head and made a choice with determination. I will agree and do as you have instructed, but you must give me enough money so that both father and son are able to leave this place without worrying of clothes or food. Shen Miao's eyebrows raised. Sometimes rumors could not be trusted. It is said that Tian Li was a scoundrel, but she did not expect that it would be this easy today. Tian Li was not difficult to deal with. Perhaps it was because of Wei Sheng. Even though this man did not have a good disposition, he still had a conscience. The money will be given to you. The person speaking was Xie Jingxing. He stood in the shadows as he leaned against the door and said lazily, do not think of any other thoughts otherwise. Tian Li shook his head fiercely and lowered his head quickly before speaking fearfully, this lowly one dare not. He did not know why, but facing this male would make him feel an unspeakable fear. From the beginning till now, the one speaking was the female wearing a mask, but the purple-clad male's aura filled up the small house. Shen Miao took a glance at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing really did a good job. To scare a person, he need not need to even say anything serious and just show the look that Xie Jingxing usually put on, the other person would be paralyzed. After Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao left the room, Wei Sheng came over and looked at Shen Miao before timidly asked, can you all find mother? Shen Miao looked at Wei Shen and her brows became collected, sleep early. Then she walked out first. Her steps were rather rapid. Xie Jingxing followed, and after walking out from the alley in the eastern part of the city, they reached the streets outside. Xie Jingxing took a glimpse of Shen Miao's expression. You felt apologetic towards that child. Apologetic, but one will continue to do it. Shen Miao said, I am also a selfish person. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. Why say that? Accompanying me in the middle of the night and helping me to threaten Tian Li, you are a disciple of Buddha. Else how could one be this kind? Xie Jingxing chuckled. You do not seem to appreciate it. Shen Miao's lips slowly raised. The relationship with Xie Jingxing had gradually changed, and there was no need to oppose one another with equal harshness as the other person was very clear and broad-leveled. It was like many things were not completed by one person, and it was much relaxing. Just like at this moment, walking in an empty street on a snowy night, it was just like taking a stroll. She was like that Empress Shen in her bones, but there seemed to be something else that was not there before. Is my help required for Chang Ziqing's matter? Xie Jingxing said lazily. If you ask me, I can think about it. That matter does not need your Highness Prince Rui to bother. Shen Miao smiled. There will be no complication regarding that matter. You have a plan ready. Xie Jingxing gave her a look and said with a half smile, sometimes one wants to know when will there be a difficult situation in the world that you are unable to resolve, so that you can perhaps ask me. Most likely there will not be such a matter. Shen Miao replied. That is regretful. Xie Jingxing's words contained some pity. Shen Miao laughed. There was always something new happening in the Ding capital, and the new fresh happenings of the day would quickly cover the things of the days past. Just like the lawsuit between the Shen and Chen families, everyone took it as watching a joke and promptly forgot about it after seeing it. As for the Shen residents, it was the same. The servants still did things that they should. The only difference was that Chu Shui Yuan has changed to a new mistress. The new mistress was able to gain Shen Wan's favor, seemingly catching up to that year third Shen Furen married in. Comparing Chang Ziqing and Chen Ruchu, she was more able to manage the relationships with the people around. Most likely it was because she did not have the arrogance and aloofness that Chen Ruchu had, and since she was frank, it made others feel comfortable. Not only did Shen Wan like her, even Shen Gui and old Shen Furen also felt that she was good and felt that it was a wise choice to let Shen Wan divorce Chen Ruchu. Shen Wan treated Chang Ziqing very well, and old Shen Furen even specially found a senior monk to take a look, and he said that Chang Ziqing was carrying boy. At the end, old Shen Furen did not fuss about Chang Ziqing's background at all. The Shen residence's most urgent task was to gain a male descendant as soon as possible, else others would look at laugh that the Shen residence was unable to pass down its lineage. Shen Wan was always smiling. Chang Ziqing not only advised him on tactics, but everything in the residence was arranged properly, seemingly very skilled, making him even happier and relaxed. To be able to do poetry and calligraphy, manage the household and help in one's career, most likely no man would not like it. On this day, Chang Ziqing and Shen Wan were chatting in the courtyard. Chang Ziqing had a thick fur coat around her, a brazier next to her feet, and a hand warmer in her hands. Because Shen Wan feared that she would catch a cold, he had instructed the maids around her to serve her well. Chang Ziqing said, Master is a little free today. Shen Wan took her hands and placed them in his and smiled, not only today. These days there is nothing in court, thus one can accompany you and the child more. This is really good. Chang Ziqing smiled, the child can get closer to father. These words made Shen Wan feel good, and he hugged Chang Ziqing and sighed, currently what my heart hopes for is nothing but for you to give birth to the child, then it would be worth what I have done. Chang Ziqing became aware of it and saw that Shen Wan's heart was not smooth, thus asked, is Master still troubled by the matter of fifth Shen young lady from a few days before? Be it letting Shen Miao marry Prince Zhou or to let Shen Miao have some relations with Prince Zhou, no matter which one, he was unable to create any wind at all. Even though Chang Ziqing did not know why Shen Wan needed to do so much, she knew that the matter must be related to Shen Wan's career. Shen Wan shook his head and laughed bitterly. These days Shen watches over Shen Miao very well, and Shen Miao does not even leave the residence, so it is impossible to find an opportunity. Such flawless barrel, where can one start? As he spoke, he became listless. This cannot continue like this. Chang Ziqing's eyes turned and she smiled. What's so difficult about this? If fifth Shen young lady does not leave the house, then just let fifth Shen young lady take the initiative to go out. Speaking of which, when fifth Shen young lady leaves, General Shen will know and inevitably let her bring a squad of guards. With General Shen's background, the people around would definitely be highly skilled, thus if one really takes action, it must be successful on the first try. It is better to let fifth Shen young lady leave the residence herself secretly, thus not letting General Shen discover. Like this, it would be much easier. Shen Wan's gaze flickered and he thought for a moment before shaking his head. Shen Miao does not have any secret in her normal life, so it is difficult to coax her out. Before, Shen Miao was in good relations with a young lady by the name of Feng and Ning, but these days she also obediently stayed in the Feng residence, and if one were to get Shen Miao out by using Feng and Ning's name again, Shen Miao would definitely be alert. A young girl, no matter how calm one is normally, will always be timid and one's heart will always be troubled. Chang Ziqing smiled softly. Why not Master try to walk from the side? For example, use fifth Shen young lady's parents or older brother as bait, saying that they are in danger or something. Once her heart is in panic, no matter how calm fifth Shen young lady is usually, one would think that she would lose her mind when it concerns her blood family. Master may wish to take advantage of this opportunity. When Shen Wan heard it, he first thought it carefully before grabbing Chang Ziqing's hands tightly. Even though there are some loopholes, it is still a good idea. After adding more details, perhaps one can use it. He looked at Chang Ziqing with some excitement and appreciation filled his gaze. You always surprise me. Chang Ziqing lowered her head slightly and smiled. Master really know how to joke. Now that one has followed Master, one would do one's best to help Master. Even though the matter is not upright and above board, Zai also know that there are no fathers and sons in court, so Zai will put master first. Actually, with regards to scheming against Shen Miao, it was considered a malicious scheme if one were to speak about it. Even though currently Shen was very appreciative of this marvelous tactic that Zai had thought up, but in the future if he thought about it, he might find that Zai had a vicious heart. Zai said it out first with the rationale of there were no fathers and sons in court, and afterwards kept on mentioning putting Shen first, and not only would this make Shen feel good, he would also appreciate Zai even more and find that she is open-minded. He would surely think that she is indeed a rare talented female who did not think of herself one bit. Thus Shen looked deeply towards Zai. With such a beauty, what other wishes does this husband have? Zai said docilely, encountering master as Zai blessing. The good treatment that master showed to Zai dare not forget. The more she lowered herself and made herself insignificant, the more Shen would dote on her, but he did not see a glimpse of pride that flashed in Zai eyes. In Zai eyes, men and feelings are all nothing but smoke and clouds that pass one's eyes. Only when one really experienced poverty, one would really know how valuable wealth was. She must firmly grasp onto Shen but it was not because of Shen the person, but the lifestyle of not needed to worry about clothes and food that Shen could give to her. Zai was different from Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu loved Shen in her heart, thus Chen Ruchu would lose her sanity because of Shen actions. Zai loved the Shen residence's wealth and the position of an official's wife, thus she was clear-headed and understood what needs to be done. Just like Shen this kind of man, Chen Ruchu, a clever and skilled female, would at the end fall into such a state. Zai understood in her heart that just with poetry, songs and romance would not be enough to grasp this man's heart. She had to demonstrate her talents and let Shen feel that she was useful to him, then Shen would not abandon her. Zai did very well. Shen accompanied Zai for quite a while before leaving, as he still had some official duties to deal with. After carefully instructing Zai servants, he then left with his servants. After returning to his study, the personal servant went up to him and handed him a letter. Master, the people at the door said that someone brought a letter and specifically mentioned to pass it to master, but one did not know who sent it. Shen took the letter and saw that the top of the envelope was empty. It was obvious that one feared that it would be noticed by others. Officials of the court like them would occasionally have confidential documents, thus Shen dare not hold it up and quickly opened the letter. After opening up the letter, the first line of it left Shen stunned on the spot. That line was, "Third Shen Master, do you know that your favorite Guiki is a worn shoe?" Shen almost could not steady himself. He held onto the table and collected himself before quickly reading the letter. The letter was written simply, but the content of the letter was not at all simple. In it, it mentioned that Zai was already married to someone in Lu province and even had a son. Now she had entered the Shen residence and became Shen Guiki. The most important thing currently was that Zai had not separated from her original husband. If this was true, then it could be said that Shen had snatched others' wife and could be sued in court. Initially Shen did not believe it and looked disdainfully at this letter. He even wondered if this was an evidence of Chen Ruchu's provocation. However, when he read the last line of the letter, he became stunned and went blank on the spot. At Zai private area, there is a small red birthmark. This was indeed a fact. The little red birthmark on Zai hidden place was something that a normal person would not be able to see. But what kind of person was Shen If he believed these unfounded words that easily, then he would not have been able to survive so many years in court as an official. He swept a look at the letter that had indicated that the father and son had entered Ding capital and were living in a commoner place in the eastern part of the city. The letter even indicated the address. Shen shredded the letter quickly and said to the servant beside him, "Prepare the horse." Shen would not believe a stranger's letter, but also could not believe Zai without reservations. It would be better for him to see to it for himself. When the horse carriage reached to the house at the eastern part of the city as was indicated on the letter, Shen did not get down of the carriage, but rather hid in it before instructing his servants to knock on the doors. The one that opened the doors was a young boy. Because the boy was too thin, there was a little less childlike innocence in his eyes and more maturity, so that he looked like a young male. When Shen saw the boy's face, he drew in a sudden breath of cold air. At that moment Shen knew that what was said in the letter was real. There was no other reason except that this boy looked very much like Zai. Even the space between the brows was very similar. However, compared to Zai's bright and frank worthiness, this child was weak and inferior. No matter what, he also had similar facial features. Kang family had no other grandchild, thus it was not possible for this to be Zai's younger brother. Shen servant also jumped in shock when he saw this boy's appearance, but he still followed Shen instruction and asked, "Little brother, do you know where Zai is?" That boy gave him a wary look. "What do you want to do with my mother?" Shen closed his eyes. Without a doubt what the letter mentioned was the truth. Zai indeed had a husband and son in Lu province. It was just that one did not know why this was concealed so well. That servant exchanged a few more sentences with the boy before returning to Shen and asking Shen carefully, "Master." "Investigate." Shen said with gasping breath, "Send people to Lu province to investigate the ins and outs of Zai. It is compulsory to investigate everything very clearly." The reason why Shen appreciated Zai was because Zai had a gentle temperament and was talented, moreover she was now pregnant with his child. But if Zai really had a husband and child in Lu province, then this would become a joke. He had fed others' wife and was still immeasurably satisfied about it, and since Zai had abandoned her husband and child, she was not as gentle as she seemed on the surface. Shen was actually very picky on certain aspects. On one side he hoped that his wife was able to manage the household well, and on the other side hoped that the other party would maintain a fairy-like air. As for everything that happened today, it was as if Zai had become a different person in that moment and made Shen feel disgusted. In the following few days, Shen seemed to be busy. Every day he would be out, and even if he returned to the Shen residence, he would head straight to the study, thus Zai did not get a chance to see him. Occasionally when she would send some snacks to Shen he was not as intimate as before. Initially Shen attitude made Zai restless, but Shen personal servant told Zai that Shen had accepted a task these days and was very busy, thus he had no time for anything else. Only then was Zai relieved. However, in actual fact, Shen had received the letter he awaited from Lu province. The content of this letter was exactly the same as the letter from the stranger. Zai had a husband originally and was considered an anecdote at the beginning. When Shen finished reading the letter, he became so angry that he almost flipped the table. The Guiki that he brought in was another's wife, and now the other party's husband and child were in the Ding capital. Once this was discovered, one feared that one would become a joke for the entire Ding capital, not to mention the censors who would take the opportunity to criticize him. It would be alright if this was only the case, but because he divorced Chen Ruchu due to taking in Zai, he had made enemies with the Chen family. Now when it spread out, one would say that he had treated a fish's eye as pearl. Feelings of regret started to faintly appear in Shen heart. Admittedly, it was true that Zai was carrying his child, but he had also buried his future career because of Zai. Between love and power, he at the end would value power more. Moreover, how would Shen Wan forget that the female sleeping by his side was another's wife? His gaze became solemn for a moment, and just as he was about to give out instructions, he saw one of his servants rush in and yelled, "Master, something happened." Shen Wan frowned and scolded, "What kind of propriety is such hurriedness?" That servant tremblingly passed Shen Wan a letter, and one did not know what had occurred, but his eyes were somewhat evading. Shen Wan looked suspiciously at that servant. This servant was one who often passed messages between his colleagues. After reading 2 lines, Shen Wan's expression suddenly became extremely green. If one were to look seriously, one could discover it also consisted of some fear. In the imperial study, Emperor Wenwei was furious. He violently threw the report in his hands onto the ground. Emperor Wenwei coldly sneered, and the eunuchs by the side dared not even breathe loudly. Millions became corpses when an emperor was angered. It was especially so that at this moment that one dared not bump to Emperor Wenwei. In the report, there were series of items that indicated all the things that Shen Wan had done for the past few years, and overall it seemed that it was nothing serious. After all, Emperor Wenwei was one who fought in rain and blood with his brothers for power. But the report was written cleverly, as each line highlighted the unusual relationship between Shen Wan and Fu Shuyi. Amongst Emperor Wenhui's 9 sons, the more assuring ones were the Crown Prince and Prince Ding. The Crown Prince was legitimately born and he had a weak health, thus Emperor Wenwei would unconsciously be relaxed with him. However, for Prince Ding, even though he was outstanding, he did not ask about court matters, and in addition, with consort Dong Shu as a mother who was not one to fight or snatch, it made Emperor Wenwei feel comfortable. All the hidden fights between the princes were being watched by the emperor, and as long they were not overly excessive, he was one who enjoyed the situation where there were numerous mutual checks and balances. After one gained power, one would not be willing to put it down, thus watching as his sons grew up and reached the fiercest age, Emperor Wenwei also became vigilant. What he hated most was the closeness between the princes and officials. Although this was an unavoidable fact, as each of his sons had their own supporters. But when this was Prince Ding, a prince who normally did not fight or snatch, Emperor Wenwei found it somewhat unacceptable. On the contrary, his anger became worse than it had been in the past. Fu Shuyi's previous attitude of doing as he liked and his uncaring of the affairs of the world had now became one word for Emperor Wenwei: pretense. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Emperor Wenwei said solemnly, each and every one is treating Jen as a fool. Since this is the cause, then Jen will satisfy their wishes. It was always a turmoil and temperamental during court as the heavenly one pressed down on the government. If one had committed a crime, it would be lucky if one was demoted, but most often many would implicate 9 generations of the family in imprisonment and beheading. Shen Wan was such a person. Few days back when the Shen and Chen families were fighting, one had thought that things would gradually smoothen down. However, who knew that suddenly a group of officials were sent to the Shen residence for an arrest? The curious commoners inquired and heard that Shen Wan performed poorly and implicated the entire Shen residence, but the exact nature of the crime was not clear. However, the commoners were easy to coax as they believed it when it was said that he performed poorly. However, the smart people could see that this matter was unusual. One had to know that even if performance was truly lacking, it would not implicate the entire residence. This was obviously actions of a crime that would implicate 9 generations of the family. Those commoners who were passing by would look at the Shen residence differently. Not only did they point and talk, the conversation would lead towards the formidable great general, Shen Xin. 2 years ago, the Shen family people wanted to split up with Shen Xin when he was at his desolate situation, and afterwards Shen Xin was struck off from the Shen family. One did not think that Shen Xin had gained blessing out of this misfortune and escaped from this calamity. When these words were spread into Shen Miao's ears, Shen Miao only smiled without any care. Luo Tan clenched her fist tightly and said angrily, this is the saying that it is not that things are not known, but it is that the time has yet to arrive. At the beginning they tread all over eldest Bo and Bo Mu, and if they knew that they would end up like this, one fears that they would be so furious. Luo Ling thought for a moment before shaking his head. What crime did the third Shen master commit that warrant such great fanfare? Shen Miao said, since his majesty mobilized so greatly, he must have behaved atrociously. This matter has nothing to do with us. Luo Tan nodded her head. Indeed. Let's just wait and watch a good show. Shen Chu looked at Shen Miao in a melancholy mood and did not say anything. After Luo Ling and Luo Tan left, Shen Chu did not leave and pulled Shen Miao into the room. Seeing that the doors were locked, he then asked Shen Miao, younger sister, is the Shen family's matter you're doing? Shen Miao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Eldest brother, why do you always hold me responsible for everything? His majesty is the one dealing with ineffective people. I do not have the ability to interfere with third Chu's work. Shen Chu's head somewhat ached and he pressed his forehead and said, younger sister, eldest brother knows that you have some matters that you are unwilling to tell others. But the matters of court are not as easy as you think. Sometimes it looks like you are winning, but perhaps there would be changes in the variables in the future and would implicate you instead. He nattered on before Shen Miao said helplessly, eldest brother, to tell you the truth, this matter has nothing to do with me. Shen Wan is imprisoned because Chen Ruchu stabbed him in the back. When Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan fought endlessly, did you think Chen Ruchu would take it lying down? This time it was Shen Chu that was surprised as he asked, Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu, after all, lived with Shen Wan for so many years and knew about Shen Wan's matter like the back of her hand. If she were to really stab him at the back, it would be much easier than ordinary people. Shen Miao continued, Shen Wan was harmed by the person by his pillow side and implicated the entire residence. What has it got to do with me? When Shen Chu heard it, he first pondered about it carefully before looking at Shen Miao suspiciously. How do you know of the matter so clearly? I have been hoping all the time for them to be in misfortune. Naturally one had sent people over to watch their every move. Shen Miao had mixed with Xie Jingxing too long that her words also consist of some sense of fearing nothing in heavens or earth. Normally Shen Chu would see Shen Miao with a dignified appearance. This was the first time seeing her being like this. One did not know why, but he felt that this was somewhat familiar. He then shook his head and interrupted his wild imagination. Even if one monitored them, this matter is too much of a coincidence. His eyes widened and he looked ridiculous. Younger sister, could it be that you are the one pushing the waves and adding to the billows behind the scenes? Shen Miao laughed. It is whatever eldest brother thinks then. Anyways, I did not have a hand in those matters at all. Shen Chu's face crumbled. Why is your courage this big? This is a matter that pierces through the skies. Shen Miao interrupted him. Why has eldest brother become so womanishly fussy? It is just a small matter. The Shen family deserves to fall to such a state. If Shen Wan had done his job well, how would others be able to catch his weakness? If he was in perfect harmony with Chen Ruchu, then how would one be provoked successfully? One first has to think of what one does wrong before pointing at others, correct? Shen Miao's words made Shen Chu dumbstruck. It was not until he was sent out from the courtyard before Shen Chu recovered himself. He smacked his head and recovered. Shen Miao was obviously twisting words and forcing on the logic. One did not know where she learned all these things, as it was just too daring of her to play with the monarch and officials on the palms of her hand, but she said as though she was innocent. Shen Chu was surprised. When did Shen Miao learn all these confident nonsense? Moreover, one seemed to have seen these kinds of gestures and attitude before. In the room, after Shen Miao sent Shen Chu off, she sat at the table with a sigh of relief. Just now the topic was broached. Emperor Wenwei had a character of passing like thunder and moving like wind. Most likely he was unable to tolerate the closeness of the prince and officials, and with all those instances started from a few years ago. From the beginning, one must not forget who one was dealing with. After the rebirth, one had become indifferent to many matters, just like this household of the Shen family. Even if she did not do anything, they would still cause their own death. However, it was different from Fu Shuyi. Fu Shuyi was like the most vicious snake that was hidden in the dark. It looked harmless, but one would be caught off guard and bitten by it. Just like the last time when he got Shen Wan to matchmake herself and Prince Zhou. Even if Shen Miao hid herself from Fu Shuyi as much as possible, Fu Shuyi still fixed his attention on her. It was no longer appropriate to endure silently and work out a strategy. Instead, it was better to tear off one's mask and start playing a game with evenly matched adversaries. What was Fu Shuyi most afraid of? He feared that his ambition would be unveiled to everyone. With regards to Shen Wan's matter, even though this would make Emperor Wen Hui's heart suspicious, with Fu Shuyi's methods, it would not be so easy for him to be knocked down. He would definitely think of a method of rebuttal. However, how could Shen Miao be able to miss this opportunity? Even if one was unable to knock him down this time, she must definitely remove a layer of skin from Fu Shuyi. Just one Shen Wan was not enough. This round of chess must be even more exciting. Shen Miao called Jing Jie to get Mo Qing in and instructed Mo Qing with a few words. From the splendid residence to imprisonment, it only took one night. Shen Wan felt that in these 2 years the Shen residence was very unlucky. It was just like one had offended someone or something so that nothing went smoothly. First it was the second household that had mishaps, then after that it was the third household's turn. Now the entire Shen residence was imprisoned, other than the eldest household. Currently the eldest household was valued again by Emperor Wen Wei, and regardless how the future would be like, it was at least more impressive than them. Speaking of which, the continuous misfortune that the Shen residence met with seemed to have started after the separation from the eldest household. However, to be more precise, it started 2 years ago when Shen Xin returned to the capital. Could it be that someone put a curse onto the Shen residence? In the prison cell next door, it contained all the females in the Shen family. Old Shen Furen and Kang Ziqing were both locked up there. When Shen Wan heard the moaning and complaining from old Shen Furen, his heart started to feel irritation. Thinking back 2 years ago, people who came to visit the residence of the formidable great general were abundant, even though most of them did it for Shen Xin's reputation. However, Shen Xin was not in the capital all year and the Shen residence was not short of money, thus one had an imposing manner when walking about. Although Shen Gui and him were civil officials, they would be promoted each passing year and both of their daughters were elegant and their marriages could be a great help. Shen Yuanbo and Shen Yuan were still alive and Ren Wanyun was astute, and Chen Ruchu was gentle. It was a good image of a happy and harmonious family. However, in just 2 short years things had remained the same, but the people had changed and they landed in such a situation. Shen Gui asked dispiritedly, "Third younger brother, what crime did you actually commit that His Majesty actually captured our entire residence?" "I committed some crime." Shen Wan laughed coldly. Second older brother is also a person who worked in court and knows that if His Majesty wants to arrest anyone, just any casual excuse will be enough for it. This is His Majesty's excuse to arrest me. If it was truly that one's performance was poor, then the entire residence of people would not be arrested. This is clearly intending to attack with condemnations. When Kang Ziqing, in the adjoining cell, heard it, she exclaimed in shock and her words contained some anxieties. It is unexpectedly His Majesty's doing on purpose. Why would His Majesty do this on purpose? Could it be that Master had angered His Majesty in some ways? If it was on normal days, Shen Wan would surely say some words to relieve her anxiety, but once he thought of the information that he received from Lu province that Kang Ziqing already had a husband and child, he felt very disgusted. Kang Ziqing wholeheartedly chased for a wealthy future so she concealed her true appearance, but now that the wealth has become bubbles and shadows, one feared that it was too late for regrets. He waved his hands and said impatiently, "One does not know." However, his heart was thinking about the letter that he received. The letter that his servant gave was from his private and considerably close personal friend in the official circle. One did not know where that official heard that Shen Wan's archenemy had submitted a report. That report did not indicate other things but the evidence of the exchanges between Shen Wan and Fu Shuyi over these years. Even though Shen Wan did not really work for Fu Shuyi these years, but because he was indecisive in the early years and did not want to give up the Prince Ding as a chess piece, his attitude was rather warm. From the eyes of others, it looked like he had an alliance with Prince Ding very early on. When Emperor Wen Wei saw the pile of evidence, it was conceivable that Emperor Wen Wei would be furious, thus one feared that it would be difficult for the matter to be settled well. As to how his archenemy would be able to suddenly gain all the information, Shen Wan could vaguely think of a person. Chen Ruchu had been his wife for so many years, and because Chen Ruchu did not know about court matters, Shen Wan would not deliberately guard against Chen Ruchu. Some of the matters were very secretive, thus if Chen Ruchu stabbed him in the back then everything would be plausible. Thinking that how Chen Ruchu treated him with graceful tenderness in the beginning and now it was a matter of either the fish dies or the net splits, Shen Wan's gaze landed on Kang Ziqing and his expression got solemn. If there was no Kang Ziqing, Chen Ruchu and he would not be a separated couple and things would not be like this. Thinking like that, Shen Wan also felt indifferent even to the child that Kang Ziqing was carrying. On the surface the imprisonment of Shen Wan and family was due to poor performance, but those who were aware of the situation knew that this was Emperor Wen Hui's wrath for Shen Wan being close with Fu Shuyi in secret. This matter implicated the Entre Shen residence and of course, Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, was also inevitably affected. Fu Shuyi had a network of numerous spies and informants, thus he quickly learned about the truth of the matter. Fu Shuyi had never thought that Shen Wan's and Chen Ruchu's family affairs could involve him. Currently the crucial thing was to never let Emperor Wen Wei be suspicious of him at this time. At the same time, Fu Shuyi was also very puzzled. This year Emperor Wen Hui's health was not as good as it was previously, so he was very sensitive towards the relations between the princes and the officials. Just at this sensitive period, it was spread that he was close with Shen Wan. He felt that it was indeed too much of a coincidence. Even though Shen Wan was in the pits, but in actual fact, what he lost was not necessarily lesser than Shen Wan. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt. Fu Shuyi said coldly, "Not good enough to accomplish anything but more than enough to spoil everything." Pei Lang said after thinking, "It is best for your highness to indicate early that there is no relation to the matter. No matter what method is used, one have to prove one's innocence." "Naturally I know that," Fu Shuyi said. "What does gentleman think?" "The evidence is undeniable, so by denying it, it would look like it is deliberate. Your highness can admit to it and push all of it onto Shen Wan. Even though it is His Majesty's taboo for princes to form factions, but if it was Shen Wan who took the initiative to defect to you and your highness could not withstand the annoyance, perhaps His Majesty would feel better." Fu Shuyi nodded his head. "Gentleman's analysis is exactly the same as mine. Shen Wan, this chess piece can only be sacrificed. However, it would be more troublesome to leave this chess piece alone, therefore it is better to get rid of it." The meaning of these words was to sacrifice Shen Wan. There was no choice but to admit to the incidences in the report, as there were plenty of evidence threads in each one and those who were interested could discover it if they dig. However, all these were Shen Wan's desires. It was Shen Wan who wanted to climb and attached himself onto Fu Shuyi, and it was Fu Shuyi who remained unmoved. All these would be pardonable and Shen Wan would be the one who would be implicated. It's just that with this method, the crimes that were placed on Shen Wan would be much heavier and with Emperor Wen Hui's wrath, the punishment for Shen Wan would be even more severe. However, Fu Shuyi would definitely not care of the ending of Shen Wan. Fu Shuyi would not be even trouble to those who brought trouble to him. I am really fated with the Shen family. Fu Shuyi had an aloof expression on. Again and again, matters were ruined in the hands of the Shen family. One did not know why, but even though this time it started from Chen Ruchu, I still feel that it is not that simple. It is like someone is manipulating from behind the scenes. Pei Lang's heart jumped, but his face remained as calm as it was previously. The top priority now is still for your highness to testify personally. The longer this is dragged on, the worse his majesty's anger would be, and it would even implicate your highness. Fu Shuyi smiled. Even though it is a little more troublesome, it is not a deadlock situation. However, one asks gentlemen if the Shen family should remain or not. Pei Lang replied warmly, since they have hindered his highness's great cause, then of course they cannot remain. Fu Shuyi grinned and stared at Pei Lang. Gentlemen's words are exactly to my thoughts. I still have some matters, so gentlemen can withdraw first. If there is matter, I will then discuss with gentlemen. Pei Lang nodded his head in compliance and turned around to withdraw. However, he did not see that Fu Shuyi was starting at Pei Lang's back as he left with a clouded look in his eyes. The matter of Shen Wan and family being imprisoned was well known to everyone, thus it was also naturally spread into the residence of Prince of Qin. In front of the stone table in the gardens, Shen Yu was stunned when she heard the news, and it was Huang Fu Hao who gave a look to the scout and asked, oh. Really, the entire residence is imprisoned? It is absolutely true. That scout said. One heard that Emperor Wen Wei is very furious and wanted to give a death sentence. Huang Fu Hao turned around to look at Shen Yu's expression. Apart from being overwhelmed and finding it incomprehensible, there was no sadness or heartbroken expression. Involuntarily, Chen Ruchu's words from that day floated up in her mind. At that time, Shen Yu felt that there was an additional meaning behind Chen Ruchu's words. Could it be that the current situation of the Shen family was due to Chen Ruchu's handiwork? Shen Yu dared not let Huang Fu Hao discover her emotions and lowered her head to display a look of grief. How could this be? With only the reason of poor performance, how could Emperor Wen Wei seize the residence? One feared that it is not just this reason. Huang Fu Hao said, there should be another reason. After finished saying, he then looked at Shen Yu and asked, does you want to take a look at Shen Darren? Shen Yu jumped in shock and stammered, one fears that if one were to go now, it would only make father sad and bring trouble to your highness, so it is not needed. The Shen family was being seized and she was a female who had married into the Wang family, thus she was not implicated. However, if someone discovered that Shen Yu was still here, who knew if she would also be locked up? In face of a great calamity at hand, each one would fly in different directions. The Shen family was merciless to Shen Yu, so Shen Yu did not have any morality towards the Shen family. One feared that it would implicate oneself and was looking at hiding herself, so why would one approach it? Hearing this, Huang Fu Hao did not get tangled with this issue and only laughed before dropping the subject. Shen Yu sighed with relief in her heart. After Huang Fu Hao left, Shen Yu thought of writing a letter to Chen Ruchu to ask if this matter was related to Chen Ruchu. Even though there was still some fear in her heart, seeing that the entire Shen family was imprisoned, Shen Yu felt that there was some joy in the calamity. This was especially so for Kang Zaiqing, as she was the woman who took her mother's position and now had to suffer with Shen Wan. Thinking of that, Shen Yu did not find that it was lowly for her to be Huang Fu Hao's concubine and even felt complacent. If she had remained in the Shen residence, now she would also be imprisoned. Shen Yu had thought so, but on the very next day there was a secret which was spread in Ding capital. This secret was just like a stone that was thrown into the water and set off thousands of waves. The people who stood outside to watch the commotion found another interesting thing to talk about, and the entire streets kept on constantly talking about it. This also made the Shen family become a joke for others to talk about after meals and tea. A heavens-shocking secret burst forth in Ding capital. Early in the morning before the skies brightened, there was a middle-aged man who knelt in front of the government offices and crying injustice, saying that the third master of the Shen residence had forcefully snatched commoners and kidnapped one's wife to be a concubine, and it was condemned in heavens and earth. Even though that man looked like a lowlife, but one did not know where he had inherited a smooth tongue. Not only he talked about it, he also sang about it, making it so exciting that it attracted a lot of commoners who came to watch the show, and in less than half a shichen, the entire Ding capital knew of the matter. A little while back, the news about the Chen and Shen family fighting a lawsuit was a legendary matter that made the commoners in the Ding capital become aware of the Gui Qi, Kang Zaiqing. Shen Wan divorced his wife of many years for her and really did all the things without any emotions, thus everyone would discuss about it. Everyone could inquire about the good things. Kang Zaiqing was the daughter of old General Shen's old friend and was educated, gentle and elegant. Her temperament was comparable to Chen Ruchu, and because she was carrying Shen Wan's child, everyone would tend to go to Kang Zaiqing's side. One said that Shen Wan snatched others' wife, but everyone was not a fool. Lu province was not near to Ding capital, and initially Kang Zaiqing came to seek support from the Shen residence and claimed that she was unmarried. To speak about snatching another's wife, one feared that it was Kang Zaiqing who had stuck into it. Shen Wan had always been clever and elegant, and at the end one was not able to see Kang Zaiqing's real image and helped others raise their wife for so long that even grass was growing on the great hat he was wearing. As for that male's words, no one doubted it. The first reason was that the male had a marriage certificate in his hands, and the white paper in black words indicated Kang Zaiqing's name with the official stamps. Secondly, the young boy that was following along looked exactly like Kang Zaiqing, but he looked quiet and overwhelmed. Everyone was pointing and treated it as a joke that one had not seen for decades. It was said that big families had more scandals, but one did not think that a master would be that foolish. If it was previous, the matter could be suppressed and it would not be spread to the entire Ding capital like this. But this man's performance was sudden as he started to beat the drums and cry injustice early in the morning, making it difficult to suppress it down. Moreover, the people working in the government office would also look at another's reputation. Currently Shen Wan and his entire family were imprisoned, so no one cared about Shen Wan's reputation. They even joined with the crowd to watch the joke. In the Chen residence, in a remote courtyard, Chen Ruchu was listening to the news that Shi Qing had brought from outside and laughed as she leaned forward. She was currently more indolent these days and was even more unscrupulous. The more she was like this, the more the Chen family did not want to see her. However, she did not care about herself, as the main goal of living was to pull the Chen family down on purpose, and no doubt Chen Ruchu was doing that well. Chen Ruchu indeed had done it. After being together with Shen Wan as husband and wife so many years, he knew the lifeline of Shen Wan. After adding all the bits and pieces together and in addition of bribing Shen Wan's subordinates, she delivered the evidence to Shen Wan's sworn enemy. After waiting for the news anxiously, finally the good news came. The deeper Chen Ruchu's love with Shen Wan, the deeper the hate was. It was Shen Wan that put her in such miserable state, then she would never let Kang Zaiqing and Shen Wan live well. When the entire Shen family was imprisoned, Chen Ruchu was pleased, but she did not think that on the very next day the news about Kang Zaiqing having a husband and child would be revealed. She had not thought that after being smart for her entire life, she would lose to a female who abandoned her husband and child. Chen Ruchu was laughing manically, and as she laughed she felt that there was bitterness on the corners of her lips. If she had investigated further then and was not that anxious, she would send someone to Lu province to investigate, and perhaps there would not be such an ending. Shen Wan was one who would not be able to tolerate a single sand in his eye. Thus with Kang Ziqing's background, even without Chen Ruchu saying anything, he would have been disgusted with her. However, there was no turning back of an arrow that was released from the bow. No one was able to turn back after walking to this step. Furin, what should be done now? Shi Qing asked carefully. Currently Chen Ruchu was not cared for by the Chen family at all and the matters of the Shen family had come to an end. To Chen Ruchu, it was not a way to go to continue like this. I was thinking. Chen Ruchu pressed her forehead with a bit of tiredness. Since you is already settled down, I can do whatever I want. After a few more days, one would leave Ding capital and look for a small place to live out the rest of my life in peace. She laughed bitterly. It is better than to stay in the Ding capital and laughed by everyone. Shi Qing gave a sigh of relief as she felt that it was better if Chen Ruchu thought it that way. As long as there was hope, life would get better and better. But first I have to go and see you. Chen Ruchu's hands were on her chest, else I would not be at ease. Just as she was speaking, she saw Hua Yi running over in a rush with a shocked and frightened look on her face. Furin, it is not good. Something had happened. Chen Ruchu stood up and frowned as she asked, what happened? Second young lady. Second young lady. As soon as she heard it was Shen Yu, Chen Ruchu's heart suddenly jumped violently. She grabbed onto Hua Yi's hands and asked hurriedly, what happened to you? Hua Yi was almost crying. The matter of second young lady in the residence of Prince Qin was discovered. When Shen Yu was taken out of the residence of Prince Qin, Huang Fu Hao did not stop it. Despite Shen Yu's rains of tears and pleading as she grabbed onto his sleeves, Huang Fu Hao only comforted her, nothing will happen. Just follow them. There was no trace of protection in his words and tone at all. Those officials were very clever and seeing Huang Fu Hao's attitude, at the end they had no worries at all and headed out rather rudely with Shen Yu. As Huang Fu Hao looked at the entourage of people bringing Shen Yu away, he could not help but frown and instructed the guards beside him, go and inquire what is actually going on in the palaces of Mingqi. Early in the morning the officials came over to take away the daughter of the Shen family's third household, Shen Yu. Ever since Shen Yu entered the residence of Prince Qin, no one outside knew of it. Everyone would also not expect that a daughter of an official would become the concubine of the crown prince of Qin. But how would the officials knew of the information and actually came to the residence of Prince Qin for her? Just how much courtesy did Emperor Wenwei leave him with? The reason for taking Shen Yu away was because Shen Yu was a member of the Shen family and thus was unable to escape, but there was no mention of the exchanging of marriage between Shen Yu and Shen Dongling and most likely this was done to deliberately avoid it. However, because of this, there was no need for Emperor Wenwei to do it with such great fanfare. Huang Fu Hao thought that there must be something queer with this. Since the other party was prepared, then there was no need for Huang Fu Hao to go against. Shen Yu was just a means for him to understand Shen Miao and it happened that she had some beauty to be played with. He did not really put Shen Yu in her heart and not need to go against Emperor Wenwei and made things ugly, thus he pushed the boat with the currents. However, as to what was going on in Mingqi's palaces, Huang Fu Hao still did not know what had happened. It was because as such, he did not understand many things. After thinking for a moment, Huang Fu Hao called a subordinate over, go to the residence of Prince Ding and pass a message. These matters of the Shen family were enough to be a pot of mess. It was like a flat and fine silk surface suddenly had a thread pulled out and when the thread was pulled, all the embroidered patterns instantly became a mess, making one unable to see the original pattern. First it was Shen Wan who was sent to prison after performing poorly, then it was Kang Ziqing's husband and child who knelt at the doors of the government offices beating the drums and crying injustice. And now, they actually found the D-born daughter of the third household in the residence of the Qin crown prince as a concubine. From that the matter of the exchanging of marriage between the D-daughter of the third household and the Shu daughter of the second household was dug up and made everything side at the messy inner courtyards of the Shen residence. It also make one wonder if the Shen family had offended whichever god or ghost to be that misfortunate. It was in the afternoon when Shen Miao pulled the curtains down and planned to take a nap. The Shen family's matter had already gone accordingly to the steps that she wanted. Shen Miao could roughly guess what Emperor Wenwei would do. She just took off her cloak when she felt that something was not right. When she turned around, she saw that in the shadows, Xie Jingxing had come and she did not know when. He was leaning on her bed and was stroking a fluffy thing in his hands in a careless manner. That thing was arching itself and upon a closer look, it was the white tiger that Shen Miao saw before. That tiger most likely had grown quite a lot that even its fur was shiny and exceptionally beautiful. However, this did not enter Shen Miao's eyes. She took a deep breath and said, who let you go up my bed? Xie Jingxing really climbed all over her. She had gotten used to him flipping over windows to enter and now he dared to climb to her bed on broad daylight. Could it be that he would come in from the front doors opening in some days to drink tea and be welcomed by everyone in the residence? It was just unreasonably reckless. Xie Jingxing said, specially came over to congratulate you. Why do you react like this? Congratulate. Shen Miao was stunned. What to congratulate? Then Shen family is in prison as you wished. Xie Jingxing let go of his hands and the white tiger tumbled down and happily bounced around on Shen Miao's bed and even scrutinized the fine silk on Shen Miao's bed with its claws, making one feel pity. Xie Jingxing stroked his chin. Kang Ziqing's reputation is ruined. Shen Wan is regretful. Chen Ruchu is implicated and Shen Yu also ended up imprisoned. All these are things that are worth congratulating. He blinked his eyes. Are you not happy? To speak so straightforwardly about the result of scheming made Shen Miao a little uncomfortable. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed his sleeves to pull him out of the bed and said, it is all right just to say one's congratulations. Prince Rui need not need to personally take a trip if gifts are prepared. Then how could this prince express one's sincerity? Shen Miao used a lot of strength but Xie Jingxing did not move one bit. He swept a glance at Shen Miao and said with a smile but not a smile, moreover in this round, you even trapped Fu Shuyi. It is worthy of a celebration. Shen Miao's heart jumped and her hands involuntarily loosened. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised and his hands reached for Shen Miao's hands as it pulled her forward. Shen Miao was unable to prevent it and due to the instability before, she fell straight into Xie Jingxing's chest. The eyes of that youth were smiling but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. His words were said as soft and warm like whispers to a lover but the words that were used were cold. He said lowly, to even implicate Huang Fu Hao, that old emperor would not let Fu Shuyi off easily. This move of yours is wonderful but aren't you afraid that it would inviting the fire to yourself? Shen Miao looked up and towards Xie Jingxing. 2 years ago the youth was romantically beautiful but there was still some contempt. Perhaps it was a deliberate performance. 2 years later, after exposing his true identity to everyone, it made one felt more unfathomable. A cynical tone of voice was used, as if all the matters of the world had become an indifferent smile but that ambition hidden under the handsome appearance was the most daunting to others. Asking a tiger for its height appeared in Shen Miao's mind. Yes, what Xie Jingxing said was not wrong. The matters between Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan were just an opening act and Kang Ziqing would also suffer punishment from her own abandonment. And everything was a camouflage, it was her final deflective move. Shen Miao had never forgotten who her true enemy was, the scariest enemy, the most hated enemy. Fu Shuyi. Shen Wan had already been implicated with Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi and now Shen Yu had become Huang Fu Hao's woman. Shen Yu was Shen Wan's daughter thus it would make others think that perhaps there was some relations between Huang Fu Hao and Fu Shuyi. The suspicious Emperor Wenwei would definitely send someone to investigate it. If there were nothing between Huang Fuhao and Fu Shuyi, naturally nothing would be discovered, but unfortunately these two people had the heart to form an alliance. As long as Emperor Wenwei investigated seriously, it was very possible for him to discover something interesting. At such a critical moment, it could become Fu Shuyi's fatal blow. If on his route to become the monarch, there was Emperor Wenhui's suspicion and blocking, it would not a smooth journey at all. She had though that this move was hidden very well and did not expect that the purple-clad youth would have seen through it in a moment and watch her walk out from the colorful shell she had on. She wanted to get up from Xie Jingxing's side, but Xie Jingxing used one of his hands to hold her arm and the other supported the back of her head. Shen Miao was almost laying on Xie Jingxing. When she was breathing, the warmth between the distance made her able to hear her violent beating of a heart, but she did not know if it was hers or his. If at this moment someone outside came in, Shen Miao's innocence from the rest of her life would disappear. However, Xie Jingxing was a frivolous person and would not find that his actions were wrong. Shen Miao suddenly smiled and slowly said, inviting fire onto oneself. Xie Jingxing stared at her slyly. The fire has already found me. Shen Miao's voice had an indifferent yet serious tone to it as she continued, does Prince Rui thinks that I have a retreat route? She had never had any retreat route. Even if there were no revenge to settle, no Wan Yun and Fu Ming, no rebirth for the purpose of revenge, Shen Shen still had contributions that exceeded the monarch, thus there would be a day where the eldest household of the Shen family would face elimination. In order to protect the Shen family, Fu Shuyi would become her enemy. Of course there is a retreat route. That youth suddenly said. Shen Miao's fingers that were grabbing his clothes slightly moved. His side profile of his face was exceptionally handsome and his eyes were so beautiful and dark that it made one fall. Moreover, that long eyelashes were currently warm as it slightly filtered the sunlight from outside the curtain. He said lightly, with this prince here, fire will not be able to burn you. If you feel afraid, then come and hide at this prince. His voice was clear yet intoxicating as it floated into Shen Miao's ears. This prince will cut a retreat route for you. Shen Miao looked at him as he spoke casually and cynically, but he always gave others an illusion as if his promises were heavier than 1,000 jinn and he could definitely carry it out. But why would she suddenly have the feeling of wanting to cry? If in the previous lifetime when she was in the palace, someone said to her, with me here, I will cut a retreat route for you. Could it be that she would not walk all the way to the end? Could it be that her children would not be dead and her clan eliminated? The relationship between people were really strange. One did not care if what Xie Jingxing said was real or not, but Shen Miao's heart was gently swaying at this moment. It was like a butterfly wanted to fly out of her heart. Xie Jingxing however suddenly retrieved back the smile on his lips and looked at Shen Miao seriously. He then blinked and asked Shen Miao softly by her ears, but why is your heartbeat suddenly so loud? Shen Miao violently pushed Xie Jingxing away and sat up at once. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and his two hands casually behind his head. You are sick. You are then sick. Shen Miao took a deep breath and said, Prince Rui has congratulated enough and can leave now. I am an innocent young female and one will not be able to get married if others see this. Xie Jingxing frowned. Don't you want to be an empress? How would ordinary people be able to marry you? Seeing signs that Shen Miao was about to erupt in anger again, Xie Jingxing then sat up and grabbed the tiger that was chasing the pendant on the couch before placing it in his arms. He looked at Shen Miao and said as if it was funny, since it is a joyous occasion, how about I add flowers on the brocade? Shen Miao was startled and unconsciously looked towards Xie Jingxing before asking, what do you want to do? This person, Fu Shuyi, is not pleasing to my eyes. Xie Jingxing said understated ly, although one cannot resolve it together, he slightly squinted his eyes, it is not bad an idea to throw stones when he is down. Just as Shen Miao predicted, when the news of Shen Yu being caught and imprisoned was heard by Fu Shuyi, the unchanging face of Fu Shuyi could not help but lose color. How did Shen Yu suddenly enter Prince Jin residence? He asked his guards. One heard that initially the second Shen young lady was not willing to marry to the young master of the Wang family and exchange her marriage with the shoeborn third young lady of the Shen family. It was just that scandal was not publicized at that time. Afterwards the second Shen young lady secretly ran away from the residence and inadvertently encountered with the Qin Crown Prince and then became the concubine of the Qin Crown Prince. Enough. Fu Shuyi interrupted the guard's words and pressed his forehead as he said hatefully, this group of Shen family. Ever since the involvement of the Shen family, he really did not have anything that went smoothly. A few days back Shen Wan came to seek asylum with him. He gave Shen Wan a difficult task but he did not think that before Shen Wan started, he sank. It was fine if he sank but he even implicated him. Emperor Wenwei currently was suspicious of him and Fu Shuyi had to arrange everything with great difficulty and planned to push everything onto Shen Wan so that it would dispel Emperor Wenhui's doubts. Who knew that at this time there would be a knot that also brought Huang Fuhao in? On the surface it looked that it was only Shen Yu's matter but in fact it was related to Ming Qi's and Qin country's relationship. The Qin country and Ming Qi most likely would be walking down the road of alliance and it was something that everyone knew and among the 9 princes, whoever who was closer to Huang Fuhao would be targeted by Emperor Wenwei. Naturally Emperor Wenwei did not wish his sons to be close to Huang Fuhao as Emperor Wenwei wanted to let the Qin country see that he was the only monarch. Just at such a sensitive period, Shen Yu was in the residence of Prince Qin so how would Emperor Wenwei think? Was Shen Yu there because it was Shen Wan's move to win over the Qin Crown Prince and Shen Wan was working for Fu Shuyi? Currently Fu Shuyi and Huang Fuhao were really tired together. The more Fu Shuyi thought, the more his head ached. He always worked out a strategy in advance and did not know what to do with this sudden change, since he also did not know Shen Yu and Shen Dongling had exchanged their marriage and did not know that Huang Fuhao had brought Shen Yu in as a concubine. This matter is just too much of a coincidence. A trance of viciousness appeared on Fu Shuyi's cold face. Someone definitely is behind the scenes scheming. It is obvious that the spearhead is pointed at me. The matter with Shen Wan is false and the real thing was to push me into the water. I want to see who is behind the scenes controlling. A young aide asked carefully, what does your highness plan to do? Imperial father has become suspicious and it would be self-defeating if one were to clarify it in a rush. Fu Shuyi said, one can only wait and see. However one has to figure out who is exactly scheming behind my back. Perhaps it is Prince Zhou or Prince Zan. Not possible. Fu Shuyi resolutely denied it. This is not consistent with their usual methods and moreover this involved Huang Fuhao. If they were to take action, there would inevitably be traces and it would not be worth the loss when discovered by Imperial father. The aides looked at one another and no longer spoke. Pei Lang stood at the middle of the aides calmly with his hands by his side. Fu Shuyi did not ask about his opinion and he did not take the initiative to speak but he could feel Fu Shuyi's gaze that was on him. Seeing Pei Lang's calm face, he did not know why but another face suddenly appeared in front of Fu Shuyi. That young female face was small and delicate and that pair of eyes was as clear as a mirror, as adorable as a little beast. But she always frowned and put up an attitude which made Fu Shuyi think about the head of the inner palace that was in Kunning Palace. What she portrayed was even more magnificent in dignity. A phoenix or a beast. Fu Shuyi coldly laughed. It was only a female. Even if one had great abilities, it was impossible for such things to be from her hands. However even so, Fu Shuyi did not forget that perhaps Shen Miao had close relations with that Prince Rui of Great Liang. If Prince Rui really took action because of Shen Miao's sake, then Fu Shuyi had also aware of the other party's weakness. If one had identified the other's weakness, then the next step was to take unrelenting actions, and this was Fu Shuyi's style. Upon thinking about it repeatedly, he only then realized that the other party had gave him this big gift. Fu Shuyi clenched his fist and slowly calmed down. Go and find some people to take guard in front of the residence of Prince Jin and monitor day and night. He then looked at all the aides and said faintly, also double the number of guards in our residence. Not a single housefly can fly in and not a single mosquito is allowed to fly out. Pei Lang's heart jumped as he felt that Fu Shuyi's words still to be targeted. However, he still hung his sleeves and a look of indifference was on his face. However, the aides around started to whisper and mumble, seemingly able to sniff out some signs. The anger in Fu Shuyi dissipated. A gentle smile like usual appeared, but when his smile appeared halfway, a guard came in from outside and said, Your Highness, His Crown Prince Highness had sent someone to pass you some words. Fu Shuyi was startled and said, Call them in. Just as he stood up, he suddenly realized something and his expression changed drastically. It's bad. Emperor Wenwei knew about Shen Yu's matter and was currently suspecting that there were some implications between Fu Shuyi and Huang Fuhao. One feared that at this moment he spared every effort in investigating the relations between Huang Fuhao and Fu Shuyi. Huang Fuhao did not know what had happened and did not know the real reason of Shen Wan's arrest and thus here to ask about it and unfortunately came to the barrel of things. Fearing that this time it would be caught by Emperor Wenhui's people, it would be impossible to wash one clean even if one were to jump into the Yellow River. His crimes would almost be made true this time. Fu Shuyi suddenly sat on the chair. In the heavenly prisons of Mingqi, there were many people that was in prison at the moment. Shen Yu and Chen Ruchu had not thought that they would be reunited with the entire family of Shen Wan at this kind of situation. Shen Wan also had never expected that Shen Yu would become Huang Fuhao's concubine. Shen Wan was after all one who was in the game, thus when others was unable to see clearly, he however could see clearly. Even though he knew that it was not possible for him to escape from death, when Shen Yu involved Huang Fuhao in, it made him gave up all hope. Emperor Wenwei would not deal with Huang Fuhao because Huang Fuhao was the crown prince of Qin country and Fu Shuyi would be able to think of ways to protect himself since there were many different capable aides under Fu Shuyi. Moreover, to deal with a prince just because of some doubts was not an action Emperor Wenwei would do unless he wanted chaos under heavens. With this train of thoughts, the one that could be sacrificed would be the Shen family. Shen Yu was afraid and indignant in her heart. After entering the jail and locked with the females of the Shen family, she hurriedly pulled Chen Ruchu and asked, Mother, why are we also captured? We no longer have anything to do with the Shen family. What is actually going on? When Kang Ziqing heard it, she felt a little refreshed. She initially regretted her choice of the Shen residence as no one wanted to lose one's life and riches, and speaking of that, Shen Yu who ran away and Chen Ruchu who was divorced were instead lucky. Kang Ziqing had thought about it and felt irreconcilable, but once Shen Yu and Chen Ruchu were sent in, Kang Ziqing was very happy about it. When one was in a misfortune, one would want to grab onto a few others to drag them to hell together. Kang Ziqing said, Why is second young lady not Shen family's people? You are master's daughter. Shen Yu scoffed, It is not a horse, like you, turn to butt in. Kang Ziqing was slightly startled. She had long knew that Shen Yu was not as gentle as she looked on the surface but did not expect Shen Yu's mouth to be this powerful. Unconsciously she looked over towards Shen Wan and what surprised her the most was that not only did Shen Wan not look at her, it was as if he had turned a deaf ear to Shen Yu's words. When Shen Yu saw Kang Ziqing's appearance, she said pleased, Why? Are you hoping my father will speak out for you? Now the entire capital knew that you, Kang Ziqing, is a used shoe from Lu province who has no emotions and integrity. You self-proclaimed manners and literally knowledge are just like the number one prostitute in a brothel. What nonsense are you talking about? Kang Ziqing's heart jumped and replied unconsciously. She was locked in the prison all the time and was unaware of what was going on outside, thus she did not know that her matter in Lu province had already spread and everyone in Ding capital treated her as a joke. You do not know. Shen Yu had anger in her heart and used words to agitate her. Your husband and son in Lu province missed you so much and specially came down to Ding capital to look for you. Shen Yu looked at Shen Wan with ill intentions as she was quiet, resentful of Shen Wan, and thus continued unhurriedly, that Tian Li knelt in front of the government offices early and beat the drum and cried injustice, saying that the Shen resident snatched married woman. Kang Ziqing trembled and she knew that this could no longer be hidden, but when she looked at Shen Wan, she saw that Shen Wan did not have a surprised reaction before she asked trembling, You have long knew. What? The one speaking was old Shen Furen who was staring wide-eyed at the other side. She had thought that Shen Yu and Kang Ziqing were not close, thus they said those humiliating things, but now she finally caught on and screamed, You married to another. You also have a son. Kang Ziqing did not answer, but Chen Ruchu who was looking on coldly from the side laughed, Mother is still not aware. The wife that you so carefully selected for your son is currently another person's family. The Shen family had raised another family's wife and this Kang Ziqing's son is after all not with the surname Shen. Those words outside that were saying about the Shen family are indeed exciting. Mother should also listen to it. Shen Gui was also shocked by this sudden news. Kang Ziqing finally recovered to her senses and glanced at Chen Ruchu before laughing coldly. She no longer hid her put up her docile appearance and smashed her image. So what if I married another? So what I gave birth to another son? The Shen family is not as clean as you said. It is after all the one who retreated 50 steps laughing at the one retreated 100 steps. Moreover, I only married for a few days and did not enjoy much days of fortune, so it is not clear who is the one in the pits. When old Shen Furen heard it, anger raised from her heart. Without any rhyme or reason she was thrown into prison and was half fearful and half irritated with a stomach full of anger without any way to let out. Kang Ziqing's words was the trigger and without a second word, she rushed over, pounced onto Kang Ziqing and scolded as she pulled Kang Ziqing's hair, You slut. Defrauding the Shen family. Shameless. How could Kang Ziqing be one who accept all of that? If one were to say that she was willing to be lowly and insignificant, it was due to the overall plotting in the Shen residence, but now all appearances were shattered, thus there was no more concerns left. Immediately she and old Shen Furen came to blows. Even though old Shen Furen was old, during the fight her energy level was of that when she was young. She after all grew up in the marketplace while Kang Ziqing's fists were weaker as literate people would not use their hands, thus she did not do as well. Both of them fought and scolded one another, making it even more chaotic. Shen Gui wanted to pull them apart when he saw it, but male and females were locked in separate cells, thus his heart was willing but he did not have the ability to do it. Chen Ruchu looked on coldly while Shen Yu laughed. Everything stopped abruptly when Kang Ziqing cried out in pain. Old Shen Furen pushed Kang Ziqing away and her face was filled with nail scratches and her hair and clothes were all messed up, but she still looked satisfied at the person on the ground. Kang Ziqing was curled up on the ground, hugging her stomach and painfully twisting her face as she cried out. Under her body, a pool of blood formed. It was a miscarriage in the prison. One did not know where old Shen Furen hit Kang Ziqing at, but these days the food in prison was not to one taste, thus Kang Ziqing's body was weak and in addition to the tussle with old Shen Furen, her abdomen was injured. Shen Gui looked at Shen Wan at a loss but saw that Shen Wan's gaze was not affected one bit. Watching Kang Ziqing rolling about in pain on the floor, it was as if he was looking at a stranger. As for old Shen Furen, she looked somewhat insanely at Kang Ziqing as she scolded, Slut. Slut that deserves to die. Shen Yu was somewhat afraid of blood, and upon seeing the pool of blood that was under Kang Ziqing's body was growing and staining a large part of the ground, she started to be a little scared and started to squeeze towards Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu embraced Shen Yu firmly, and as she looked at Kang Ziqing, her lips slowly rose up. Kang Ziqing's conscience was somewhat hazy due to the pain. She tried to call for the warden and hope that someone would discover something was wrong with her body and find a physician for her. However, those wardens came and went, and the looks that they gave were filled with disdain and ridicule. There was no intention to help her at all. One did not know how long it had been, but Kang Ziqing could not even make a sound anymore. Most probably there was only air going in and none coming out, as if each breath would lead to her leaving. No one spoke in the cell, and it was scarily quiet. Everyone in the Shen family was looking at Kang Ziqing, had disgust, ridicule, dread and disdain in their gaze, but no sympathy. Catastrophes would warp a person's character, and not that their position was against each other, no sympathy was given at all. From Shen Yu's and Chen Ruchu's perspective, Kang Ziqing was suffering from her own actions, and from Shen Wan's perspective, it was not enough for Kang Ziqing to die after deceiving him. Shen Gui was not a good person, and old Shen Furen could not wait to tear Kang Ziqing piece by piece. In Kang Ziqing's entire life, the first half was very smooth going, but even though the latter half was not as smooth sailing, she had thought that with her smarts, she could still fly out from the branches and be a phoenix, and it was still possible to be wealthy and noble. Because of that, she could still fight and snatch and not care about conscience or reputation, but who knew that once she entered the wealthy and noble, it was a grave, and the people around were even more scarier than wolves. At this moment, Kang Ziqing suddenly missed the alcohol-loving husband and quiet son who chopped firewood and feed chickens in Lu province. She mumbled dazedly, "Why Shang?" Shen Yu frowned. What is she mumbling? Chen Ruchu shook her head. Mother, why are you looking so dispirited? Shen Yu tightened her hands. Is this matter very serious? When can we get out? It's nothing. This is just a small matter. Once His Majesty has investigated clearly, we will be released. Don't worry. Go and rest, else you will have no strength later. Chen Ruchu answered with a smile. After Shen Yu had gotten Chen Ruchu's assurance, her heart settled down and she felt a little tired, thus she leaned against Chen Ruchu and fell asleep. When old Shen Furen heard Chen Ruchu's words, she also gradually calmed down. Even though she was not satisfied with Chen Ruchu, one would know who was better when there was comparison. With Kang Ziqing as an example, old Shen Furen felt that Chen Ruchu was not bad. She then also closed her eyes to regain energy. No one was concerned of Kang Ziqing's life or death as she lay on the floor. Chen Ruchu took a look at Kang Ziqing and sneered. Immediately afterwards she thought of something and her eyes fell into despair. This time there would not be any way out. She had lied to Shen Yu. One feared that they would not able to walk out of here alive. No one understood Shen Wan's expression than Chen Ruchu. If there was even a glimmer of hope, Shen Wan would not have had this kind of response. He just sat there indifferently and was somewhat wooden, as if everything did not matter at all. No matter if the Shen family had become a laughing material, the scuffle between old Shen Furen and Kang Ziqing, or even Kang Ziqing's miscarriage, Shen Wan was expressionless. Shen Wan had given up all hope. Even Shen Wan had lost all hope, so Chen Ruchu had no other opportunity to live. When one knew of this ending, Chen Ruchu did not expect that it was as unacceptable as she thought. Perhaps previously when the Chen and Shen families were fighting in court, Chen Ruchu had seen a little value of relationship, or it could also be that the matter of Shen Wan divorcing her had hurt Chen Ruchu greatly. Currently Chen Ruchu was exhausted physically and mentally, and now that Kang Ziqing had ended up as such, she had nothing to care about. Anyways, if one were to die, everyone would die together and go to the netherworld together as a family. That was what Chen Ruchu thought. Third younger brother. In the silence, someone broke the quietness, and it was Shen Gui. He asked, do you not feel that our Shen family has met with some bad luck for these years? When father was still alive, there was not so many of such matters. After Shen Gui discovered that the root of descendant was injured, he had muddled life along without any aims and was rarely awake. No matter if it was real or not, he finally asked about a serious matter. Shen Wan looked at him and one was unable to distinguish it was happiness or anger in his tone. Is it when father was around, or is it when Shen Shen is around? Shen Gui was at a loss for words. Indeed so. It was not exact if one were to say that old Shen general alive is accurately speaking. When the Shen residence went downhill, it was when the eldest household separated from the family. In fact, when the Shen Shen returned back to the capital 2 years ago, their career was somewhat not smooth. It was just that at that time the Shen family was not separated and the official colleagues still flattered them on Shen Shen's account. Afterwards, when Shen Shen left the capital, these people did not have any scruples and the Shen family started declining. Even though one did not want to admit it, it was indeed a fact that a Shen family without Shen Shen was like any ordinary official family. There was nothing special about them. But the meaning of Shen Wan's words was not that meaning on surface. Shen Gui asked hesitantly, are you saying that someone is scheming our Shen family? This time the Shen family is also being schemed against. Shen Wan smiled strangely but did not know what he was smiling for. Could it be that Shen Shen was making a mess of things at the back? Shen Gui was suddenly enlightened. Chen Ruchu, who was sitting at the side, quietly spoke at this time. That little slut that Luo Shuiyan gave birth is very abnormal. Did you not discover that as long as Shen Miao was slightly implicated, at the end everything will inexplicably be messed up? Shen Wan and Shen Gui looked towards Chen Ruchu at the same time. It seemed that Chen Ruchu did not saw their gaze as she continued. First it was the second household Shen Qing and Shen Yuan, then it is the third household's turn. At the beginning second Cao's method was also not carried out well. Thinking about it carefully, if one were to say when did all the incidents of the Shen residence start from, it was better to say that it started from when her temperament changed. Humans were strange as their mind were constantly changing. Previously in Shen Wan's and Shen Gui's eyes, Shen Miao was only a little smart at most, but who know that she had such great abilities. But now they had fallen into such a state, and hearing Chen Ruchu's martyrdom, it seemed true. Just take for example, Princess Ming'an, who was recently here. She also hatred and desired revenge on Shen Miao when she inexplicably died. Until now, nothing concrete came out from the investigation. Shen Wan said heavily, just her alone, one's action would not be able to be at such a level. Unless one had an able person guiding behind the scenes or one had found a strong backing. One feared that it is not Shen Miao who found a backing. Shen Gui said with great thought, it is the Shen family had found a strong backing. He as if thought about something and smacked his knees. At the beginning, why did Shen Shen not fall to his death on the battlefield? I was saying why in these years, everything was not smooth. So it is Shen Shen who had done something behind one's back. He said so righteously but did not mention that the Shen family had given so much hindering matters to Shen Shen. No matter what, things are more or less related to Shen Shen. Chen Ruchu calmed down at this time and every word she said were more certain than before, else it cannot be that everyone in the Shen residence is implicated but only their first household is safe and sound. Everyone was silent. After half a moment, Shen Gui gritted his teeth. Since it is the case, then one have to drag down together. Even though this is not good for us, the eldest household should not have a good life. He looked towards Shen Wan, third younger brother. Let's think of ways to involve Shen Shen in. Not possible. Shen Wan said calmly. This matter has already reached the stage of sentencing, so if one were to implicate Shen Shen, others would view it as framing. The more this is done, the emperor would feel that the eldest household is not on the same route as us and we are treacherous while the eldest household is loyal. This would instead be advantageous for the eldest household. Shen Gui said angrily, but one cannot let him off that easily. Shen Wan coldly laughed, after swallowing such a big disadvantage. Moreover, at the beginning father favored Shen Xin. I don't believe we would still lose after fighting for so many years. Even if one cannot drag Shen Xin down, one must peel a layer of skin from Shen Xin. Third younger brother means. Shen Gui was somewhat puzzled. Shen Wan suppressed his voice. Since it is stuck at the emperor's side, then there is another person to go. You guess now that such a thing happened, even though we are suffering, who will be more annoyed than we are? Chen Ruchu frowned. Prince Ding. Correct. Shen Wan looked calmly at Chen Ruchu. At this time, it was no longer any use to blame Chen Ruchu for doing all these in a fit of anger. What's more, it was because of Kang Zaiqing that Shen Wan divorced Chen Ruchu, and if one were to look in the longer period of time, one was unable to say if someone set a trap for all of them to fall in. There was no meaning to blame anyone at this point since they were all disheartened and exhausted. But even before a poisonous snake dies, it would always remember to bite others, and the Shen family was this kind of poisonous snake. Shen Wan said coldly, our every single move is being watched by other. Among them, there would be Prince Ding's people, so by talking about the Shen family's eldest household, it will make Prince Ding become suspicious. Thinking that Prince Ding previously wanted him to play the matchmaker between Shen Miao and Prince Zhou, it meant that he was already somewhat suspicious of Shen Miao. If they were to mention about the Shen family's eldest household now, Prince Ding would think that it was the eldest household of the Shen family who trapped him and make Emperor Wenwei suspicious of him. One feared that he would want to immediately destroy the eldest household of the Shen family. What kind of person Prince Ding was? He was the one who hid the deepest among the 9 princes, and comparing to Prince Zan, he was even more of a smiling tiger. Shen Wan believed that once Prince Ding had fixed his eye onto it, the eldest household of the Shen family would not be able to live well. Even though this would not change their ending, one must bury a malignant tumor for the eldest household. There would be a day in the future that it would sprout. He mumbled softly in a voice that he was only able to hear, eldest brother, I will wait for you on the road to the underworld. The Ding capital's case concerning Shen Wan was closed especially fast. When the commoners knew about it, they all unable to make heads or tail of it. The former great general's residence was searched and possession confiscated. The servants were exiled while the masters were executed. There had not been such a big case in Mingqi for a long time, and this case did not seem to look that serious. The officials were very secretive about it, that till now the crime committed was still poor performance that led to a major calamity. It was just that what the major calamity was. No one knew about it. This was always the case for officials. When the monarch wants the official to die, the official had no choice but to die. When Emperor Wenwei wanted to kill any official of court, sometimes there was no need to think of any reasons at all. Even if it was the Shen family, the people who were officials were only Shen Wan and Shen Gui, and both of their careers were fading that no one was even willing to speak for them. Of course, there was also an invisible hand that was moving things forwards that made one felt surprised by the turn of events. On the day of execution, Shen Miao wanted to go and watch. Lu Tan looked astonishingly at Shen Miao and asked, why is youngest Biao's sister going there to watch? That is a bloody scene where the head will roll down and one will have nightmares at night. It is better not to go. Shen Qing and Luo Shuiyan would not go as they still have military matter to take care of, but even if they did not, they would not go to watch. Luo Shuiyan did not have any feelings with the Shen family, and even though Shen Qin had, those complicated feelings were all wiped clean by all the doings of the Shen family these years. It was better not to see one another, and one would not need to search for unhappiness for oneself. Shen Miao said, I want to watch. I have not seen an execution before. Luo Tan, she was flustered and exasperated. What good is there to watch an execution? But she was secretly anxious for Shen Miao. A female's heart would be tender, and even though there was not a good person in the Shen family, Shen Miao had gotten along with them for so long, so there would inevitably be some mourning feelings. Wasn't this finding unhappiness for herself if she were to go? I will accompany younger sister along. Shen Chu said. Shen Chu knew of Shen Miao's stubborn temper, and if one did not let her go, one feared that Shen Miao would also secretly sneak out and create more problems. He was not afraid to watch, and with more guards by their side, Shen Miao could be protected. I will also go along. Luo Ling smiled and spoke. I too have not seen an execution. Biao older brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Tan glanced at Luo Ling. Previously at the northwestern region, you have seen people executed by military orders. You are so used to seeing beheading, so what first time you are talking about? He did not expect that he would undermine by his own younger Tang sister. That Luo Ling's gentle smile was a bit stiff. When Shen Chu heard it, he took a meaningful look at Luo Ling that made Luo Ling feel uneasy before speaking. Then let's go together. When Luo Tan saw that everyone was going, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet before saying, then I also want to go along. I don't want to be the little Biao sister that was left behind. Later you must tell me to cover my eyes well. When the entourage reached the execution ground, the commoners that was surrounding the execution ground 3 times that nothing could get through. Because Shen Chu and entourage were accompanied by guards, those commoners took the initiative to clear the path. Someone surrounding recognized Shen Chu and whispered softly as they pointed the siblings, Shen Chu and Shen Miao. One had early knew that the eldest household of the Shen family were not harmonious with the second and third household, but one did not expect when the second and third household were being executed, the siblings of the eldest household would come to watch the sentence being carried out. There were people who said that there was some good out from a misfortune, as those years back they were forced to be removed from the records but was able to escape from this calamity. There were also others who said that the siblings were too cold-blooded as they could watch their family being executed without any emotions. On top of the stage, Shen Wan and entourage was brought up with shackles and wearing dirty prison uniforms with so unkempt looks that was no traces of the previous wealthy and noble appearance. Shen Yu's and old Shen Furen mouth was also stuffed with rags, and one could still see Shen Yu desperately shaking her head and panicking. Shen Yu and old Shen Furen was extremely afraid upon facing death. Most likely they were unable to accept the fact even at this moment and still hoped that there was room to revert to their original state. Shen Miao's lips slightly raised. Her gaze swept across each and every one of the people on stage. Shen Wan, Chen Ruchu, Shen Gui, Shen Yu, old Shen Furen. One heard that Kang Zaiqing had a miscarriage in the prison, and when she was discovered and brought out the next day, her entire body had hardened. She had died due to bleeding. It was indeed fortunate for her as she would not be executed in front of everyone and left with a whole body intact. However, what use would there be? A life was lost, and the entire Ding capital knew that she had abandoned her husband and child. Youngest Biao sister, what are you thinking about? Luo Tan asked quietly. Thinking about matters of the past. Shen Miao said lightly. She thought about the fight with Mei Furen in the inner palace. It was the people on the stage that stabbed the eldest household without a thought at all. They caused Shen Chu's death, killed Luo Shuiyan, caused Shen Wan to be Wan and Sallow, and made Wan Yu and Fu Ming not have a strong maternal family support and at the end be sacrificed for the golden throne. It was obviously that one had the legitimate bloodline but was living worse than a Shu son and daughter. All of this was given by those people in front. Shen Yu said, fifth youngest sister, we are not a family. Not a family but enemies. At least from now, after this people died, she and the wolves and tigers of the Shen family really had no more relations. Shen Yu looked around the stage in a panic and suddenly looked towards Shen Miao's direction. When she saw Shen Miao, a strong hatred appeared in her gaze. It was as if all her hate was suppressed and violently directed out. If there were no locks on her body, one feared that Shen Yu would have jumped into the crowd and scratched Shen Miao's face. Shen Miao was among the crowd when she smiled at her. She did not care if Shen Yu was able to see clearer when she lifted her chin slightly and looked down on her as if she was looking at a dog. Shen Yu was infuriated with Shen Miao's look and started shouting and struggling. The official that was in charge of her gave her a kick. Shen Yu was temporarily quiet as she seemed to be hurt, but she looked at another direction, seemingly looked extremely angry. When Shen Miao followed her gaze, she saw that not far from here there was a familiar figure. That was a young female that was dressed wealthy and nobly. Her brows were slightly slanted, with a pointed chin and big round eyes. Who else could it be but Shen Dongling? Shen Dongling also saw Shen Miao and she smiled gently before walking over to Shen Miao. Once she was nearer, she bowed towards Shen Miao and said softly, "Fifth younger sister." She then looked towards Shen Chu and said, "Eldest brother." Shen Chu nodded his head blandly, but Shen Miao carefully sized Shen Dongling up. Shen Dongling originally looked good as she had followed Wan Yinyang's appearance, 3/10 delicateness and some sense of seductiveness. It was unusual for people with such appearance who became the official wife. Most of them would be concubines, thus they had such a look. When one marries a wife, one would marry one who was virtuous, but when bringing in a concubine, one would bring in one who was very seductive. Previously Shen Dongling would always look down and obedient to everyone, thus her good looks were also put down by the gloomy and oversized clothes. Now it seemed that she was living well as her face became tender and the glow was also moving, that when she wore such refreshing and bright clothes, it showed of her slim body which made her a seductive beauty. Looking at the entourage following her, it seemed that Wang Bai was treating her well. Otherwise one would not let a married female to casually show her face outside. Because Shen Dongling rarely come out of the courtyard in the Shen residence, much less coming out, the surrounding commoners did not recognize her. Luo Tan looked curiously as she sized up Shen Dongling. Shen Dongliang looked at Shen Miao and said with a smile, "One did not expect to encounter fifth younger sister here. It is really fate." Shen Miao gently smiled. Shen Dongling's attitude was very natural and there was no sense of mourning at all. One heard that Wan Yiliang was being brought over and the Wang family even got in her life contract. However, Shen Gui, who was currently on the stage, was Shen Dongling's father, yet there was no traces of emotion on Shen Dongling's face. When chatting with Shen Miao, it was as if one was attending a flower appreciation banquet, as there seemed to be a bit of joy if one looked deeper. "I am here to look for enjoyment." Shen Miao looked at Shen Dongling. "What is third older sister here for?" Shen Dongling heard it, but not only she covered her smiling lips slowly, each move and action was very seductive, just like Wan Yinyang when she was younger. There was no timid in her at all. She said, "Fifth younger sister is here to look for enjoyment, but I do not dare." Shen Dongling looked up at the stage, only heard about this interesting matter in Ding Capital and came to see it for entertainment. Just as she finished, the supervisor on the stage threw the nameplate down and said, "The time has arrived. Carry out the execution." A few bloody colors gushed out. Shen Dongling used the handkerchief to cover her mouth as her eyes widened as if it was pitying. She said softly, "What a pity." "Yes." Shen Miao said calmly, "What a pity." 156 to 162. "Yes, what a pity." The people who said it was pitiful did not have any traces of emotions on their faces. Shen Miao had the long hatred of the two households of the Shen family, and with the blood revenge of the previous lifetime, it was not enough for it to be like this. It was otherwise for Shen Dongling. Even though in the early years she and Wan Yiliang were suppressed by Ren Wanyan in the Shen residence, Shen Dongling did not express any one bit of dissatisfaction. It was just precisely so that made the current appearance even more chilling. The few heads rolled and tumbled down to the crowds. There were gasps of shock in the crowd and a timid girl had already closed her eyes and screamed. Because the entire family was convicts, thus no one could collect the bodies. The higher-ups had to instruct before they were cleared. It was said to be settled, but it was just setting a fire to burn. Seeing that these officials were moving the bodies, Shen Dongling seemed to have lost interest and smiled at Shen Miao. "Previous in the residence, due to my poor health, one did not go over to fifth young sister. Now that one had married, it is even more inconvenient. However, fifth younger sister is always in my other. If fifth young sister is interested in the future, one can come over to the Wang residence for a sit so that his sisters would able to chat intimately." Shen Chu was listening at the side and his brows wrinkled. He had not liked Shen Dongling much in the beginning, and especially now that Shen Wan's side had a misfortune, even Shen Yu and Shen Ruchu were not spared. Shen Dongling, who was married off, was however safe and sound. However, one need not to be calculative with a Shu daughter, but it seemed that the Wang family was very sociable. A timid and weak person was able to make the entire family on the husband's side to dance around her. Shen Chu was not a fool and had felt that Shen Dongling was not as simple as she looked on the surface. Moreover, the Shen Dongling was charming and seductive, but her personality was still very indifferent. Thus he was not satisfied and would remind Shen Miao not to be too close to her. When Shen Miao heard it, she gave an indifferent smile and retorted with a question. Seeing third older sister's appearance, it seemed that young Master Wang treats third older sister well. Shen Dongling was somewhat shy and hang her head down. The Wang family is kind. Shen Miao's smile was somewhat cold. The Wang family was not completely kind. No matter if the Wang family treated well or not, Shen Dongling was not in any way sincere. She did not pay too much attention to Shen Dongling in the past lifetime, as Shen Dongling would not dare to be like this under Ren Wanyan's pressure. She had the same character as Fu Shuyi and was inept in concealing oneself. One did not know if after Shen Miao's death, did Shen Dongling have the upper hand in the future fights. In any case, it was all because of your blessing. Shen Miao said vaguely, "We still have other matters, so one would not bother third older sister for watching the fun." Shen Dongling quickly said her goodbyes. "Goodbye, fifth younger sister." Shen Miao did not desire to say more to her and took the lead to step away. Shen Chu gave a faint nod before leaving, while Luo Tan and Luo Ling quickly followed. After Shen Miao and entourage had left, Shen Dongling's personal maid, Xinghua, could not help but grumbled. Originally Xinghua also had a dumb personality, but now had followed Shen Dongling and entered the Wang family, had become a first-rank maid. Her mistress was also the young mistress, thus her back had straightened and she was no longer as cautious as she used to be and was even a bit arrogant. Xinghua complained. Furin talked to fifth young lady nicely, but fifth young lady was not even sympathetic. "It is really unreasonable. She is D while I am Shu. Naturally one would look down upon." Shen Dongling was however not as angry as Xinghua. "But now you are the young mistress of the Wang family. One cannot be like previous. Moreover, in the future when fifth young lady marries, there would not be a sister at all and people would laugh. She still don't flatter Furin but is still so indifferent. One fear that even if one beg in the future, nothing will happen." Shen Dongling smiled faintly. "It is only just a young mistress of the Wang family. It is not even worthy of a mention in another's eyes, so why the need to flatter?" Xinghua did not have a good tone as she spoke, "But you are after all an official's Furin. In the future who can fifth young lady marry to? Could it be that she still thinks of marrying to some prince? Her reputation had been destroyed a few years before, so how would good families dare to marry her?" Xinghua. It seemed that she had gone overboard. Shen Dongling's brows wrinkled and Xinghua quickly kept quiet and dared not speak more, but her expression was still not normal. What is reputation for? Shen Dongling said softly, relying on the Shen family army, such a big tree, and with the Luo family army, even if one were to marry the current son of heavens, there would not be anyone who can stop her. It's just that. Shen Miao smiled somewhat meaningfully. It might not be good to marry to high up. At the other side, Luo Tan was still asking Shen Miao, youngest Biao's sister, is that person your Shu sister? Why do I find that she does not look like the weak kind of person that people said to be? Luo Tan previously was afraid that she could not recognize the Shen family people, so she specifically is the servants to inquire about each household and the temperament of each one of them. Among the information, Shen Dongling had the least because this third young lady had a transparent character and would often not leave the courtyard at all. Luo Tan sighed in wonderment as the younger generation of the Luo family were all mischievous, especially the Luo Tan and Luo Qian. Thus she was unable to imagine Shen Dongling's kind of life. Who knew that upon seeing today, it was not at all like what the servants said. Shen Dongling was quite different from what she had imagined. Shen Miao smiled, humans will always change. Luo Tan thought for a moment and finally understood, correct. One thinks that now that she had already married and have gained the favor of the in-laws, one's temperament would also change. Afterwards she sighed, it is really difficult to be such a person. Shen Miao wanted to laugh at her actions, but Shen Chu asked, younger sister, now that the execution is over, one can return to the residence, right? He had a lingering fear after the previous time where Shen Miao was kidnapped without any reasons. Just as Shen Miao was about to answer, she suddenly heard a crisp voice, older Shen sister. Shen Miao turned her head back to look. The oncoming person was delicately carved jaded little gentleman that was wearing a pine green satin robes. The sides of the clothes were embroidered with pine leaves that made it very unique. This little gentleman was around 11 or 12 and was considered a young youth. His brows were very handsome, but one did not know why there was childishness to it. It was obvious that one had to be 20 to have a headgear, but he wore a small little jade headgear with 2 ribbons flowing at the side of his ears. There was a jade gourd around his waist and his complexion was fair and tender and was so adorable that it was just like a person walking out from a painting. Luo Tan looked until her eyes had brightened up. The children in Xiaochun City were all mischievous monkeys, and how would they be this lovable and pretty? Moreover, those movements would melt anyone's heart. Even Luo Tan, who had no patience with children, was also attracted to this young youth, much less the rest. Luo Ling and Shen Chu was somewhat surprised as this youth seemed to be quite familiar with Shen Miao. Shen Miao frowned as she felt that this little youth was somewhat familiar but was unable to remember who he was. That little youth had thought that Shen Miao would very quickly call his name out and did not expect that Shen Miao would look at him in a daze, thus he walked over to Shen Miao's side. His stature was not as tall as Shen Miao and had to slightly raise his head as he looked at Shen Miao. Just as Shen Miao wanted to say something to interrupt this silence, she heard a chuckle from the side, 5th Shen Young lady. Eldest Shen Young master. The oncoming person was wearing a lake blue robes and the style of the clothes were exactly the same as the little youth in front. However, this person was much older than the young youth. He had an appearance of a young man and had similar brows with the little gentleman. The brows were clear and handsome and his smile was elegant. Shen Miao and Shen Chu knew of this person. It was Su Mingfeng of the residence of the Count of Pinnan. Second younger brother is stubborn and not sensible. One hoped that he had not offended 5th young lady. Su Mingfeng laughed. Shen Miao almost bit her tongue. That little gentleman looked at her somewhat angrily as Shen Miao asked, Su Minglang. You do not recognize me after 2 years. Su Minglang said angrily, didn't you said that you will bring me gifts upon your return? Shen Miao only felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. 2 years ago, Su Minglang was still a fat glutinous rice dumpling and was not handsome or considered beautiful. The very most one could say that he was fair and tender. But after 2 years, just who was this handsome youth in front? How did he slim down so much? One always said that female would change drastically at 18. Male would also change drastically at 18. Su Minglang was still sulking. Luo Tan on the other hand could not help but touch Su Minglang's head. Luo Tan liked to look at good-looking things and was very much amazed when she first saw Su Minglang, such a good-looking little gentleman. Now upon looking at Su Mingfeng, she said what she thought loudly, really worthy to be brothers. Both are so good-looking. Su Minglang's entire heart was about how Shen Miao was unable to recognize him, but it was Su Mingfeng who could not help but laugh when he encountered such a straightforward female who praised him for being good-looking. Shen Chu and Luo Ling quickly greeted the two brothers. Shen Miao looked at Su Mingland and smiled, the gifts are at my residence. One will send someone over to you with them. The heavens had pity on her. Ever since Shen Xin's return to the Ding capital, there were various matters that were happening every day that she had really thrown Su Minglang at the back of her mind. She also did not see Su Minglang, and now upon seeing that Su Minglang seemed to have become another person, some regrets seemed to have burst forth. When a child was growing, there would be a different look every day. Thinking at the beginning when she left, Wan Yu and Fu Ming were only a little big, and upon her return, she almost could not recognize them. Su Minglang was one who did not hold a grudge, thus his dissatisfaction was all wiped off. Su Minglang asked, has older Shen's sister come to shop? Su Mingfeng laughed awkwardly. He naturally knew that today was the day where the Shen family was executed. The eldest household of the Shen family were disagreeable with the second and third household that this was not far from the execution grounds, so it seemed that Shen Miao was here to observe. However, one must not tell his second younger brother about it. Shen Miao said, just casually shopping around and now heading back to the residence. Su Mingfeng nodded his head obediently and said, remember to give me my presents. Su Mingfeng gave him a smack at the back of his head and Su Minglang glared at him. He then looked towards Shen Miao and was about to say goodbye to Shen Miao when his gaze landed on the bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist. Older Shen sister, your jade bracelet looked like the tiger head bracelet that older Xie brother previously made. When those words were said, the few people there were startled. Shen Chu and Luo Ling were not aware of what tiger head bracelet. Luo Tan was somewhat curious and Shen Miao had a guilty conscience. Su Minglan said it innocently, but Su Mingfeng's brows wrinkled. Seeing on the snowy fair wrist, there was indeed a jade bracelet that was hanging on it. The jade was of very good quality as it was a translucent emerald green in color, as if a plant that was growing in the deep mountains with some spirituality. Moreover, that was not only one bracelet but it was two, just like a pair of double bracelet. There was also no overly ornate artwork and only a little tiger head was engraved on a small part of it. Although Shen Miao felt that it looked like a cat. It was one of the jewelries that Xie Jingxing gifted in the box. Shen Miao had originally felt that those jewelries were all expensive and respectable and each had its own advantage. If it was possible, she would want to wear all of them. But who knew that when Gu Yu saw it, she said, young lady cannot wear all these together as these jewelry are too expensive and noble. One must need to wear more valuable and noble clothes to match it, and if it was too simple, it would look nondescript otherwise. Shen Miao was discouraged. Xie Jingxing was not short of money and had gifted so much jewelry. Could it be that one had to specially wear expensive clothes in order to wear them? Even if she wore them, she would feel cumbersome. After thinking about it, she felt that this double jaded bracelet was the simplest and there was a hidden needle inside. It looked relatively simple. Even so, Luo Shuiyan had repeatedly praised it. One could only say that the gift Xie Jingxing gave was like him, not low-key at all. She was ever slightly distracted, but Su Mingfeng got solemn, and before Shen Miao could react, he grabbed onto Shen Miao's hands, one have offended. Shen Miao unconsciously withdrew her hand, but Su Mingfeng held on tightly. Moreover, he did not directly hold on to Shen Miao's wrist as there was a layer of sleeves that was separating. The posture was indeed very strange. Shen Chu's and Luo Ling's gaze became cold at the same time before Shen Chu spoke. Gentleman Su, you are too impetuous. Su Minglang watched with wide eyes. Most likely this was the first time someone said that his eldest brother was impetuous. But Su Mingfeng quickly let go of his hand and cupped his hands towards Shen Miao. Just now this was too abrupt. My apologies. He after all did not do anything, thus Shen Miao would not mind it at all, but she did not know what Su Mingfeng had discovered. In the next moment, one heard Su Mingfeng questioning. One dared to ask fifth young lady, where one obtained this tiger head bracelet. Shen Miao's heart jumped and Luo Tan and the rest were flabbergasted. Su Mingfeng was a male, so why did he ask a female where she obtained her jewelry from? Even Su Minglang's looked strangely at Su Mingfeng. Su Mingfeng remained unmoved and continued to look seriously at Shen Miao, as if he was very persistent in getting an answer from Shen Miao. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and said with a gentle smile, it was bought from a traveling merchant. He only said that it was an imported product. One did not expect that gentleman Su know of it. Is this bracelet called tiger head bracelet? Su Mingfeng's expression was disappointed for a moment, but in the next moment he spoke with vigor. Correct, it is called tiger head bracelet. Can fifth young lady part from your love and sell me this tiger head bracelet? Luo Tan had choked on her own saliva. The people of Ding capital was sure strange. This handsome youth in front actually liked to buy female jewelry. One heard that in some big families there would be a few weird hobbies, like some would like to collect females' judo or some would like to put on females' rouge. It seemed that this gentleman Su liked female jewelries. Su Minglan said, eldest brother, you want to buy this tiger head bracelet to give to the young lady of your fancy. Upon hearing it, Shen Chu and Luo Ling was startled. Luo Tan was also stunned. So it was not because one liked it but to buy it for the young lady of his fancy. Shen Miao's mind quickly turned and she smiled slightly. This is after all my personal jewelry. No matter if one sells, buys or gifts, it is not appropriate for it to land in the hands of a male outside. Moreover, if gentleman Su wants to buy for a young lady of your fancy, one should not gift a jewelry that I used before. If gentleman Su is intention, I do know that there are several good jewelries in Ding capital's jewelry shops that are much better than the one on my hands. The conversation had been set till like this that even one's innocence was brought up. To give one's jewelry to a male outsider, what would others think? No way. Shen Chu nodded his head, correct. The matter was related to his younger sister's reputation, not a single jewelry could be leaked out. Su Mingfeng could only say in ridicule, since this is the case, the one can only regret it. After saying a few more supercilious words, Su Mingfeng took Su Minglang to say their goodbyes with Shen Miao and entourage. Just as when they were about to leave, Su Mingfeng seemed to have suddenly remembered something and looked at Shen Miao. He hesitated for a while before asking, did fifth young lady seen the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen? Shen Miao was startled and the few people beside her were also startled. Xie Jingxing had been dead for 2 years and everyone knew about it. Was Su Mingfeng crazy? Shen Miao lose her smile. The little marquis of the Xie family had died in his youth, so how would I be able to see him? Does young Master Su have any prejudice against me? Else why does one curse me? Su Mingfeng no longer said anything and this time really took Su Minglang away. When one was unable to see both of their figures in the crowd, Luo Tan rubbed her shoulders. One has goosebumps all over. Youngest Biao's sister, why would that person ask if you have seen a dead person without rhyme or reason? Shen Miao said, being possessed. I think so. Luo Tan was under that impression. Shen Chu frowned. In the future, reduce one's contact with the Su family. Of all things, one asked Shen Miao if she saw a dead person and now without a good cause, one was stained with bad luck. But why would he ask you that? Luo Tan asked curiously, does youngest Biao's sister have any friendship with that little Xie marquis? There are no connections or relations. Shen Miao replied in 6 words. Luo Ling looked at her strangely. Shen Miao did not know that on this day, Su Mingfeng, who had seen the tiger head bracelet on her wrist, was restless the entire day. Even Su Yu also noticed that Su Mingfeng was not right and asked him what had happened. Now that the Count of Pinnan, the Su family had kept a low profile, everyone knew that the current situation was like raging in the midst of the storm. The Su family was already accustomed to such carefree days and Su Mingfeng did not enter officialdom, so what was the point of putting up such a face? Su Mingfeng only vaguely said some things while eating and returned to his room after a few mouthful of food. Following that, Su Yu and Su Furen looked at each other. Su Furen asked, what is wrong with him? Su Yu shook his head. Su Furen then asked her younger son, Su Minglang, today when you went out with your eldest brother, who did you meet? Su Minglang was picking the dishes and thoughtlessly said, meet older sister of the Shen family. Eldest brother asked the older Shen sister for her jewelry but older Shen sister did not give it. Older Shen sister said that this was not appropriate and eldest brother was not happy. Su Furen and Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Minglag's words were incomprehensible but to the both elders it was that Su Mingfeng was close to the young lady of the Shen family and the young lady of the Shen family cared of her reputation and did not give, thus Su Mingfeng got angry. Su Furen put down her chopsticks and asked, I ask you in detail. The older sister of the Shen family, is it fifth Shen young lady? Now that the second and third household of the Shen family was executed, naturally it was not Shen Yu. Shen Qing died 2 years ago. Shen Dongling was married into the Wang family. The remaining unmarried older sister of the Shen family was only left with Shen Miao. Su Furen's first thought was the great formidable general Shen family since this Shen family was the most famous in Ding capital. Su Minglang nodded his head with strength. This time Su Yu could not sit still. He faltered as he said to Su Minglang, your eldest brother asked for another's jewelry. Su Minglang's head nodded like it was a chick feeding on rice. Both husband and wife looked at one another and saw the incredulous look in their eyes. To put it bluntly, Su Mingfeng was 23 recently and normal people would already be long married and those married earlier on would have sons. However, one did not know what was wrong with his brain as he was not willing to marry at all. Early on there was still Xie Jingxing, of the residence of Marquis of Linen, thus Su Yu was not at all worried since Xie Jingxing was one who females liked. Thus it was not bad to follow with Xie Jingxing. However, when Xie Jingxing died, his son could almost be a monk. One did not see him showing any interest in any young lady for these 2 years. No matter if one's expectations was high or not, if this went on, the husband and wife of the Su family would suspect that Su Mingfeng had broken sleeves. At this moment hearing Su Minglang saying that, both husband and wife were half happy and half felt difficult. The good news was that Su Mingfeng was a normal male and liked females. The difficult thing was that of all females he liked, the one he fancied was Shen Qin's daughter. Shen Qin had military power in his hands and if one were related to Shen Qin, when Emperor Wenwei decided to take care of Shen Qin on one fine day, the Su family had to also be in misfortune. It was so difficult for them to get out of the fire pit and now they have to jump into another fire pit. Thinking like this, one's head started to ache. It was Su Furan who was considerate. Don't rush first. Ming Lang did not say it clearly. If Ming Feng really liked the young lady of the Shen family, there would definitely be other signs. Jin Feng, go and get the servants in eldest young master's courtyard here. I have things to ask them. In the room, Su Mingfeng was pacing back and forth upon his return. He did not see wrongly. Even if it was just a short moment, it was enough for him to see and touch clearly. The jade bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist was clearly the tiger head bracelet. There were two tiger head bracelets, one was in the hands of Princess Rongxing and the other appeared on Shen Miao's wrist. Su Mingfeng had always thought that the second one would not appear since Xie Jingxing died. Under heavens, only Xie Jingxing knew how to make the tiger head bracelet. That time Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing were youths that would go to brothels on horseback. One day he saw Xie Jingxing grinding and carving a bracelet-like thing and laughed at him. In fact, he was very curious as Su Mingfeng understood Xie Jingxing. Even though Xie Jingxing was a handsome beauty and frivolous, he had no interest in these ornaments, let alone female objects. Out of curiosity, Su Mingfeng asked about it and Xie Jingxing rolled his eyes and said that it was a hidden weapon. Afterwards, Su Mingfeng grilled Xie Jingxing so much that he was annoyed and let him see. That bracelet was connected into two and there was a secret weapon hidden inside, a poisonous needle that could be used as self-defense. Su Mingfeng felt that it was interesting and wanted it, but Xie Jingxing said scornfully, "This is for females to wear. You wear it for who to see?" Su Mingfeng felt suffocated to death. Afterwards, he saw that Xie Jingxing gave that bracelet to Princess Rongxin. Ever since Princess Yuqing passed on, Princess Rongxin had treated Xie Jingxing very fondly and Xie Jingxing had an affectionate relationship with her, thus it was understandable for him to gift it to Princess Rongxin. It was called Tiger Head Bracelet because Xie Jingxing carved a tiger head on it himself. His carving was not flattering at all and was as ugly as a dog. Su Mingfeng laughed at it a lot but Princess Rongxin liked it. Xie Jingxing's mood went up and said that he wanted to carve one more. But that jade was difficult to look for and one was unable to find it. It was not until 2 years ago when Su Mingfeng gave him a piece that he found from a rich merchant abroad. However, the quality of the jade was not as good as the one before and had some shallow white marks that could be seen if one looked at it seriously. When Xie Jingxing went for the expedition, he took that piece of jade and said that he would make a tiger head bracelet when he was bored on the road, but who knew that man and heavens would be separated. And now that tiger head bracelet in Shen Miao's hands had shallow white marks in the jade when it was under the sun and it was the same mechanism and the same workmanship. Moreover, that ugly engraving was exactly the same as it was from Xie Jingxing's hands. Xie Jingxing left the capital 2 years ago and Shenshin headed to the northwestern region 2 years ago. Shenshin left first before Xie Jingxing left and when Xie Jingxing left, he still had that piece of jade. Could it be that within the past 2 years, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing had met up? But at that time Xie Jingxing was already dead. And the marks on the bracelet were not old and seemed to be polished recently as it was not smooth enough. Su Mingfeng's heart was palpitating fiercely and he waved his hand to call his servant over, "Go and get some people to guard at Shenshin's residences and monitor the 5th Shen young lady's movement. It is also all right to bribe the servants in Shen Mansion. I must know 5th Shen young lady every single move." Naturally Su Mingfeng did not know when his words reached to Master Sus and Su Furan's ears, what enormous shock was there. Heavens, Su Yu said, Mingfeng really have deep feelings for this female. I originally thought that Mingfeng did not look like one who will take jewelry from others. One still thought that it was Ming Lang who spout nonsense and did not think that it was true. Su Furan's head hurt and she said after drinking a sip of tea, how could one be so reserved previously and now becomes another person? Even bribe others to be an informant. This is not how one should be chasing a female. What is the difference between this and those ruffians outside? Perhaps it is bittersweet emotions. Su Yu somewhat sighed, this child follows me. Everlasting amorous. Su Furan rolled her eyes, going along with this, if one did not let Mingfeng marry then Mingfeng would die first. It is better to send one's card over to the Shen residence. Send over the card for what? Su Yu did not understand. What else can it be for? To see the daughter-in-law for your son. Su Furan's words were startling. The wind started up at night, making it surprisingly cold. In the residence of Prince Rui, Gao Yang held a delivered letter in his hand and reading it with keen interest. Shen Miao lived in the Shen mansion and even though the Shen family army's guards were not weak, but due to many different reasons and fearing that there would be danger surrounding, they did not dare to relax one bit. Xie Jingxing dispatched a secret guard in Moyu army to quietly follow Shen Miao, so as to avoid accidents from happening. This secret guard, by the name of Kong Yang, was originally an intelligence gatherer in Moyu army and as his had high levels of agility, his information that was gathered was of top quality. However, he has a habit that resembled gossiping. Every day he would have to submit a report to Xie Jingxing on what Shen Miao had done and would write in the letter who did Shen Miao see today and what was said. Other than when she went to the toilet or to bathe were not indicated, everything else was written word for word. Gao Yang felt that it was rather perverse as Kong Yang was such a prudent person. After reading to the afternoon when Shen Miao and entourage encountered Su Mingfeng in the streets, his expression changed. Even though one did not know what Su Mingfeng had discovered but Su Mingfeng had so many years of friendship with Xie Jingxing that it was common to have weird moves but one feared that it was somewhat not good. Just as he was thinking about it, Ji Yushu passed behind him as he bit onto an apple. Upon seeing Gao Yang in a daze while looking at that piece of paper, he took a glance and eschewed the main point. He said, "Ah, so that young Biao lady of the Su family likes Su Mingfeng." Cao Yang was shocked by Ji Yushu that he almost fell from the stone stool. When he recovered to his sentence he said angrily, "What are you doing scaring others? Your courage is just too small." Ji Yushu patted his shoulder, "Don't keep fanning this fan of yours and it is the correct path to practice martial art skills." Finishing he then returned to the previous topic and said, "Luo young lady is rather compatible with Su young master. Third older brother has relations at both sides so why not be a matchmaker one of these days?" Gao Yang's brows furrowed, "Which eyes of yours saw that they are compatible? What's more, who said that Luo Tan likes Su Mingfeng? My 2 eyes see that they are compatible." Ji Yushu said and pointed to a line in that letter. "You see, Luo young lady said to Su Mingfeng that both of them are worthy to be brothers as they are both so good looking." You say, Su Mingfeng did not respond and it is Luo young lady who is changing a different way to give a good impression. Else who would praise one as good looking? It was all to Kong Yang that he was such a gossip. What was written inside was not only the words Shen Miao said but whatever Luo Tan said was also written in. Ji Yushu was considered a talent that he could see this sentence at a glance of looking at this full condensed piece of paper. Gao Yang suppressed the slight dissatisfaction in his heart, senseless. It is you who do not understand. Ji Yushu snatched the fan in Gao Yang's hands and learned from Gao Yang as he moved it like what Gao Yang did with a look of I am the smartest and said, "It is only this young master who is a veteran of being among the flowers that can see clearly the true heart of a young female who is coming of age. What do you know? If you please me well, I can consider to teach you." Ah Chu. It was the middle of winter and as Ji Yushu fanned himself, he sneezed. Gao Yang snatched back the fan and did not want to pay any attention to him. Just as they were speaking, Xie Jingxing returned from outside and Tai Yi and Nanqi was following behind him. One did not know where did they came from but they had a travel-worn appearance. Third older brother. Ji Yushu warmly greeted him, but Xie Jingxing did not even take a glance at him and headed to the room with a cold face, and Nanyi and Tai Yi also had a solemn expression. Ji Yushu did not even care that Xie Jingxing's mood was not good and continued. Third older brother, something happened to fifth Shen young lady. Xie Jingxing's steps paused as he looked at him with a frown. Gao Yang also looked towards Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu cleared his throat and said seriously, one had helped you to look through the information that Kong Yang had sent over. Today when fifth Shen young lady went out, she had encountered a ruffian and that ruffian had touched fifth Shen young lady's little hand. Gao Yang held his forehead and heard Ji Yushu asking, does third older brother know who is this extremely daring ruffian? Naturally no one answered him, but it made Nanqi and Tai Yi nervous. Fifth Shen young lady is the person that their master had fancied, so who was the one who ate the guts of a leopard to actually touch fifth Shen young lady's hand? Ji Yushu said heart-rendering, it is Su Mingfeng. It's third older brother's sworn brother. Su Mingfeng, as a brother, he even dig at third older brother's corner of the wall. He is inhuman and has no conduct. Shameless. Nanqi and Tai Yi was dumbfounded while Xie Jingxing's gaze became cold and Gao Yang simply covered his face with his fan. He just did not wish to see Ji Yushu's demonic action. The light of the oil lamp was as small as a pea, but Shen Miao was reading a book under the light in boredom. From time to time she would look up at the window. In such a cold day, the window was open very big as Shen Miao guessed that Xie Jingxing had placed people in the Shen mansion, but she was indifferent to it. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan did not do official matters in the residence, and needless to say about Shen Chu. There were no secrets in the Shen mansion, so it would not matter if Xie Jingxing's people were here. Instead there would be one more person watching the door, so she considered it as hiring a guard that did not require money. Since Xie Jingxing's people paid attention to every single action at this end, with the action of opening the window, it would be reported to their master that she had a matter and would wait for Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao kept on thinking and felt that today's encounter with Su Mingfeng was actually not a good thing. Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing had a good relationship. One knew that in the previous lifetime when Su Mingfeng died, only Xie Jingxing dared to collect his body and did not fear the wrath of the imperial family of Mingqi. This was an example of how close they were. Since they were such good friends, they would also understand one another to a certain level. Today Su Mingfeng noticed her bracelet and said it was what tiger head bracelet. It was definitely not a casual statement and definitely had something to do with Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao did not know how many people in Mingqi knew about Xie Jingxing's identity, but seeing Su Mingfeng's performance today, Su Mingfeng did not know about it. If Su Mingfeng knew that Xie Jingxing did not die, one did not know if there were troubles in the future. As she let her imagination run wild, she heard some sound by the window and looked up. That purple-clad youth had already came in easily and familiarly before closing the windows, so that the wind would not enter. Xie Jingxing strode in and sat down in front of the table. The tea on the table was still warm and have not cooled, so Xie Jingxing poured a cup of tea for himself. His actions were so familiar that he seemed to be in his own room. Shen Miao ignored the weird feeling and drank a sip of tea. Today I looked for you is about one matter. What is the matter? Xie Jingxing asked with his lips hooked up. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Miao then said, Su Mingfeng might have discovered that you are still alive. Xie Jingxing was silent. Shen Miao stretched out her wrist and displayed the jade bracelet out, which made her wrist even fairer and delicate. She said, today Su Mingfeng saw the bracelet on my wrist and spoke of some tiger head bracelet and asked if I have ever seen you before. I think that there should be something to it. Perhaps he had also guessed that you are still alive. Xie Jingxing slightly frowned. He was originally good looking and it was just that his usual smile, but not a smile, was intoxicating. Now that he was not speaking, one felt a sense of coldness coming forth. Shen Miao had thought that Xie Jingxing was currently a person of great liang, and even though he had the identity of Prince Rui, he still had to wear a silver mask, and this was so that others would not be able to discover his previous identity. Who knew how her negligence would be perceived by Su Mingfeng, and even if Su Mingfeng was Xie Jingxing's good friend, it was inevitable if one was used by others. If this would bring problems to Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing had helped her so much, and when she was up she only gave troubles to Xie Jingxing. There was some slight guilty conscience in Shen Miao's heart. She pondered, why not? Think of a way to remedy it. Not possible. Xie Jingxing rejected her proposal. Su Mingfeng had a friendship with me for so many years and is smart, so it cannot be hidden. Shen Miao's head ached and her heart had some complaints of Xie Jingxing. Even though the tiger head bracelet was the source, why did one give it away casually? Of all days, she had to wear this tiger head bracelet today and happened to encounter Su Mingfeng. So what about that? Even though Shen Miao was intelligent, she still did not know what to do. Hiding identities are a specialization that she did not have any knowledge. Xie Jingxing shook his head. If it is discovered, then it is discovered. No need to care about it. Won't this bring troubles for you? Shen Miao asked, frowning. The Su family is after all an official family of Mingqi, and you are from Great Liang. Perhaps he would think that you are a spy sent from the enemy country. It will cause no end of trouble. It was not that Shen Miao's thoughts were bad, but it was as such. Because of a little gain, the blooded sisters in the inner palace would kill each other, much less this concerns about the interest of two countries. The friendship between friends was very precious, thus it could not withstand lies and was the most vulnerable. Xie Jingxing looked at her slowly and suddenly his lips raised. You are worrying about me. Shen Miao was startled before saying, I am concerned of myself. She paused and then added, I am now the ants on the same boat as you, so if you are discovered, it would be difficult if you sell me out and implicate the Shen family. The gains do not make up for the losses. Xie Jingxing found it somewhat funny. Rest assured, one would not be disadvantaged for being allies with this prince. Shen Miao had gotten used to his arrogance and did not place his words in her heart. It was only that she suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, you really do not intend to stop Su Mingfeng. How long do you think my mask has to be worn? Xie Jingxing suddenly asked. Shen Miao did not understand his meaning and did not speak. It is sooner or later that my identity would be known. Xie Jingxing said it blandly. If it is not Su Mingfeng, it would also be another. Shen Miao was surprised in her heart and was somewhat puzzled as she asked, then did you not think before that if your identity is known, how would your family would think? The Marquis of Linen, Princess Rongxin, Su Mingfeng and the others, even if others knew about it, they would the very most be astonished, but how would Xie Jingxing's close family would thinking? What Xie Jingxing would face would be the skepticism of his closest family, and even Shen Miao could not imagine it. Even with the betrayal and hurt that she had in her previous lifetime, it was fortunate that the Shen family was on the same side. But when Xie Jingxing's identity was unveiled, the situation would be much more complicated as he was Prince Rui of Great Liang. Xie Jingxing smiled carelessly. So what if they know? He continued, there is no problem for me if everyone under the heavens hate me. He looked at Shen Miao and for a brief moment, there was an evil laughter on his face. I am not afraid. However, one did not know why, but Shen Miao was somewhat saddened by this smile of his. She had always felt that this handsome and beautiful youth was not as ruthless as he seemed to be. As Shen Miao was thinking, she was caught off guard that Xie Jingxing stroked her head and said, do not take of the bracelet. Since it is given to you, then one does not fear of it being recognized. In fact, Shen Miao did not like anyone touching her head, as what did it look like if it was spread out that an empress of a country's head was touched? But for the first time, she let Xie Jingxing do so. She sighed in her heart and decided not to be that calculative today. Xie Jingxing stood up. One thought that you have urgent matter, then one came over. Since there is nothing, I will leave first. He continued, in the future when there are any issues, just call Kong Yang. He is now your secret guard. There is no need to open the windows and wait for me. I will wake you up when I arrive. He said it so naturally that Shen Miao did not feel anything wrong at all. It was until after Xie Jingxing left when Shen Miao then felt that those words were just overly ambiguous. When she remembered Xie Jingxing's words, she tried whispering, Kong Yang, and in the time to blink her eyes, there was a black-clad guard young male that was standing in front of her. Shen Miao had ached. Was Xie Jingxing placing someone in her boudoir? In the future when she was sleeping, someone would be watching her. She asked, you stay in the room all day. Kong Yang said, this subordinate stay up in the tree at the front of the door. When young madam call my name, no matter how soft it is, this subordinate will be able to hear due to martial skills. Shen Miao looked at him in surprise. What did you call me? Kong Yang gave her a bow. Young madam. Shen Miao said, don't call me young madam. Yes, young madam. Shen Miao, after a long while she waved her hands and said helplessly, never mind. I ask you, what did Xie Jingxing left to do? Xie Jingxing left in a rush, seemingly having urgent things to do. Shen Miao had felt uneasy about the matters during the day and wondered if Xie Jingxing went to kill Su Mingfang. Kong Yang said, this subordinate do not know. Shen Miao took a deep breath. Not knowing anything to whatever the question asked. Xie Jingxing was not sending a secret guard but one who would monitor her. She sized up that person by the name of Kong Yang. He looked young and strong, so tomorrow one would instruct him to the little kitchen to chop firewood. Xie Jingxing had gotten out of the Shen mansion and instructed Tai Yi, who was beside him, in the future get Ji Yushu far away from Long Yang's letter. Ji Yushu was one who had the character of wanting the world to be in chaos since his life was just too boring. To actually make such trouble for him, did he really want to be kicked back to Great Liang? Tai Yi complied and suddenly thought of something. Master, the roaming great master Guan Zhan had arrived in Putu Monastery and previously His Majesty instructed you to take a look. Since it is in Mingqi, when do you plan to leave? Xie Jingxing thought about it briefly and said, tomorrow. On the second day, the weather was excellent. Luo Tan had recently fell in love with cutting window blossoms and thinking that it was the end of the year, one could cut some auspicious patterns to be pasted on the windows as decorations, thus she brought over a large pile of red paper and scissors so that she could cut window patterns with Shen Miao. As Shen Miao was cutting, she started to remember some matters of the past. In the previous lifetime in Qin country, those princesses and princes would deliberately make fun of her and made her cut window blossoms and do embroidery. She would have to cut and embroider all day and night that her eyes became so bad that in the night her vision would be blurred and there was a layer of calluses on her hands which made it very rough. After coming back to the palace, she would get Shuangzhang to bring sandstone to her so that she could sand off her skin, but no matter what the calluses could not be worn off. It was at that time during Fu Shuyi's birthday celebration, the beauties of the palace would send gifts to coax the emperor. Mei Fern's played the Konghu and her delicate jade fingers were fluttering by that everyone and stared at it. When it was her turn, Shen Miao gifted an embroidery of a landscape. She was an empress, thus it was not dignified for her to sing or dance. That embroidery was magnanimous and Fu Shuyi was obviously fond of it and the officials all praised it, but Mei Fern did not care and insisted on Shen Miao performing a song on the Konghu. Shen Miao was unwilling and she looked pleadingly at Fu Shuyi, but he just played it down. Since Mayor has some interest, the empress should play a piece for this emperor. This emperor had not listened to you playing for many years. Shen Miao was forced till she had no choice but to play. Shen Miao knew how to play the Konghu as she had learned a number of things for Fu Shuyi, thus even though the music was not as moving as Mei Fern, it was still presentable. However, it had provoked discussion between the officials, ridicule from the concubines and everyone was pointing and talked about it. Why? It was really because that pair of hands that plucks Konghu were just too ugly. It was because one would often did handicrafts all year and one could see thick big scissors between one's fingers. That pair of hands were bulky and rough, unlike the hands of an empress of a country should have been more like the hands of a rural farmer's wife. It was a stark contrast than the delicate and fair jaded hands that she had before. She was very fearful, not fearful that she would be shamed but was afraid that Wan Yu and Fu Ming would be pointed and talked about by others. When she was playing the Konghu she watched as Mei Fern smiled seductively, saw Fu Shuyi's cold facial expression and her heart was so saddened that she wanted to cry. It was just that Shen Miao could not cry. Because of Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she must be a dignified empress that remained undisturbed either by favor or disgrace. She had put on an appearance of uncaring but upon returning back to Kunning Palace, she would get Shuangzhang to bring her 2 sandstone and grind down 1 layer of skin on her hands. Luo Tan saw that Shen Miao was lost in her thought and called her, youngest Biao sister. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and the pattern of a magpie welcoming spring was destroyed. She could not help but laugh bitterly. After her rebirth, her hands were still delicate and tender but those calluses seemed to exist and would remind her of those past times when she was in tough straits. Shen Miao threw aside the scissors and said, not cutting anymore. Luo Tan said, ah. Before asking, why not? Shen Miao casually said, callus will grow. Luo Tan, who always had a fascination with Shen Miao, could not help but have a strange expression on as she said, it's not like one will cut day and night so how would callus grow? She then said, no wonder your little name is called Zhao Zhao. Shen Miao took a sip of the tea that was served and saw Gu Yu walking in from outside. Young lady, Fern wants you to go to the main hall. Luo Shuiyan did not have official duties today and was currently in the residence. Shen Miao asked, what matters does mother call me for? Gu Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. This servant does not know but the Fern of the Su family came to our residence today and is currently chatting with Fern in the main hall. Su family. Shen Miao's hand paused before putting the teacup down. The Count of Pin Nan's Su family. Exactly is. In the main hall, Luo Shuiyan was talking to Su Fern. Su Fern did not come here empty-handed today, saying that her master had gotten 2 snow sparrow and this sparrows were only available in the northwestern region. Su Fern feared that one would raise it incorrectly and knowing that Luo Shuiyan was from the northwestern region, she specifically came over to us how to raise the snow sparrow in order for it to survive. Luo Shuiyan initially thought that Su Fern was joking with her but upon seeing Su Fern's sincere appearance, there was no signs of making a joke. She also mentioned the 2 baskets of fruits that was freshly sent from the countryside that were especially sweet. Previously the formidable great general residence and the residence of the Marquis of Linen was on opposite sides and the Su family had a good relations with the residence of the Marquis of Linen, thus naturally the Shen and Su family were not of the same root and were strangers. 2 years ago when there was an incident with the Shen family, the Su family even threw stones and submitted a memorandum on the Shen family. Even though at the end it made Emperor Wenwei relaxed his vigilance, but Luo Shuiyan had remembered it. It's just that the other person came with such enthusiasm and since it said that one would not slap a smiling face, Luo Shuiyan could not put on a cold appearance. She felt somewhat puzzled in her heart as this Su Furen asked how to raise the snow sparrows, but after talking for almost half a day, she did not even mention about the snow sparrows and instead talked about the novelties and stories of Shaochun City with Luo Shuiyan and kept on praising Luo Shuiyan had raised her children well and gave birth to such a good son and daughter. She praised her so much Luo Shuiyan's face turned red. After being praised for so long, Luo Shuiyan thought that Shen Miao should come out to meet the guest and called someone to bring Shen Miao out. However, her heart was suspicious. Could it be that now that the residence of the Marquis of Linen was about to fall, the Su family was looking for another backing for oneself, so they came over to flatter the Shen family? If it was so, then one could not mix with the Su family. Thinking like this, Luo Shuiyan felt that she was somewhat impulsive to call Shen Miao over. Especially seeing Su Furen looking earnestly at the doors, she felt even stuffier. However, words that were said were like water that was poured out. It was not good to refute it. When the servant outside reported that the young lady was coming over, Su Furen sat up straight and looked at the doors with excitement. One then saw a young female wearing a yellow robes walking in from outside. She had a good-looking appearance and her brows were somewhat heroic and complexion was weak-colored, and when she walked over, she was jumping over. Her hair was up in a deer style and only have a pair of pearl earrings on her entire body with a red dagger on her waist. Su Furen, she did not think that Su Mingfeng actually liked this kind of female that on first glance was really lively and untamed. That young female saw Luo Shuiyan and smiled. Youngest Gu. Youngest Gu. Su Furen was startled and only then saw clearly that there was another young female behind this young female. This one was wearing a lilac-colored plated robes with a crescent moon waist and a snowy white cloak was draped over her. Her complexion was as fair as eggshell, with a pair of round bright eyes. The little nose and mouth was delicate, making her appearance adorable. However, there was a strange atmosphere that suppressed all the adorableness. She walked very dignified and proper-mannered as if she was from the palace. When Su Furen married to Su Yu, she went to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager and saw the Empress and felt that this delicate and adorable young lady had the same vibe with the Empress and even more noble than the Empress. As she walked, the chin was coldly pointed to the woman and each single movement illustrated the nobility of what the position held. That young female called Luo Shuiyan his mother before looking at Su Furen. Luo Shuiyan quickly said, "This is the Furen of the Count of Pinnan's Su family. This is my daughter and my Ji-Nu, Tan-er." Shen Miao and Luo Tan bowed and greeted Su Furen. Su Furen previously did not attend the palace banquet and only heard that Shen Miao's confrontation with Princess Ming, and so she thought that Shen Miao was not an easygoing person. Thus when she heard Su Minglang that Su Mingfeng had taken a fancy with Shen Miao, she was somewhat fearful. However, one must come over to take a look and she thickened her skin to send her card over since this was a lifelong event for her son. Thinking that Shen Miao was an unruly female hero, she had unconsciously thought Luo Tan was Shen Miao. Now that she had saw the person for real, she really felt that the facts and imagination was as far apart as the north to the south. She smiled as she took two pouches out and stuffed them onto Shen Miao's and Luo Tan's hands. Shen Furen really know how to raise people. This Ji-Nu and daughter are also good looking. Just now I was still thinking where did this fairy came from. Shen Furen is truly fortunate. Luo Tan and Shen Miao looked at the pouches in their hands with some surprise. This was not the New Year, so why the need for pouches to be gifted? If one were familiar it was still alright, but Shen Miao had long known that the Su and Shen family did not have any relations. Could it be that matters had been exposed on Su Mingfeng's end? But even if it was exposed, what did it got to do with Su Furen coming to the Shen residence? Luo Shuiyan was somewhat stiffened after seeing those pouches. She wanted to say something but one did not expect that Su Furen held her down with both hands. "If you decline it then I will get angry. I only felt that these two young ladies beautiful and well-mannered and like them in my heart. It is only a small first meeting gift. Everyone said that Shen Furen is one who is forthright, so why is one so stingy?" She then sighed. "It would be good if I have two daughters." Luo Shuiyan was really confused by Su Furen that she was unable to find north and could only follow along with her words. What kind of words is that? There are two sons in Su Furen's residence and that is also excellent. How is it excellent? Su Furen shook her head. Ming Lang is very stubborn and would not improve all day and only know how fool around with his father. I cannot be bothered about it. One heard that your chewer is very sensible when he was younger. I am really very envious of it. Isn't there still Ming Feng? Luo Shuiyan smiled. The eldest young master of the residence is a young talent. Su Furen's heart was overjoyed as she looked towards Shen Miao and Luo Tan. "Two ladies, we are chatting some boring matters and if you find that it is annoying then go play by yourselves. I will talk to Furen on some intimate stuff." This was obviously trying to separate them. Shen Miao's heart became more vigilant. When Su Mingfeng was brought up, Su Furen sent her away. If one did not guess incorrectly, then Su Furen really came because of yesterday's matter. When Luo Tan and Shen Miao walked outside, Shen Miao used the short that as she was turning and said stiffly, "Kong Yang, go to the main hall and listen to what they say." She knew that no matter how soft it was Kong Yang could hear it. Luo Tan saw it and asked, "Youngest Biao sister, what are you mumbling about?" At the main hall, Su Furen held her heard and took a glance at Luo Shuiyan. One does not hide from Furen but Ming Feng is indeed not bad. For so many years, he had never let me and his father worry about any matter at all. He is talented and also has high level of knowledge that he entered officialdom when he was young. Moreover he was filial and well-mannered. One would not be able to find someone like him even if one carries a lantern to look. Luo Shuiyan had a smile on her face but she felt awkward in her heart. Just now she was saying Shen Chu was good and now she was saying that her son was number one in Ding capital. How would one praise themselves like that? Just as she was thinking about it, one heard Su Furen sighed exaggeratedly. "Just a little not good is that this son of mine is dead stubborn. Once he likes something, he would not like others. Thus he is not married until now. This is very troubling." Luo Shuiyan jumped in shock. She did not know why Su Furen said such terrifying words suddenly and her heart thought, it was just marriage, it was not like female being fearful of taking a wrong step in life, and Su Mingfeng's talents and looks were displayed for all to see, so it was natural to be more picky. However, seeing Su Furen's distressed appearance, she still comforted, "This is nothing. Furen do not need to worry too much. Our residence is too or is still like this till now without a wife. One must pick a wife well. A hasty heart would not get to eat hot tofu. If one were to hastily pick one for him and afterwards realize that it is not suitable, it would be harmful for self and others." Furen really said it correctly. Su Furen took Luo Shuiyan's hands and said with a smile, "I had initially thought that children would have the fortune of children. But Ming Feng, this child, is a closed-mouthed gourd and would not tell me a single thing, so I am unable to know his thoughts at all." When Luo listened half-heartedly, she had seen Su Mingfeng before and he had a good sense of eloquence that could debate with a group of students. Su Furen really dared to say that he has a close-mouthed gourd. She was really unwilling to talk about other families' matter with Su Furen and change the topic. "Su Furen do not want to know how to raise this sparrow." Su Furen took a glance at the two sparrows in the cage but pretended not to have heard it and continued, "It is better to talk about my unworthy son." Luo Shuiyan. Ming Feng originally liked a painting that his father had found and afterwards other paintings were not acceptable to him. Those that other people gave, he would not even take a look at it, but the painting was gifted to others by his father, thus Ming Feng thought about it for many years. Su Furen sighed. Ming Feng is one who has unchanging emotions and the things that he fancies are of the best. It is because of that after fancying it, he would not be willing to settle for others. Luo Shuiyan bewildered when she heard Su Furen's voice. It is the same for females. Once he likes a young lady, other young ladies would no longer be able to enter his heart. Luo Shuiyan suddenly understood and smiled. So Su young master already have a sweetheart. One did not know which family's young lady has such good fortune. This words was just polite words and one had not thought that Su Furen was waiting for this sentence and immediately clapped her hands. It is this noble residence's young lady. Luo Shuiyan's face turned from green to white and from white to green suddenly. Feeling were sent right to the doors and then turned into a corner and currently waiting for her response. Luo Shuiyan was thinking that the other party came with a pair of birds in a cage but did not even speak a word about the bird and kept on praising about what one's son did. Suddenly she understood. This was coming to seek marriage. Su Furen saw from Luo Shuiyan's expression that she was not very happy and her heart became worried. She knew that the Shen family had a big career in business that the Su family's little inheritance would not be able to enter their eyes. Moreover, there were no short of families in Ding capital like the Su family, were willing to be in-laws with the Shen family and she did not see one bit of the rumored idiotic vulgar young lady. Just a dignified appearance that had a sense of propriety, was suitable to be married back and be the matriarch of the family. One was very satisfied internally and externally and now it was to see the Shen family's attitude. Luo Shuiyan's face became cold. Su Furen came here today because of this. Su Furen was somewhat stunned. She knew that it was wrong to take a look at one's daughter-in-law this way but she still said, Shen Furen, don't be angry first. I know that I am abrupt today but you are also a mother and should be able to understand my mind. Luo Shuiyan's expression slowly returned. Today when Su Furen came over, her attitude was indeed good and one did not reach out to be the person who smiles thus she said, without any cause or reason, why did Su Furen came over to talk about this? Luo Shuiyan's heart jumped. Could it be that Shen Miao and Su Mingfeng had secretly given one another things? Even though Mingqi's customs were relatively open, it was not a glorious thing to privately give each other promise without both families' knowledge. Su Furen said, I heard Ming Lang said that Mingfeng secretly liked fifth young lady. Initially I also did not believe it as this son of mine has a wooden brain until now has not gotten close to any young lady. I also did not know what kind of person fifth young lady was thus I came over today. After seeing fifth young lady today, one finally understood why Mingfeng liked her. Such a good appearance and character and her bearing was not at all inferior. I guess in the entire Mingqi, only the Shen family could raise such a young lady. Not to hide from Shen Furen, not only Mingfeng, I too was very fond of her, thus one could not wait to talk to Furen about this matter. I know that Furen is a straightforward person and likes to go straight at things thus, one did not go around it. The words said were extremely sincere and also praised Shen Miao without a trace. As a mother, how would one not like one's children being praised? Of course Luo Shuiyan's expression got a little better, but how would Shen Miao's marriage be settled with just one sentence? First the Shen family's position in Mingqi was special and it was not idea if the in-laws' power were higher or lower thus it was really difficult for one to decide on Shen Miao's marriage. Second was that even though Su Mingfeng's reputation was rather good outside but a few years back he was ill and thus did not enter officialdom. Luo Shuifeng was not willing to let Shen Miao marry a sick person. Moreover Luo Shuiyan had not seen Su Mingfeng before thus she did not know anything about his character. The third and most important point was that Su Mingfeng liked Shen Miao but one did not know if Shen Miao liked Su Mingfeng or not. Luo Shuiyan was an open-minded mother and even though parents would make the decision for children's marriages, Luo Shuiyan wanted Shen Miao to live happily and she had to like her own husband. Thus one could not make such a casual decision. One's daughter's marriage would not be fixed in a short time. Luo Shuiyan smiled. I have to represent my master and thank Furen's and gentleman's fondness. It is just that in the process of marriage selection, there are many considerations and in such a short time, I would not be able to give Furen an answer as one feared it would need to be taken into consideration for some days. Just like what Furen mentioned, everyone are mothers and having a mother's heart, one would dote on one's children and hope Furen would understand. Luo Shuiyan did not dare to say any extreme words and left some room. This had made Su Furen extremely satisfied and after speaking a little more, Su Furen then left. After Su Furen left, Luo Shuiyan's gaze then became solemn and was somewhat heavy. For a long time, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin had felt that Shen Miao was young of age and it was not a rush for marriage. However Su Furen coming to the residence to seek marriage had reminded Luo Shuiyan that at this age, Shen Miao could be engaged. But who were the young handsome talents of Ding capital? Luo Shuiyan planned to wait for Shen Xin to return before discussing about this matter with him. Also she would let someone make a list for her so that she could go and check them out. When Su Furen returned to the Su residences, Master Su for the first time did not went fishing or bird teasing and obediently stayed in the room. Upon seeing Su Furen's return, she quickly went forward to knead her shoulders and instructed the maids to pour some tea. Master Su was like a mouse who saw a cat when he looked at Su Furen and the servants around them were no stranger to it. Master Su asked, how is it? What did Shen Furen say? Did not agree but also did not disagree. Ought to think about it again. Su Furen said, after all I went over hastily without careful consideration today and acted impudently to others. Moreover the Shen family is not an ordinary family so it is not a bad thing to think about it longer. Still need to think. Su Yu grimaced with displeasure, what is there to think about? Su Furen found it funny, could it be that you think that they would agree when I made the trip today? Why not agree? Su Yu asked, what is wrong with Mingfeng? In this Ding capital, how can one find a second young handsome talent like Mingfeng? Whichever young lady that married to Mingfeng would have blessings that was accumulated from one's past life. After finished speaking, he thought of something, wait a while. How is that fifth Shen young lady? Finally he remembered to ask about this matter. The last time Master Su saw Shen Miao, it was during the palace banquet and he felt that Shen Miao was not bad, it was just that her character was too strong. However it was not accurate for a male to judge a female and it was always better for female to take a look at female. Thus Su Furen would step in and take a look at this potential daughter-in-law. Su Yu wanted to hear Su Furen's opinion of Shen Miao. Su Furen drank a mouthful of tea and said, Mingfeng's foresight is indeed not bad. I see that this fifth Shen young lady is better than most of the well-bred young ladies in Ding capital. One did not need to say about the temperament since it is taught by Shen Xin, the character would not be that bad. That bearing was indeed rare and seemed to be like a noble person from the palace. However there was just one point which was one fear that Mingfeng would not be able to tame such a young lady like this. But it is also good. Mingfeng has a gentle character and with a stronger Furen to be the matriarch of the family, then this residence can be managed properly. This is excellent. Su Yu rarely heard Su Furen praise a person like this and a whisper appeared in his heart. Wasn't it said that when a mother-in-law sees the daughter-in-law, one would be very picky? Could it be that his Furen is too gentle and soft? Su Mingfeng just came back from outside and just about to take a step into the main hall when the corner of his clothes was held back by someone. Upon turning around, it was Su Minglang. Su Minglang looked at him seriously, eldest brother you cannot go in now to stir up a row else it would impact your lifelong matter. My lifelong matter? Su Mingfeng was puzzled, what of my lifelong matter? Oh, today I heard older sister Jin Feng saying to people beside that mother went to take a look at a wife for you. Su Minglang said. Su Mingfeng was shocked when he heard it, what take a look for a wife? Who? Su Minglang said, isn't it the older sister of the Shen family? Mother went to the Shen family to look for a wife for me. Su Mingfeng's voice raised higher. Su Minglang jumped in shock and said resentfully like hating iron for not becoming steel, it is just marrying a wife. In the future when older Shen's sister becomes my eldest Sao, she would also not be about to watch you being like this. He then patted Su Mingfeng's arms, I really envious of you. On the surface the matter of the Su family coming over to the Shen mansion to look for a wife for Su Mingfeng looked as though no one knew, but in fact there were a number of insiders that knew of it. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan discussed about it for a while and seriously started to discuss about the young handsome talents in the Ding capital. They even discussed if they needed to let Shen Miao participate a few flower banquets and stuff, and Shen Xin even let Shen Chu pay attention to the youths in the capital that were of the same age as him. Such a big movement from the Shen mansion, if the residents of Prince Rui did not know about it, it would not be acceptable. Once Xie Jingxing returned to the residence of Prince Rui, he faced Ji Yushu's provocation. One did not know how he was able to con over the information that Kong Yang sent back and jumped around waving the letter. Third older brother, the Su family people had already came to the doors and proposed marriage. What are you still waiting for? After pausing, he then continued, still not heading to look for Su Mingfeng's trouble. Gao Yang had some worried look on his face. Su Furen has a good reputation in the Ding capital and has a good relation with many Furens. The Su family's reputation is also not bad, so if Shen Xin finds that Su Mingfeng is good, he could agree to this marriage. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at the letter and understood the contents of the letter and only felt his head ache. The things that Su Mingfeng did was still relatively safe, so why would one have a pair of parents who were so far off that now even went up to propose marriage? They may even do more shocking things. Moreover, Ji Yushu was still igniting fire at one side and had an angry face on. What a good Su Mingfeng. In the beginning when he was with third older brother claiming to be sworn brothers and have so many years of friendship. Now that third older brother's identity has changed, he secretly started to undermine. Indeed, one's schemes is really deep. One always said that to know how strong a horse is, make it run a long way, and to get to know a man well, one must spend a long time with him. This Su Mingfeng is actually this kind of person. Third older brother, end your friendship with him. Gao Yang could not carry on listening to Ji Yushu's nonsense and said, it is better now to look for another way. Su family's matter is small, but the matter of the Shen family that have already started to look for husbands for fifth Shen young lady is big. We do not have much time in Mingqi, so it is better to resolve the matters that you want to do. When those words were said, Xie Jingxing looked cold. Ji Yushu had not noticed it yet and instead was hit upon an inspiration. I have an idea. The few people looked towards him as Ji Yushu said, since third older brother is a dead person in their eyes, why not pretend to be a ghost at night and pretend to give Su Mingfeng a dream at night? Just say that Shen young lady is the person that third older brother fancied and wanted Mojave ghost marriage with. Su Mingfeng would be scared and naturally would not have any ideas on fifth Shen young lady. Third older brother, don't leave. Listen to what I say. Gao Yang shook his head and sighed before spitting out a word, stupid. When Xie Jingxing returned to the study, he sat down in front of the table. His brows were locked tight and one did not know what he was thinking about. Tai Yi, who was beside him, asked hesitantly, Master, today in Putuo Monastery, Grand Master Guanzhen spoke of. Grand Master Guanzhen was a wandering monk. Some people said he was from Great Liang, some said that he was from Qin country, and there were even people who said that he was from Mingqi. But the one thing that one could be sure was that once Grand Master Guanzhen came to a monastery, everyone would refer to him as the honored guest. Grand Master Guanzhen had gained the teachings of the direct disciple of the Buddha, and it was said that he knew the past and future of a person. This was naturally somewhat exaggerated, but Grand Master Guanzhen's prediction of the future was extremely accurate, as he once predicted that there would be a flood in Great Liang. Emperor Yongle had once tried to retain Grand Master Guanzhen as a teacher of the country, but unfortunately Grand Master Guanzhen declined. 2 years ago when Xie Jingxing returned to Great Liang, Emperor Yongle really wanted to find Grand Master Guanzhen to take a look at Xie Jingxing's fortune, but unfortunately Grand Master Guanzhen had traveled out of Great Liang and no one knew of his existence. One did not expect that they would be encountering here. During the daytime when they reached Putuo Monastery, Xie Jingxing had not yet said anything when Grand Master Guanzhen guessed his identity. One did not know how did he guessed it out, and Xie Jingxing's prophecy was as such. The army broke the crepe myrtle, the fierce dragon overcome the heavens. Using one's entire life for the entire situation. The meaning of it was that Xie Jingxing was a very important person, that he a single person could change the entire situation. The army broke the crepe myrtle meant that first breakthrough then established, grace and power would be combined. When Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi, he claimed to be the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and afterwards died in battle, thus the breakthrough. Afterwards, with the identity of Great Liang's Prince Rui, he had once again stood in front of everyone, which meant establishing. As for the fierce dragon overcome the heavens, since dragons were the head of all living things, it was unfortunate that it was a fierce dragon that was vicious and savage. Xie Jingxing asked about fated calamity. However, Grand Master Guanzhen shook his head and said that the fierce drago was not a calamity and would help others to cross a fated calamity. When Xie Jingxing asked more, Grand Master Guanzhen said that the mysteries of heavens must not be revealed and was not willing to say another word. Tai Yi was somewhat discouraged. It was so difficult to get Grand Master Guanzhen to take a look at one's fortune, but the words he said were very vague. Thinking of his master having a character of being indifferent to everything, the fierce dragon was not a calamity but one that helped to overcome a calamity. It sounded like his master had become a bodhisattva. Who would have such a great of a reputation to let his master be that person backing? Even if this person dared, would master be willing? Xie Jingxing said, don't care about this. First send the letter back to Great Liang. His expression was somewhat cold. Shen Miao could not sleep on her bed. The words from Kong Yang in the afternoon were still lingering by her ears. She had never thought that Su Furen's purpose of coming to the Shen mansion was to seek a match for Su Mingfeng. Thinking of Kong Yang's wooden face as he repeated each and every single word of both of their conversation for her to listen, especially when a grown man using female speech patterns and saying we are all mothers, Shen Miao felt that it was funny. Xie Jingxing was indeed a talent, one did not know where did he found such a precious secret guard. However, after thinking about it, she was unable to smile anymore. Why did Su Furen come to seek a match for Su Mingfeng? From Kong Yang's words, Su Mingfeng have deep emotions for Shen Miao, and this was something that Shen Miao would never believe. Not to mention, Su Mingfeng had only seen her a few times, and at that encounter on the streets, there was nothing special when Su Mingfeng looked at her. Could it be that this was a conspiracy by Su Mingfeng? Shen Miao thought that because Su Mingfeng wanted to know about the secret of the tiger head bracelet, so he decided to marry her, and since one would keep on heading the direction, wouldn't one be able to head to the truth? Or could it be that when she had become his wife, she would then tell him the truth about it? But it would be just too disadvantageous for Su Mingfeng. In order to find out about the truth, he even thrown the rest of his life in. Those people in the investigation office should be so ashamed that they could not face their fathers and forefathers. Gu Yu walked in from outside and held a stack of clothes in her hands as she smiled. Young lady, as one is heading to Putuo Monastery tomorrow, Furen had said to wear some lighter colors, so this servant had brought over some lighter colored clothes so that young lady can pick to wear tomorrow morning. After saying, she then helped Shen Miao cut the wick in the oil lamp. Young lady should rest early today as one needs to wake up early tomorrow as there is a long journey. Thinking of this matter, Shen Miao very helpless. During the night Luo Shuiyan's maid came over to say to Luo Tan and Shen Miao that the three of them would be heading up to Putuo Monastery to offer incense. Luo Tan had not been to Putuo Monastery so naturally she was very happy but Shen Miao was lacking in interest. Putuo Monastery was considered a famous monastery in Ding capital city and it sits on the waist of a mountain in the northern part of the city. It was said that the Buddha was especially effective and the most spiritual thing was the tree of cultivating destinies. Young females would use a copper coin to exchange for some red ropes with the monks at the monastery and would tie a pouch at one end and throw it up the tree. If the red ropes with the pouch hung onto the tree and not thrown down, then it would meant that the old man of the moon had heard the female's prayers and would find a good marriage match for the female. Shen Miao had went to that tree of cultivating destinies in her past lifetime and in order to form a connection with Fu Shuyi, she even bought 100 red ropes a one time to throw up. Afterwards this matter was accidentally mentioned by Shen Qing and Shen Yu and became a joke in the Ding capital for a long time. Thus Shen Miao did not like this tree of cultivating destinies very much. If she did not listen to Su Furin's and Luo Shuiyan's conversation today, Shen Miao would not think much of it and would only feel that it was coming to the end of the year and Luo Shuiyan only wanted to offer incense. However, after knowing the conversation in the main hall, Shen Miao understood that it was not that Luo Shuiyan wanted to offer incense but she was obviously wanted to bring her to the tree of cultivating destinies to throw a red rope onto it. Shen Miao was filled with unwillingness in her head and was even think whether to pretend to be sick but it was just too deliberate looking. Moreover Luo Tan's interest was soaring and Shen Miao's heart was easily softened by Luo Tan and thinking that it was only to throw a red rope, she then complied. It was just that there was still a bit of discomfort in her heart. On this night, Shen Miao did not sleep well at all. She dreamed several times in the night and in the dreams, she was standing below the tree of cultivating destinies and throwing the red ropes. Luo Shuiyan had bought her an entire barrel of them and Shen Miao threw so much that her arms were sore but those red ropes that had her markings had all disappeared. There were none on the floor or on the tree and just as she was in doubt, she saw that a purple-clad youth was sitting on the tree and there was a bundle of her red ropes in his arms. His lips were hooked up in a smile but not a smile at her and asked, "Who do you want to marry to?" That sharp brows, straight nose, red lips and pair of gorgeous peach blossoms eyes were as sharp as knives. It was Xie Jingxing's face. When Shen Miao woke up from her dreams in shock, she was just unable to sleep after that. With great difficulty, she managed to last till the skies brightened and when Jing Jie came in, she jumped in shock and asked, "Why did young lady not sleep well during the night? One's eyes is green already." Shen Miao waved her hands and only felt that this dream was bizarre and had a little bit of shamelessness so she did not speak anything about it. After eating and washing up, she then left the room and Luo Shuiyan and the rest were already waiting. What was surprising was that other than Luo Tan, Shen Chu and Luo Ling were also going. Luo Shuiyan said, "Since it is to offer incense, then the younger generation should all go and ask for a blessing from Buddha." Shen Shen said, "Then I will also go along." "You go for what?" Luo Shuiyan hated that he did not understand her meaningful glance, "You should not go." Shen Chu was wondering why his father couldn't go but Shen Miao's heart understood. Luo Shuiyan not only want her and Luo Tan throw the red ropes. Most likely she wanted Shen Chu and Luo Ling to also throw it since both of them had reached the age to marry. However, wasn't the tree of cultivating destinies only for the females to throw? If their ropes really hung from it then could it be that Shen Chu and Luo Ling would be cut sleeves? Shen Miao could not help but shivered. There was not much delay as everyone quickly got on the road. The distance between Putuo Monastery and the Shen Mansion was rather far away thus it would be near noon when one reached even though one set off in the morning. Luo Tan's mood rose during the journey and kept asking Luo Shuiyan if Putuo Monastery was really that mystical. The more Luo Shuiyan spoke, the conversation led towards the tree of cultivating destinies. After Luo Tan heard the information about the tree of cultivating destinies, she felt it was interesting and said, "This is somewhat similar to the customs of our Shaochun city. However Putuo Monastery is a famous monastery and this tree should be very spiritual." She shook Shen Miao's shoulder, "Youngest Biao's sister, how about we go and throw the red ropes? Aren't you not a rush to marry?" Shen Miao looked at her with squinted eyes. Luo Tan coughed lightly twice, even it is said as such, but one should do as the natives do. Luo Shuiyan also said, "Zhao Zhao, Tan upon reaching Putuo Monastery, both of you should also go and cast the red ropes, no matter if one marry or not, one can always ask for a good omen." Luo Tan excitedly complied. Shen Miao had long knew about her mother's plans and could only obey helplessly. However at their side, they were en route but in the old monastery that had existed in Mingqi for hundreds of years, in a particular room where the incense was thick, there sat an old monk. The old monk's brows were kind, just like one of the disciples under Buddha. He had a red cloak on and holding a string of Buddhist beads as he twisted in his fingers. The young monk beside him asked, "Master, we have been waiting here for a number of days, will the destined one really come?" "This poor monk has been waiting for many days and it is for the person to come," the old monk said lightly. "But one have waited for a long time." That young monk was only a teenager and was the age where he was full of curiosity so he quickly said, "When will one arrive?" The old monk did not say anything and only silently turned the Buddhist beads in his hands. Suddenly the Buddhist beads that he was turning stopped and his fingers stared to stroke a round bead repeated. After a long time, the old monk smiled slightly. "Reaching," he said. When Shen Miao and entourage reached Putuo Monastery, it was not yet noon. Perhaps the horses today ran with all their strength today or perhaps it was the coachman that steered well or perhaps the roads were much smoother. In short, the 2.5 shichen of journey had taken less than 2 shichen today. The few of them jumped off the carriage and Shen Chu and Luo Ling also flipped over the horse. They then saw that there was an old monastery in the lush woods, at the waist of the mountain. Because of the layers of clouds surrounding, it was as if they were in an immortal place. In addition to the distant Buddhist sounds that sounded from afar, it made one feel a sense of awe. Luo Tan exclaimed, "It is really an air of a famous monastery." Luo Shuiyan instructed, "Chu and Ling both of you go and handle the horses first. I will bring Tan and Zhao Zhao in." After Shen Chu and Luo Ling left, the guards of the Shen residence followed Shen Miao and entourage. Luo Tan saw a tree filled with hanging red ropes from afar and said, "Is that the tree of cultivating destinies? Youngest Gu, come quickly and see. It is so big." Luo Shuiyan smiled, "Let's go and buy the red ropes first." Shen Miao followed behind both of them, feeling helpless in her heart. Luo Tan ran quickly and Luo Shuiyan had a fiery temperament thus Shen Miao was left behind. However with the Shen residence's guards and the hidden Kongyang, Shen Miao was not at all worried. After following Luo Shuiyan into a Buddhist temple, the corner of Shen Miao's skirt was suddenly pulled. She turned back and saw that by the side of the temple, there was a person in a Taoist attire crouching by the side. In the location of a Buddhist temple, how would there be a Taoist practitioner? This Taoist priest's clothes were torn and tattered and was only holding a fortune cylinder and a horsetail whisk on his hand. One did not know why but he looked comical. He was probably 40 years of age and had a small mustache as he gazed at Shen Miao. Young lady, this poor Taoist see that one's Offryan top of the nose bridge connecting to the eyebrows as dark and fear that there would be a calamity of blood. The funds of the eyes are green, indicating difficulties in marriage. Why not let this poor Taoist help you to do a fortune reading? Where does this madman come from? Full of nonsense. Jing Jie was furious. Shen Miao lifted the corner of her skirt and wanted to head forward without looking. However, she heard that person said, even though a phoenix destiny is good, it is a pity to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Even though a phoenix's destiny is good, it is a pity to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Shen Miao's step suddenly paused as she looked at that Taoist priest with a frown and asked, what did you say? That priest however turned his head smugly and started to sing a little tune. Jing Jie said, young lady must not let it get to one's heart, it could be a fraud from who knows where spouting nonsense. Even though one did not know why a Taoist practitioner would come to a Buddhist compound, but this priest was not serious at all, much less have any immortal air like normal priests. One thought that it was just casual words, no difference from the frauds on the streets. Shen Miao looked in front and saw that Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan had gone in, leaving her behind, with some guards following her, not approaching. She thought about it for a moment before sitting down on the wooden bench in front of the priest's booth and said, I want a divination. This priest's divination is very expensive. Before the voice fell, Shen Miao took out a golden peanut from her back. This was what was inside the pouch that Su Ferin's previously gifted. Most likely one feared that gifting something too valuable would be too arrogant, thus gifting a full pouch of golden peanuts so that it was easier to purchase things. However, Jing Jie and Gu Yu was a little anxious watching. The most expensive on the streets for divination was only a few silver, why was there a need to use golden peanuts? But there was no way to turn around the decision that Shen Miao had made. The two maids were anxious but were also helpless. Shen Miao said, if you are accurate, this golden peanut is yours. But if it is not accurate, I will call people to smash your booth and call the officials to arrest you on the grounds of swindling on the streets. That priest was in all smiles as he accepted the golden peanut and bought out a divination cylinder over. He shook it before handling it to Shen Miao with a smile. May young lady pick 2 divination lots. Why 2 divination lots are needed? Gu Yu could not help but ask. Usually it would be picking 1 divination lot. Could it be that? She suddenly came into understanding. 1 for safety, 1 for marriage. The priest shook his head, telling one's life fortune. Why would 2 lots be required to tell one's life fortune? Jing Jie was confused. The priest looked at Shen Miao before flicking his beard and smiling mysteriously. 1 divination lot is incomplete for young lady's life fortune. Shen Miao's heart moved and glared at the priest, who seemed to have a card up his sleeve, before taking the divination cylinder and shook it. 2 divination lots fell onto the floor with a pa-ta sound. That priest picked up the divination lots to look and Gu Yu and Jing Jie became somewhat anxious. The priest shook his head and said, Phoenix's destiny trapped in a cage, life in a dangerous and hatters would spring up. Before the guillotine, the barracks are empty. He said, this is a great and auspicious lot. As soon as the words were said, Jing Jie's and Gu Yu's faces changed. What great and auspicious? What guillotine? Jing Jie said, what a good fraud. With this mouthful of nonsense, who are you lying to? I see that you are just a liar. I will go and report to the officials. Oh, that Taoist priest said, what is the rush? How can a young lady be that impatient? There is still 1 more divination lot. Shen Miao's entire heart was thumping away. Phoenix's destiny trapped in a cage, this was saying that she was trapped in the cold palace of the Imperial Palace and no fruit would bear no matter how much one struggle. Created misfortune and implicated the family that the entire Shen family was executed, so wasn't this the guillotine? And she had worked hard and put in all efforts to help Fu Shuyi to sit on the throne but all hopes and effort came to nothing. Fu Shuyi still gave her 3 feet of white silk. Even Wan Yu and Fu Ming did not survive, nothing actually was remained. How can it be not futile? Shen Miao said, may this priest help me to take a look at another divination lot. Jing Jie and Gu Yu became worried as they could not figure out why she would see the priest differently from them and even willing to let this priest to take a look at her other divination lot. That priest smiled and picked up the other lot. He glanced at Shen Miao and as usual stroked his beard before saying slowly, out of the depth of misfortune comes bliss, the auspicious portent comes from the east. A superior lot. Jing Jie and Gu Yu initially scared that the priest would say something bad and it was near the year end now so everyone was afraid that bad fortune words would stick to oneself. Seeing that he said as such, they sighed in relief. Jing Jie however ridiculed, I had said that he is a fraud. 1 divination is great and auspicious lot and another superior lot. Just which lot is it the real one? Both lots are real. The priest said, if you don't believe, ask your young lady if this priest said correctly. Shen Miao's heart moved and she said, Jing Jie, Gu Yu, go over to the guards first. I have something to say to the Taoist priest alone. Jing Jie wanted to persuade a few more words as she felt that this priest was a swindler. However Gu Yu shook her head at her and pulled her to the side, making room for Shen Miao to speak to the Taoist priest with a peace of mind. Shen Miao frowned as she looked at the Taoist priest. Does this Taoist priest know something? The priest kept the divination lots and said without turning his head, I see from young lady's facial features, it is of a noble person. Then one looked at young lady's assigned fated and saw that it belongs to that of a phoenix's destiny. One originally would be living a lifetime of glory and splendor, eating jaded food and wearing brocade. Unfortunately, one's fate was changed. Shen Miao said, what change of fate? Her voice was somewhat hurried. The priest's hand stopped and he looked at her. Young lady's fate is very peculiar. There would be one big calamity in one's entire life and once this calamity has passed, it would be smooth for the rest of one's life. However in the first divination that young lady had drawn, one did not pass this calamity. What is my calamity? Shen Miao asked. 1 true phoenix and 1 fake phoenix. The fake phoenix had robbed the blessing and fate of the true phoenix. The true phoenix was instead imprisoned. Shen Miao only felt that her entire heart wanted to jump out from her throat. True and fake phoenixes, could it be said that she was the true phoenix and as for the fake phoenix, could it be Mei Furen? Mei Furen gave birth to Fu Sheng and Fu Shuyi doted on Fu Sheng that much. In her past lifetime Fu Ming died and she also died so Fu Shuyi would establish Mei Furen as the empress and with Fu Shuyi's love of Fu Sheng, perhaps he would let Fu Sheng inherit his throne. Wasn't this saying that one's fate was robbed? Shen Miao said, this Taoist priest spoke of the first divination lot. Then in the second divination lot, can I pass through the calamity? With young lady's ability, it is impossible. That priest shook his head, however young lady's luck is good as there is help from a benefactor in one's fate. Benefactor, Shen Miao asked, who is my benefactor? This benefactor is fated with you with fate of a fierce dragon. The fierce dragon overcomes the heavens, the imprisoned phoenix in a cage. The person can save you and you can absolve one's evil tendencies. If one were to encounter this person, by borrowing this person's power, young lady's fate can be returned to its original and everything that was lost would be gained. Shen Miao asked, where is this benefactor? How would I be able to find the person? The priest smiled, far in the horizon, as near as one's sight. There was no need to say more. Shen Miao's gaze flashed before she asked again, there is still one more question. Ordinary people can only draw 1 divination lot so why do I draw 2? Is it heaven's intention? She was rebirthed to relive the lifetime, and every time when she thought about it there was a sense of unreality. One feared that there would be a day where one would wake up and find oneself in that cold and lonely palace and all these was just a dream she had created. Even though this eccentric priest that no one knew from where spoke a bit accurately, perhaps he would know about this. Heavens and earth is not benevolent and treats all creation like sacrificial straw dogs. The 2 divination lots of young ladies was requested by another. Shen Miao grabbed onto the keywords of that priest's words. Who is that person? The person who owed you a lot. The priest stood up from the floor and patted the dust off his clothes as he said, the mysteries of heavens must not be revealed. Today this priest had already revealed too much to young lady and any more would be cutting one's blessing. Young lady, do not ask more and just remember this. The past is like a dream, avoid entanglement, out of the depth of misfortune comes bliss, the auspicious portent comes from the east. After finishing, he took a big step and strode off singing. Shen Miao stood still on the same spot until Jing Jie and Gu Yu walked over. Jing Jie said, it's so eccentric and one did not know where he came from. Is there no one managing this Gutuo monastery? Shen Miao however felt that she had peeked into some secrets and unable to tell the feelings in her heart. Just as she was thinking, Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan walked out from inside. Luo Tan had a small basket in her hands and in it, there were a large number of red ropes which were connected to pouches. She said with all smiles, youngest Biao sister, let us go and hang the red ropes. How did you fall behind? Luo Shuiyan also said, just now one heard that there is a grand master that is in the Zen chambers lecturing about the Buddhist sutras and wanted to call you to listen. However one saw you being delayed for so long when I turned my head over. Now do you still want to listen to it? After Shen Miao heard the words from that Taoist priest, her brain became strangely chaotic, so how would she have any mood to listen to monks lecturing on sutras? She then shook her head, not going. Then let us hang the red ropes first. Luo Tan was however very excited and dragged Shen Miao before going forward. In the Zen chambers where Luo Shuiyan passed by just now, the action of knocking on the wooden fish by the old monk paused and the young monk asked, teacher, it is already past noon. Didn't teacher said that the person is coming? At the end, is the person coming or not? Grand Master Guanzhen stood up from the futon and shook his head, not coming. Not coming. The young monk was stunned, why? Had met another person. The young monk was puzzled, why one does not come after meeting another person? Didn't teacher specifically wait for the person here? Aren't the days spent waiting wasted if the person did not come? There is no harm. Grand Master Guanzhen put his hands together, one had met up with a fated person. This is the cause and effect. Shen Miao and Luo Tan walked out and reached the tree of cultivating destinies. The tree of cultivating destinies was a huge sweet-scented osmanthus tree. It was extremely thick and strong but currently one could not see clearly its branches and shrubs as it was all covered by the hanging red ropes and pouches. Luo Ling and Shen Chu did not come after all, since this was for females. Luo Tan handed Shen Miao a handful of ropes and said, young Biao sister should write one's name on the pouch first then throw it up the tree. If it was hung up, it means that the old man of the moon had you and would arrange a good marriage. After finishing, she then handed over another large bundle of ropes, youngest Biao sister should take more. The more one takes, the chances of it hanging up is higher when one throw them up together. Shen Miao was somewhat speechlessly watching Luo Tan eagerly writing her name on the remaining pouches. However, a female would most probably believe this and hope that it was a good omen. Luo Shuiyan also said, Zhao Zhao should write on some and hang it up. Don't be afraid. Shen Miao looked discerning over the basket of red ropes after dropping the matter with Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan. She could only pick one for herself and wrote her name in the pouch. Luo Tan saw it and said, youngest Biao sister, you took too little. How can a single piece be hang up? Take a few more, these are enough. Luo Shuiyan also said, Zhao Zhao, one is not enough. Shen Miao felt that she did not even want to throw up any and moreover at this moment her thoughts were all occupied with those words that the priest said, so how would she have the heart to do this? Thus she just threw it casually. Just one piece cannot be hung. It is better for you too. Oh, how did it hang up there? Luo Tan cried out in surprise. Luo Shuiyan was also astonished. Generally speaking, the more red ropes were thrown, the higher chances there were for it to be hung on the branches. One piece would not have weight so it would not be able to hang no matter how it is thrown. Who knew that one casual throw from Shen Miao, it actually hang up. Not only that, it was on a top branch and was hanging steadily. One feared that no matter how much wind and rain there was, it would not fall off. Youngest Biao sister, you are just too blessed. Luo Tan grabbed onto Shen Miao's arm and said excitedly, you see. You see, that branch is so high up and that means that the person that young Biao sister is married would be a dragon among people. That branch is also steady and sturdy, indicating that this marriage is extremely certain and very good. Who would not love to hear words of blessing? Luo Shuiyan's face was filled with smiles. Zhao Zhao's throw is not bad and I still say you cannot hang it up and wanted to think of ways to help you hang it up. But there are many other branches around this branch. Luo Tan stroked her chin and explained it seriously, the directions of these branches are all towards youngest Biao sister's pouch. What does this illustrate? This means that youngest Biao sister do not have only one marriage predestined by fate. Youngest Gu, this is a good news. One family's daughter is requested by 100 families. The future brother-in-law will suffer. Luo Tan said in laughter. Shen Miao said, what nonsense. But she thought about the strange sentence from that Taoist priest about her the fund of the eyes were green, indicating difficulties in marriage. Could it be that it was true? Afterwards she was stunned at her thoughts, now she did not even see a blossom flower or leaf at all, so where would there be difficulties in marriage? It was Luo Tan that spout nonsense and she was the one who treated it as real. This day went past quickly. Luo Tan later hung a number of her red ropes up and prayed to Buddha before offering incense and only left after having a vegetarian meal in the monastery. When they returned to the Shen mansion, the skies had turned dark and since everyone was tired, everyone went back to their own rooms to rest early. Shen Miao's heart repeatedly thought about the words that the Taoist priest said. There was a calamity in her life and a benefactor would help. Who was that benefactor? Who requested 2 divination lots for her? Or to say, who was the one who requested a rebirth for her? In the previous lifetime, all her loved ones had disappeared before she died. As Shen Miao was thinking, even if she had died, she feared that there would not be anyone who would come to collect her body. So how would anyone have eyes and hands to clear through heavens? With this kind of abilities and with this kind of relationship, why would one seek a rebirth for her? No matter how she thought, she was unable to think of such a person. Shen Miao suddenly remembered something and said, Kong Yang. In a flash, a black-clad person appeared in the room. Shen Miao supported her head and felt that Xie Jingxing's secret guards appeared like gods and vanished like devils that one feared even the owners would jump in shock. She said, regarding today's matter on the conversation between the Taoist priest and me, you are not allowed to tell Xie Jingxing. She then added another sentence, if you were to tell Xie Jingxing, I will accuse you of indecent assault. Kong Yang. Remember that, Shen Miao threatened. There was countless number of small messy stuff that numerous people in Ding capital were worried about. Young girls are worried about marriages, youth were frustrated about taking the examinations and gaining fame, the elderly were worried about dying, the young ones too childlike and so on. These bustling made benefits flow from one end to another. Some people schemed to gain small benefits, some gambled on tens of thousands of the family's wealth and others even bet of one's life but overlook everything under heavens. In the imperial family of Mingqi, as Emperor Wenhui's health declined every day, the princes below were all eager to move. Prince Zhou's clique was arrogant, Prince Li's clique's actions were also not small. One had initially thought that number 9 knew his place but at the end after the matter with Shen family and Qin country, it was still the crown prince that was too weak after all the calculations. Emperor Wenhui sighed and there was a layer of wane and tiredness on his brows. Most likely it is because of being ill for too long, one's expression was not good at all. Normally one would get angry in court but it was all stubborn appearances, after all there were numbers of people eyeing on this position like a tiger walking its prey. If he were to collapse, there will be chaos in court and one feared that others would take advantage of the empty seat. When one was younger, one did not feel anything about the princes but as age caught up, one was surprised to feel that one had not raised sons but a pack of wolves. Now that the cubs had grown up, some matter had become uncontrollable. How is the crown prince's health recently? Emperor Wenhui asked Su Gonggong at his side. Su Gonggong quickly replied, yesterday when the empress saw the crown prince consort, the crown prince consort said that there was a turn for the better with the crown prince's health. The imperial physician also said that after nursing for some time, it would be even better. Emperor Wenhui shook his head, the crown prince's health is a problem. As the most rightful heir to the throne, the crown prince was sick. Even though there are still a lot of supporters, it was still alright in the early years but as the faction of Prince Zhou and Prince Li grew bigger, the little influence that the crown prince had was however suppressed. In particular lately Prince Ding pop up, making Emperor Wenhui's head ache more. Fortunately even though the crown prince was weak, he had born the imperial grandson early, thus even if Emperor Wenhui pass on and the crown prince was weak, as long as the imperial grandson was older, he could let the imperial grandson succeed him. Su Gonggong had eyes and ears but seemed not to have discovered Emperor Wenhui's intention. However he was very clear in his heart. Currently Emperor Wenhui was the most optimistic about the crown prince. There was no other reason than the crown prince was the rightful heir and that the crown prince's health was not good and thus less threatening to Emperor Wenhui. Unlike his other sons, Prince Zhou's clique was so arrogant that he viewed others as invisible. Prince Li looked kindly on the surface but privately had a lot of dealing with most of the higher-ranked official. Even Prince Ding, who looked like he had no intention on the surface, had become a dog that would bite and not bark at all. Each of them were like wolves and tigers, making Emperor Wenhui guard against. A gust of cold air blew in from the window that made the reports on the table of the imperial study slightly furl up. Su Gonggong saw it and quickly got up to close the windows. The night is very late. May your majesty rest early. At the same time, the crown prince who was mentioned by Emperor Wenhui was talking to one person at the same moment. If anyone were to see it, they would be shocked. The person that was talking with the crown prince was none other than Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Among these two people, one was the rightful heir of the imperial throne in Emperor Wenhui's eyes and the other was a dog that would bite and not bark at all in all the prince's heart. These two people were sitting at two sides of the table at this moment as the small fire warmed the green plum wine on the table. They were actually chatting and drinking. The crown prince said, ninth younger brother must not take this matter to heart. It is only because imperial father listened to vile characters and misunderstood you. The days will pass and the misunderstanding will be resolved and naturally one would treat you like before. Why does ninth younger brother give up on oneself? Fu Shuyi shook his head, eldest brother do not know the bitterness in my heart. In the face of the sudden and unexpected disaster that flew in, one cannot avoid it at all. I am a leisurely person and does not want power or riches. One only want to live freely. Those previous days, other than the matters on hand, I would not intervene in any other matter but once the Shen family matter came up, imperial father still view me with suspicion. The feelings of a father and child is just too thin. Ninth younger brother, guard one's mouth. The crown prince jumped in shock and quickly stopped Fu Shuyi's unfinished words, all the parents in the world are the same. You are imperial father's son so imperial father will not treat you like this. If one must blame, it is those vile characters. The matters that they were discussing were about the Shen family's house being searched and possessions being confiscated. Even though Emperor Wenhui tightly hid it but each prince had informants in the palace. Moreover there was the opening from Shen Wan's end, thus the princes knew clearly of the truth of the Shen family's case. It was because of so, the prince's view of Fu Shuyi was especially different. Originally in the fight for the heir apparent, it would be fighting for one's survival and another death and one had thought that the ninth prince did not ambitions and was happy on being a leisurely prince thus they did not deliberately target Fu Shuyi. Who knew that after this matter came out, one only realized that he had even buried pieces in the dark. In a fight, the most taboo thing was that the enemy was in the dark and one was in the light especially in a fight for everything under the heavens. That was a big matter that a single small mistake could take the lives of the entire family. Prince Ding had been in the dark watching the fight for so long and perhaps wanted to be the fisherman that catches the sandpiper and clam when they war together. Previously everyone was gracious to Prince Ding but now in everyone's gazes of Fu Shuyi, it was the same as looking at an enemy. Fu Shuyi had given himself too many enemies in a short period of time. After Fu Shuyi because the target of all the brothers, the first thing he did was to look for the crown prince. No matter it was sincere or with false intentions, the crown prince was a soft-hearted master in front of everyone. He was very kind but was the easiest to deceive. Just at this moment, he did not attack with ridicule and turned his head to comfort Fu Shuyi. Fu Shuyi smiled, never mind. Let's not talk about my matter and discuss about eldest brothers. Me, the crown prince was somewhat baffled, what matter do I have? Now that everyone is fighting till skulls are broken and blood is flowing but eldest brother who is obviously the rightful heir, was overwhelmed by the momentum. This is not a good sign. Fu Shuyi smiled, previously I did not like to partake in such matters and deliberately avoided it but who knew that trouble still came knocking. Since it is as such, why not actively come in? I intend to support eldest brother. The crown prince was startled as he had not expected that Fu Shuyi would say that. Afterwards he smiled bitterly before shaking his head, ninth younger brother's sincere heart, I cannot not thank. It is just that, ninth younger brother know my health. If I am healthy and strong, naturally one can compete but with my current body, it is already a question how long can it last. These things, just follow one's fate. When he reached to the end, there was a faint sense of despair. Eldest brother by no means should undervalue oneself. Eldest brother is born from her ladyship, the empress, and is the crown prince. Be it the situation or reasoning, you are the future master of Mingqi. If this was to be given away, one fear that others will laugh that Mingqi does not have people to succeed. But I really do not have any abilities. The crown prince was somewhat disheartened. The high-ranking officials look at my sickly body and are not willing to follow me. Even those previous followers, there are not many left now. Ninth younger brother asked me to fight but other than the empty title of the crown prince, what other abilities do I have to fight with? When Fu Shuyi heard of it, he however poured a drink for the crown prince and himself and took a sip before saying, that is why at this time, eldest brother need a strong assistant. The crown prince shook his head, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. How would those talented people choose me? In fact eldest brother need not need to think so hard. Fu Shuyi said, it is indeed difficult to find many people with power. However, the easy thing is that once one is able to find one strong and powerful assist, one would not need the rest of the followers. Or to say, as long as this person is found, the rest of the officials would also follow eldest brother's side. Ninth younger brother is referring to, the crown prince was in doubt. The formidable great general, Shen. Fu Shuyi answered. The crown prince was startled. Shen holds the military power. In the front, the Shen family army will charge into the battle, and at the back the Luo family army will bring up the rear fiercely. In the 2 years leaving the capital, the reputation among the commoners was not at all reduced, and even the Qin country and Great Liang have to be somewhat courteous. With the help of General Shen, everyone's opinion of crown prince would be higher. One would seek one's way up just as water seeks its way down. Naturally, followers will hear of it. When the crown prince heard Fu Shuyi's words, he however smiled. Ninth younger brother said it well. But ninth younger brother knows that now that General Shen's influence is illustrious and everyone's thoughts are good of him. Moreover, the rest of the brothers would also think so, but why would General Shen choose me? Because you are the crown prince. Fu Shuyi said calmly. If the rest of the brother chose General Shen, one fear that it will provoke Imperial Father's anger, but it is different from eldest brother. You are the rightful heir of the throne and is the son that Imperial Father look most to. When General Shen land in your hands, it is a matter that Imperial Father is happy to see. It is a curse to others but a blessing to you. Such a large military power cannot land on another's hand. The crown prince no longer smiled, as what Fu Shuyi said was extremely reasonable. Emperor Wenwei was very suspicious, thus if it was Prince Zhou, Prince Li or even Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, gained Shen's military power, it would only be the start of disaster for them, as Emperor Wenwei would not be kind to them. The crown prince was however different. Emperor Wenwei had disliked that the crown prince's influence was too weak and unable to have check and balances with the other princes. Moreover, the crown prince was then the future monarch in Emperor's Wenhui's mind, and naturally he hoped that he would have strong arms to help him. But why would General Shen choose me? The crown prince still shook his head, as he did not seem to be agreeing with Fu Shuyi. He said, partaking in these matters would be dangerous, and General Shen does not need to wade in these troubled waters. He can live comfortably. Fu Shuyi smiled and said, it is of no necessary for General Shen to choose eldest brother, but young lady Shen can. The crown prince was startled. Fu Shuyi lightly elaborated, the deborn fifth young lady of the Shen family, the pearl in General Shen's hands, has reached the age to be engaged. The young lady of the Shen family. The crown prince was first stunned and lose his voice, saying, Shen Miao. Fu Shuyi looked at him and smiled without saying anything. No, the crown prince shook his head. The young lady of the Shen family is the pearl on General Shen's hands and is currently not engaged till now. One fear that he view his daughter's lifelong matter very seriously and importantly, so why would he be willing to marry her to the Eastern Palace? Moreover, the crown prince looked at Fu Shuyi and smiled. Everyone in the Ding capital know that at the beginning the young lady of the Shen family had ninth younger brother in her heart. I would not be able to gain her affection. Fu Shuyi laughed and shook his head. How would she have me in her heart? That was only a joke when one was young. Otherwise, you have seen in these few years, she had not given me any special treatment these few years, and it was even colder than outsiders. The crown prince thought about it carefully. It was indeed so. In these 2 years, it seemed that when Shen Miao saw Fu Shuyi, there was no warmth like previous, and both of them were so cold that it made them princes feel puzzled. Having said that, the crown prince still said, maybe it was because you are not affectionate with others, so young lady Shen is angry with you. Eldest brother better not tease me. Fu Shuyi smiled. Furthermore, the Shen family is not the in-laws that I can climb onto. I am however willing to look for a wife with a less prominent status, since it would be much of ease. Speaking of which, Fu Shuyi said seriously, why does eldest brother have to work from the side of General Shen and young lady Shen? The parents will make the decision of the children marriages. The best method for this matter is to give it to Imperial Father. Imperial Father. Correct. Fu Shuyi saw that the wine cup of the crown prince was empty and filled it to the brim. He then said slowly, Imperial Father dotes eldest brother the most and would definitely support eldest brother and will seek a strong support for eldest brother. If eldest brother want to marry young lady Shen, Imperial Father will definitely be happy to make it come true. As such, with an imperial edict to bestow marriage, everything will be solved. Ninth younger brother had thought about it too simple. The crown prince shook his head. Nothing forcibly done is going to be agreeable. One know that the young lady of the Shen family is not willing to marry me, and because of the imperial edict, she had to enter the Eastern Palace. In the future she will have grievances about it. General Shen will also have grievances with Imperial Father. This marriage would not be successful and one will become enemies. Then it would be bad. Why would eldest brother think so? Fu Shuyi looked at him with surprise. All the females in the world only seek for a wealth and peaceful future. Even though one will not be the official consort after marrying into the Eastern Palace, the secondary consort identity is not of a lowly position. In the future, when eldest brother is enthroned, the young lady of the Shen family naturally will be raised to a consort position. Eldest brother has a warm temperament, and as long as one treats the young lady of the Shen family well, one's heart would be seen in the future, so why would there be grievances towards eldest brother? Just like eldest Cao, who was bestowed to eldest brother by Imperial Father, but now is single-mindedly helping eldest brother to plan. When the crown prince heard of it, he felt that Fu Shuyi's words were somewhat reasonable. In the beginning, the crown prince consort also married due to the emperor's imperial edict, and before that they did not see one another much. Initially there were various unwillingness, but now, she had deeply rooted feelings for the crown prince and would keep thinking for the crown prince. Females are all like this. If one marry a chick, one will follow the chicken, and when one marry a dog, one will follow the dog. As long as one treat her better, she will wholeheartedly follow one's husband. Eldest brother is a dragon among people, so how could one unable to tame a female? The crown prince was a little embarrassed with Fu Shuyi's words and waved his hands continuously. Both fathers confied with entire sincerity and exchanging cups of wine. It was really joyous and harmonious. It was only when the night was deep and after Fu Shuyi left the Eastern Palace, the drunkenness was swept away from the crown prince's face. Instead, in its place, there was somewhat of a clarity. The aides walked out from behind and asked the crown prince probingly, Your Highness, just now the ninth highness's words. Ninth younger brother is sending a plum to steal a peach in turn. The crown prince laughed and naturally picked up his wine cup. It is rather courageous. Now that Imperial Father is suspicious of him in his heart, he dared to show goodwill to my Eastern Palace. From this, it is true that his brothers had underestimated him. Then the proposal that the ninth highness had mentioned, to let your highness seek a relation with the Shen family. What does your highness think about it? The aide asked. The crown prince put down the cup in his hands and a light flashed in his eyes. Although his heart is not right, his scheme can be used. I indeed need the Shen family's power. Shen Miao is a good chess piece. It won't hurt to marry her in. He then smiled again. Since one has a good appearance, it is of no matter to coax her a bit. The aide nodded his head. Your highness is agreeing to the matter. The crown prince looked at the wine flagon on the table. This prince will personally mention this matter to Imperial Father and will also remember the sentiments of ninth younger brother. As Fu Shuyi expected, within a few days, the crown prince really mentioned the matter to Emperor Wenwei. Emperor Wenwei did not immediately agree but also did not refuse and instead looked at the crown prince meaningfully before finally laughing. Not bad. Jen kept thinking that you have not improved but you have finally grew up. Afterwards he said, Jen will consider it. After the Crown Prince left, Emperor Wenwei then said to Su Gongong beside him, Jen had not think that the Crown Prince would actually want to marry Shen Miao. Su Gongong said with a smile, the young lady of the Shen family is excellent in learnings and behavior. The Crown Prince's foresight is excellent. Enough of it. Emperor Wenwei dismissed it. Jen is not one without a brain. It is number 9 that pointed out a clear route for the Crown Prince, so what is the meaning of it? From his words, he knew that Fu Shuyi was the one that came out with the idea of the marriage with the Shen family. Su Gongong was cautious and did not speak. These family matters of the Imperial family all had a death word in it. She was only a servant and dared not mix into it. However, it is good. Jen wanted to support the Crown Prince since Prince Zhou and Prince Li have no longer put Jen in their eyes. Jen also cannot understand number 9. With the support of the Shen family, the Crown Prince can balance off with Prince Zhou and Prince Li and also control the Shen family's military power in one's hand. It will save Jen some effort. It is just that. Emperor Wenwei smiled as he looked at the memorandum on the table before closing it up and standing up, set off to Kunning Palace. Luo Shuiyan received a message from the palace to bring Shen Miao to the palace tomorrow and was confused for a moment. She still thought that there were some issues with Shen Shen's side and asked Shen Shen, but he also could not figure it out. Both husband and wife would be particularly cautious with regards to the Imperial family. However, even though one's heart was cautious, they dare not show it to Shen Miao, fearing that Shen Miao would be scared. Even though Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan tried their best to say it casually, how could Shen Miao's heart be able to relax? Without any rhyme or reason, the Fu family would definitely not let Luo Shuiyan bring her into the palace. But she had no clue what exactly this matter was for. Pei Lang had not wrote to her for a long time, and if there was a letter, most likely she could still guess Fu Shuyi's next move. Shen Miao's heart suddenly moved. That was right. Why had Pei Lang not written to her for such a long time? Even if it was the past, even if there was no major event, Pei Lang would also write a letter to her, but a long time had passed already. A faint conjecture formed in Shen Miao's heart. Could it be that Pei Lang was unable to write to her? Was it because Fu Shuyi had discovered him? The more her heart felt chaotic. Ever since the strange encounter with that inexplicably mad priest in Putuo Monastery, it was difficult for Shen Miao's heart to calm down. She wanted to know who was the benefactor with the fate of a fierce dragon overcomes the heavens. She also really wanted to know who was the person who gave her the opportunity to relive one more time, but after thinking back and forth, she had no clue and instead made her mood much more restless. Shen Miao could not help but look up at the window. The windows were closed tightly. Xie Jingxing said that in the future there was no need to open the window and he could still come in, but these days Xie Jingxing did not appear at all. Shen Miao draped her outerwear and walked over to the window to open it. The scene outside was the night wind and cold weather. Shen Miao grabbed onto her outerwear tighter. Suddenly there was a flash of a figure. Kong Yang had stood up from the corner of the wall and asked as he looked at Shen Miao, as young lady looking for master. Shen Miao was caught off guard and jumped in shock. She was clutching her chest in annoyance and said, no. Kong Lang seemed not to have heard Shen Miao words and continued speaking in all seriousness, master is recently not in Ding capital. Young lady need not to wait for him here. I am not waiting for him. Shen Miao stressed, I am only letting some air in. Kong Yang did not speak and Shen Miao had thought about something and asked, Kong Yang, if I enter the palace, can you go in together? When Kong Yang heard it, he was stunned for a bit before saying somewhat sorrowful, this subordinate is not one from the palace and not familiar with the palace's terrain. If one were to follow young lady in, there would not be places to hide and one is unable to guarantee that one would not be discovered. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. Since Kong Yang could not guarantee not to be discovered, then forget about it. After thinking, no matter what kind of play the Imperial family was putting up, they would not take action in the palace since Luo Shuiyan was still there. Upon thinking to this point, she was relieved and said, it's all right. If young lady have anything to say, do tell this subordinate. When this subordinate send the letter over, one will also bring it to master. Kong Yang looked at Shen Miao and said what he wanted to say. Shen Miao closed the window with a loud bah. What kind of subordinate would have what kind of master? Just don't even listen to what others said. At the other end, in the residence of Prince Rui, Gao Yang and Ji Yushu was studying a map at the moment. The map was densely covered in many places and when one looked closely, it was a military defense map. The guard outside came to report, Gao Darren and young Master Ji, tomorrow the young lady of the Shen family will be entering the palace. Must one send a letter to his highness? Enter the palace. Ji Yushu asked, is there anything the matter? The guard shook his head. Ji Yushu sighed, these days one was busy drawing up this map and did not help third older brother to watch young lady Shen. It would be bad when third older brother returns since one would not know anything when he asked. You and me will be out of luck. He hit Gao Yang, you have people in the palace, is there anything happening recently? Nothing. Gao Yang thought about it and said, don't send the letter first. He is currently busy with official matters and cannot have distractions. Since there is no news from Kong Yang, it should not be serious. If something really happened, we can just block it. That guard complied and left. Ji Yushu looked at Gao Yang, why do I feel that your way of doing things is not proper? There is nothing not proper. Gao Yang said impatiently, look at the map. Ji Yushu muttered, anyways, if anything happens and when third older brother asked why it was not reported in time, I will say that it was you who let. On the second day, Shen Miao followed Luo Shuiyan into the palace. Everything when they entered the palace, something would always happen. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat vigilant but Shen Miao seemed to be accustomed to it. This was because she already knew that the Heavens family did not have good intentions so she was not nervous. The palace maid took them directly to Kunning Palace. Upon reaching Kunning Palace, one first saw the empress who was sitting at the main seat. The consort that was sitting beside the empress had a gentle smile, with beautiful but plain clothes worn. It was none other than Dongsu consort. The empress and Dongsu consort. Shen Miao's heart was up on alert. The empress was the birth mother of the crown prince and had a conventional husband and wife relationship with Emperor Wenwei. However, most probably because the empress was born from a wealthy family, the entire journey to the current position was smooth sailing. Her whole heart was focused on the crown prince's health and did not have the heart to fight for power in the inner palace. Thus it was rather like thunder passing and wind moving. However, at the end it was this consort Dongsu who was the most unobtrusive, could not be beaten. Consort Dongsu had always stayed out of the matters in the inner palace, just like Fu Shuyi, watching other consorts fight till heads were broken and blood flowed. Naturally there was still one more point, which was she had a bit of power that no one knew of. It was that bit of power that would drive things to the worst. Using another's knife to kill others, causing the calamity. No one could play it better than consort Dongsu. If one were to say that Mei Furen was brazen, fearless, arrogant and rampant, then consort Dongsu was gentle and warm as she bring a knife with a smile. Therefore when the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law saw one another, consort Dongsu looked down on Shen Miao but was very appreciative of Mei Furen. Shen Miao looked at the current situation and knew that the empress would be used as a knife by consort Dongsu. After all, consort Dongsu was the kind of person who ensures that she would have the highest profit no matter what she did. The empress smiled as she let Luo Shuiyan seat but waved Shen Miao over, indicating for Shen Miao to come forward. Shen Miao went up to the front and the Empress looked up and down to size her up. She smiled and said to Consort Dongsu, "What a tidy and complete person." Luo Shuiyan was somewhat restless and only wished to grab Shen Miao and step out of this palace doors. It was just that as an official, there are too many considerations. She was not clear what the Empress was planning, but as a mother she had an intuition, especially towards people who attempt to use one's children. "How old this year?" the Empress asked. Replying to your ladyship's words, this official's daughter is 16. Shen Miao answered. The Empress smiled and took Shen Miao's hands. When Ben Gong is in the palace, one would always hear that General Shen's daughter had both looks and talents. Previously one had saw in the palace banquet before and felt extremely pleased. Thinking that these days are filled with leisure, one called Shen Furen to bring young lady Shen to the palace to take a look. She sighed, 16 and looked so intelligent. One did not know which family's gentleman is fortunate to marry young lady Shen. Luo Shuiyan's heart thumped and her hands that was hanging by her side clenched. Shen Miao's heart jumped, but she had understood more or less the Empress' purpose of summoning them into the palace. Consort Dongsu also smiled, "Isn't it so? So beautiful in appearance and well-behaved. One is unable to find a single arrogance all over. It is indeed rare to see such a young lady." "Shen Furen, does young lady Shen have a marriage match?" the Empress asked with a smile. Luo Shuiyan's heart was up in knots, but she quickly replied, "One not afraid of your ladyship's laughing. Lately one is looking at suitable young masters to match with one's daughter. If the imperial family had this intention, then one feared that one had already inquired about Shen Miao's matter very clearly. One dared not hide anything else, it would be a crime of fooling the imperial family. So it is like this." The Empress's smile was deeper. "How about Ben Gong being the matchmaker for young lady Shen?" "No." Luo Shuiyan did not even think before opening her mouth. Seeing that the Empress' expression had gotten unkind, she then explained, "One's daughter is still young and this official cannot bear to marry her off and still want her to stay a few more years." When the Empress heard of it, she smiled. Shen Furen's words are not right. It is always said that daughters cannot be retained as one would become enemies. You kept on dragging and not let young lady Shen marry. In the future young lady Shen will blame you for it. Is that correct, young lady Shen? Shen Miao took a look at the Empress and smiled. This official's daughter also wished to accompany by mother's side. She did not give any face to the Empress at all. The Empress's smile was no longer refreshing. She stared at Shen Miao as she did not know if Shen Miao had no brains, thus she dared to be so arrogant, or did she slap her face on purpose. Seeing such a female like this become her daughter-in-law, in a short moment, the Empress's heart was not happy at all. It was Consort Dongsu who saw that the atmosphere was so rigid that she smiled warmly. Shen Furen and young lady Shen has deep feelings as mother and daughter that one is so envious. But, her topic of conversation changed. A female must be married. Moreover, even if one marry, it does not mean that mothers and daughters' feelings cannot be deep anymore. These words were said to help smooth things over, but unfortunately Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao did not carry on Consort Dongsu's conversation. Consort Dongsu was somewhat flabbergasted in her heart. Previously when Shen Miao was obsessed with Fu Shuyi, Consort Dongsu thought that Shen Miao was an idiotic female without brains, but after taking a look at her, she felt that this was not true. She felt that Shen Miao had some intelligence and knew the weight of matters, but who knew that today's visit, she was really birthed by Luo Shuiyan. Both mother and daughter were the same, did not take soft or hard approaches. The Empress did not seem to be accustomed to be close with another, especially when the other's attitude was not at all warm. However, today she only wanted to wear it in, so that the Shen family could make preparations. Actually, the Empress did not care what the Shen family's attitude was. No matter how big Shen Shen's guts were or how much he loved his daughter, he would not go against the imperial edict. No matter how big one's arm was, it would not exceed one's thighs. Under the imperial power, everyone would bow down. After chatting some more sentences of not warm nor cold words, she let Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao return back. On the way back, Luo Shuiyan did not say a single word at all. Shen Miao was also thinking about her matter. This kind of heavy and silent atmosphere scared Jing Jie and Gu Yu as they thought that something happened. Upon returning to the Shen mansion, Shen Shu and Luo Ling had also just returned from the ministry and asked them why did the Empress summon them to the palace for. Luo Shuiyan answered them vaguely before pulling Shen Shen back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, Luo Shuiyan told Shen Shen about what the Empress said to her in the palace today. At the end of it she asked, I guess that Empress' intention was to bestow marriage for Zhao Zhao. What can be done now? Shen Shen's entire face sunk down. Bestow marriage. She is my daughter, so on what grounds do they bestow marriage? It is due to our support that Zhao Zhao grew up, so on what basis does others have the power to make the decision on Zhao Zhao's marriage? I guess the Empress wants to let Zhao Zhao marry the crown prince. Luo Shuiyan said. Today there are both hidden and outright repeat mentions of the crown prince's health improving. This is not good. The crown prince already have a crown prince consort, so if Zhao Zhao marries over, at the most she would be the secondary consort. A secondary consort is only a concubine with a little higher status. I am not willing to let Zhao Zhao marry over and still have to serve tea to another female and live under others' nose. Thinking about this, my heart started to be anxious. Moreover, so what if the crown prince's position and character is good? I do not dare to pass Zhao Zhao over to him with his health. No matter which prince it is, Zhao Zhao cannot marry to them. There was an unexplainable foul air in Shen Shen's chest that he simply slammed his fist on the table, making the cup shake a little. You are afraid that when Zhao Zhao marries over, our entire Shen family would be involved in the turmoil of the fight for the throne. Luo Shuiyan said, correct, with the current situation, these people are like the wine lover's heart which was not on the cup. Once one is related with the imperial family, the Shen family would not be able to run away in the future. It is not because of this reason. Shen Shen gave a long sigh. The sons of the imperial family are all inconstant in love and has groups of concubine and consorts. If Zhao Zhao married in, she will not be happy. So what if the crown prince becomes the emperor in the future? So what if he is healthy? There is 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 12 consorts. There isn't enough rain for everywhere. I do not want Zhao Zhao to live that kind of life. Moreover, just like you say, they are not truly sincere in marrying Zhao Zhao. My son-in-law does not need to be a prince or prime minister in the making and do not need to be wearing embroidered brocade hat and marten coat, but he must treat Zhao Zhao with all his thoughts and efforts. If one cannot do that, then even the emperor of heavens would not do. When Shen Miao, who was at the door eavesdropping, heard this sentence, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. In this world, there were still loved ones who would support her unconditionally and willing to offend the bigwigs but not willing to let her suffer a single grievance. One only heard Luo Shuiyan speaking again, exactly. Since it is so, Zhao Zhao must not marry into the Eastern Palace. It is just that once the imperial edict, it would be bad if the matter is settled. So now what should be done? Shen Shen frowned and thought about it. Before the imperial edict comes, quickly marry Zhao Zhao off. It is just that in such a short time, it is difficult to be engaged. Moreover, one would not know the other party's character. No matter what, today I will get people to look for some talents, and if there are ones with good character and Zhao Zhao does not dislike, then just settle it down. Shen Shen said, in short, one must not let Zhao Zhao marry into the imperial family. One could not describe the inexplicable feeling in Shen Miao's heart. The voices in the room had gotten softer, and it should be discussing about which use of which families are within reasonable limits. Shen Miao turned around and was just about to return to her room when she saw Shen Chu and Luo Ling standing behind. Both of them were frowning and one did not know when they had been standing here and heard how much. Shen Chu pulled Shen Miao along as he walked away. They walked directly to Shen Miao's courtyard and after Shen Chu and Luo Ling entered the room and let the maids leave, they closed the doors and said, "Younger sister, the Empress want to bestow a marriage for you to the Crown Prince." It seemed that they had heard it and since Shen Miao had no intention to conceal it, she nodded her head. Shen Chu slammed his fist onto the table and clenched his teeth. "That's going too far." Shen Miao instead laughed. "How many people wish to climb up the high branches of the Eastern Palace but why when it reached to you, it has become bullying. Eldest brother's sight is just too high. Like so, everyone in Ding capital will not be able to enter your eyes." Shen Chu said in a bad mood, "Zhao Zhao, how can your heart be this big? I am worried for you but instead you laugh at me." Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao and said warmly, "How does younger Biao's sister view this matter?" Shen Miao shrugged her shoulders, "Do one's best and listen to heaven's will." Younger Biao's sister doesn't object. Luo Ling's voice was odd. Father and mother had already looked for a way out for me. Shen Miao said it without much care, as if the matter discussed was not about her lifelong matter. She said, "Find some young talents and if I find the person pleasing to the eyes, then quickly get engaged before the imperial edict comes to the Shen mansion. This will do." She smiled again, "Don't worry. My vision is not as high as eldest brother so it is not difficult to search for one suitable." Shen Chu muttered, "One don't know which family's kid would have it convenient." Shen Miao pretend she did not hear it. Luo Ling walked closer a step and asked, "If you have not find a suitable one and before that happen, the imperial edict comes down, what will younger Biao's sister do?" Shen Chu said, "Younger Biao brother, how could you say so unlucky things?" However Luo Ling was staring at Shen Miao, seemingly obsessed in getting an answer from Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled, "Then just married." "Younger sister," Shen Chu cried out. "Else what?" Shen Miao said, "Could it be that one will let the Shen family bear the crime of resisting the imperial decree? Implicate the entire family because of me, one person. Just because I am stubborn and not willing to marry, the family will suffer misfortune with me. Eldest brother, is this something you wish to see? Eldest brother, let me ask you, if you were me and the Empress want to bestow marriage to you, what will you do? Will you say that you will die and not marry?" Shen Chu kept quiet. If it was him, he would accept the marriage bestowment for Shen Miao's and his parents' sake. If sacrificing himself would exchange a peace of mind for the entire household, then Shen Chu felt that there was nothing he wouldn't do. Eldest brother would also be like me. Shen Miao said lightly, "Not everyone in the world would be able to do what they wished and everyone would have things they have no choice but to do. Do one's best and listen to heaven's will. I will do my best to avoid such a result but if it cannot be avoided then it is of no big deal. One will just marry." Shen Miao looked at Shen Chu, "A husband and a marriage is far less important than one's loved ones. But that is the happiness of your entire life." Shen Chu's eyes was a little sour. He did not know why when his younger sister spoke about marriage and husband, her gaze was so emotionless and there was even some disgust. But he had instinctively felt that Shen Miao was at the age of a young female but did not live the expectation and had the dreams of what a young female should have. This meant that it was him who did not take care of his younger sister well. Happiness is dependent on oneself to achieve and not gain by depending on another. Shen Miao said, "Could it be that by marrying another, it would guarantee happiness in my entire life? No matter if it is the crown prince or another person, can one be certain that in the future, after tens of years, he would not bring in concubines and switch sides? I do not believe it. Younger sister, you cannot think like this. You are not married now and cannot think others to be so terrible. You also cannot view life in vicissitude, just like a married woman who was exhausted after experiencing thousands of journeys." Luo Ling only looked at Shen Miao thoughtfully. His lips moved but he finally did not say anything. Shen Miao eyes suspended. Husband. Marriage. In her previous lifetime these were the areas that she had tumbled down badly into her. They were the two words that carried the most pain and injuries. She did not want to fall at the same place twice. Without any expectation, there will be no pain. Her smile was cold. It is not me who thought badly, it is eldest brother who think too complicatedly. It is just marrying another. Females all need to marry and if one marry well, it would be peaceful for one's life. Even if one fear that life is not good in the residence of the crown prince, I will not let the people who harm me live well. The Empress suddenly revealed this information and let the Shen family caught in an anxious situation. There was no doubt that Shen and wife was not willing to let Shen Miao marry into the imperial family. The most ruthless was the imperial family. In addition to the many political considerations, it was because the complicated inner courtyard of the imperial family. If Shen Miao were to marry in, with the many conspiracies, life would not go on easily. Wealth and honor was not worth the loss. Shen had the heart to marry Shen Miao off before the imperial edict arrives. Before entering the palace, because of Su Fern's matter, Shen and Luo Shuiyan had already discussed the need of starting to prioritize Shen Miao's lifelong matter. Luo Shuiyan had already instructed the subordinates to specially prepare a list and in it, there were all the talented youths in Ding capital. The booklet also indicate these people's character, where do they stay, how many people were there in the household and where were their ancestral homes. Everything was inquired carefully and in detail. Luo Shuiyan attacked on the side by inquiring on Shen Miao's thoughts and once she heard that Shen Miao did not mind this method of looking for a husband, her heart settled and she seriously go all out to look for Shen Miao's husband. The Shen family had military power in their grasp and had a very special place in Emperor Wen Hui's eyes thus it was not easy to casually choose one. Shen did not take into consideration those officials that were powerful so as to prevent Emperor Wen Wei from feeling that they were creating an alliance. Thus the families that Luo Shuiyan and Shen picked were those that had no ambitions with integrity and clean aristocratic families. As Shen Chu was one who was forthright, he had a group of good brothers in the military and could help him to inquire about those people's character privately. Shen and Luo Shuiyan had planned this for Shen Miao but out of their expectation was that when Shen slightly revealed the intention of marriage, the other party would smile and avoid it, either saying that their son were engaged or they were not in a rush to bring in a daughter-in-law. Shen was one with a violent temper and also placed Shen Miao on his palm to dote. Others did not fancy Shen Miao. Shen would not even look at them and left angrily with a brush of his sleeves. However in the course of time, what he encountered were always this situation. Those young talents that they had picked with great difficulty would find an excuse of avoid it. 1 or 2 times would be coincidences but too many times would make one feel strange. Shen also felt that there was something wrong and it was a general who was close to Shen that told him that currently the officials all knew that the imperial family had the intention to bestow Shen Miao to the crown prince. Shen was finding in laws at this end but who would dare to fight with the imperial family for a female. Shen Miao would have avoided the fate of marrying into the Eastern Palace if she marries but it would definitely make the imperial family displeased with Shen Miao's in-laws family. It was all for self-protection. Even if the Shen family was successful and Shen Miao was smart and unflustered, no one dared to marry her. When Shen knew of the matter, he was pious at home. He only said that first he saw that those aristocratic families did not collude with worldly events but did not think that they were all as coward as tortoises. It was fortunate that Shen Miao did not marry over. How would these kind of irresponsible people hold the skies for Shen Miao in the future? When Shen Miao heard the words that Bai Lu and Shuangzhong inquired, she only smiled faintly. Jing Jie got worried. Why is young lady not anxious? Now Furin and Master is very anxious. If this goes on, one would not be able to find a suitable person before the imperial edict comes. The Fu family are not fools. Shen Miao picked the cup of hot tea and took a sip. How would they not know what kind of intention father and mother is thinking of? Shen Miao knew from the beginning that Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan's method would not succeed. As to how the information that she was going to marry the crown prince flow out, needless to say, it was the imperial family's methods. The imperial family almost told the world undisguised that Shen Miao was the person they were looking at. How would the subjects of Mingqi dare to fight with the imperial family? As for the plan that Shen Xin and wife had thought to marry Shen Miao as quickly as possible, it was destined to be fruitless. Gu Yu's throat was somewhat sour as she said, could it be that young lady have to marry His Highness the Crown Prince? As personal maids, even though Jing Jie and Gu Yu did not understand what Shen Miao was thinking, they more or less could feel Shen Miao's emotions. Just like Shen Miao did not like the palace at all nor the people in the Imperial Palace. Now if Shen Miao were to marry into the Eastern Palace, she would certainly not be comfortable with it. Shen Miao said, watch as one walk. Her heart was however thinking, she had decided not to marry again into the imperial family of Mingqi. It was only an imperial edict, it might be able to control the people and land and if it comes to it, she can ruin her reputation. The Fu family only wanted the Shen family's military power but dared not show their true selves to the outside world. After Shen Miao's reputation was ruined, if the crown prince was still insistent in marrying her then this appearance would be too ugly. Wearing a green hat or the military power was more important. With Shen Miao understanding of the Fu family, it would definitely be military power. But if one really married her despite of the green hat, then the commoners would not feel that the Fu family valued feelings deeply but that the inner palace of the imperial family was in a mess. Even if the Fu family was not able to gain the people's heart, they dared not let the rumors go on. It was just that. Shen Miao stared at the floating tea leaves in the cup. Her reputation would be destroyed at the same time. Fortunately she did not have any sisters else it would implicate them to be scorned like her. The unfortunate thing was that Shen Xin and the rest would suffer from others pointing and scrutinizing. However this was the most inferior plan and was the only plan left. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan did not know that Shen Miao already had her own plans and still looked for a good husband for Shen Miao with their heart. But the imperial family's message was sent out thus no one dared to even do the Shen family business. The doors of the Shen family was so quiet that one could net birds. Shen Chu almost grabbed a good friend over to marry Shen Miao. After being stopped by Luo Shuiyan, Shen Chu, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan sat in the room and their faces were filled with concern when talking about Shen Miao's marriage. Luo Shuiyan said, this tactic of the imperial family is just too despicable. Previously there were so many people who wanted to be our in-laws and now everyone all detoured. What is this? It's all my fault, Shen Xin said. At the beginning one should settle a marriage for Zhao Zhao. One had thought that she was still young of age and it would not matter if one were to wait for a few more years. One did not expect this would happen. Shen Chu scratched his head. In any case, younger sister cannot marry into the residence of the crown prince. How can the young lady that our general residence raised be other secondary consort? One would even pick and chose to be the official wife, so how would there be any reason to be a secondary consort? Now no one dared to have marriage relations with our family. So what can be done? Luo Shuiyan's expression was somewhat anxious as she tried to probe. How about looking outside the Ding capital to see if there are any suitable families? Shen Chu was astonished. Mother, you want to marry younger sister far away? Luo Shuiyan said in a bad mood. I don't have any other options left. One feared that all the officials in Ding capital had known of this news and perhaps it had flowed outside the Ding capital. It is better to search in remote areas that do not know of this matter. Cannot. Shen Xin rejected resolutely. Marrying far away would only cause Zhao Zhao to feel grievances. Moreover with the afar distance and tall mountains, when the in-law family bullies here, what if we in the faraway Ding capital unable to help? Luo Shuiyan got annoyed. This cannot do, that also cannot do. Then what can be done? Shen Chu sighed. When all is said and done, it is these people in Ding capital that are afraid of implicating themselves. Is there not one man who favor younger sister over his own life? Seeing Luo Shuiyan staring at him, Shen Chu quickly added, other than me and father. Just as they were speaking, they saw Luo Ling coming in from outside. Luo Shuiyan told him to sit down and asked him eagerly, Ling did you manage to find a suitable family today? Luo Ling shook his head. Shen Xin and Shen Chu were somewhat disappointed. Luo Shuiyan also lowered her head and looked worriedly at the teacup in front of her. But in the silence, one heard Luo Ling softly speaking, Gu Fu and older Biao brother. Three of them looked up but saw that Luo Ling's expression was somewhat strange like he wanted to say something but stopped. Shen Chu asked, younger Biao brother, what is the matter with you? Just directly say what you want to say. It is only family members here. Luo Ling took a deep breath and said, there is still no suitable person for young Biao's sister yet. Luo Shuiyan shook her head and said, these people in Ding capital are all afraid of the imperial family looking for their trouble and could not wait to get far from the Shen family. It is simply too difficult to find someone suitable at this juncture. Then, Luo Ling paused for a moment and gathered his courage before saying, I am willing to marry younger Biao's sister. When those words were said, the room suddenly became silent. Even the maids that were serving dared not speak and silently retreated to the side. Shen Chu and Shen Xin stared at Luo Ling but Luo Ling seemed to have suddenly gained the courage to continue speaking. I know that my right arm is still not good now in talking about the family's characteristics. There are a lot of people in Ding capital that exceeds me but I am willing to marry younger Biao's sister. I will always treat her well and not bring in any concubines or tongfangs and she would be the only one in the inner courtyard. Moreover, Luo Ling smiled gently. If Gugu and Gufu worried about any actions from the imperial family, I can bring her back to Shaochun City. Father, mother and grandfather is there. They will also take care of younger Biao's sister and will not let younger Biao's sister suffer grievances. When Gugu and Gufu make the next expedition, one will be able to return to Shaochun City to visit younger Biao's sister. Younger Biao brother, you, Shen Chu could not speak. Not only Shen Chu, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin were in a daze. Luo Ling's remarks was simple and did not have those flowery promises but the sincerity was the most valuable. Previously Luo Shuiyan did thought about these two children but could tell that Shen Miao only had brother and sister feelings thus she did not thought more about it. Now the situation was different at the moment. Luo Ling was a far better choice than the crown prince. Luo Ling was considered to be watched by Shen Xin and wife as he grew up and his character was gentle and upright, which would be good to accommodate Shen Miao. Moreover it was her eldest brother's son and still one family. Thus when Shen Miao marry over, she would not have difficulties from her father and mother-in-law since Luo Lianying and Madame Yu like Shen Miao a lot and might even be biased towards Shen Miao even more. The most important point was that Luo Ling can bring Shen Miao back to Shaochun City. The heavens was high and the emperor was far away. Even if the imperial family was unhappy, it would be too far away and Shen Miao would be able to be away from the limelight. As the fight for the heir apparent became fiercer, Ming Qi's situation would become more complicated and the Ding capital would be more dangerous. Shen was unable to leave the Ding capital due to his military power but did not want his children to be involved in this dangerous vortex. Shen was a male and had already entered officialdom, thus he could not escape from it, but for Shen Miao, Shen always hoped that she could live peacefully and smoothly. If she married into the Luo family, it was indeed a good choice. Shen stared at Luo Ling and his words were sharp. Ling now you marry to get Zhao Zhao out of this difficulty, but what if in the future when you meet with the young lady that you fancy, what will do you then? There were deeper meaning to these words, but Luo Ling suddenly blushed and insisted, one will not encounter a young lady that one fancy. I only fancy younger Biao's sister.